1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2026 World DipCon Championship. This is the premier face-to-face tournament. Each year, players from around the globe gather together for a weekend full of diplomacy competition and community. It is a fantastic event, and I am honored to be able to cover this. My name is Brian Pravel. I'm one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And tonight I am going to be joined by 3 other analysts who I am very excited to broadcast with. Let me introduce to the stage Darcy Morris, Adam Siegel, and Keith Worstel. Thank you all for joining us tonight.
It's great to be here.
Thanks, Brian.
So tonight, with the World DipCon, it's often one of the largest, if not the very largest, diplomacy event of the face-to-face tournament season, and this year did not disappoint. 106 players from across the globe gathered in Athens for, I believe, the very first time. And we, unfortunately, are unable to cover every single game. It would be a lot of fun, but we would be here for longer than multiple games of diplomacy, I believe, especially with how much all of us like to talk about this game. So what we're going to do tonight is we are highlighting 6 games that are going to kind of tell the story and journey to our top board, and then we will cover the championship game in detail. And I'm very excited. We've got some sideline coverage from the actual sideline. No virtual element about it. We'll be able to see these players face to face, see these sidelines face to face. Very, very exciting time. Adam, I'm going to throw to you first. So you've been to quite a few WDCs. Tell me, what is it that keeps you coming back year after year?
The title. I mean, everyone shows up to a WDC thinking that they have a shot. They want to win. They want to take home hardware. When you're going, you're playing against a really tough field of competitors, and it's the best diplomacy has to offer. And I think that, if you've been playing for a long time, you really want to be challenged. You really want to face the best of the best, and you really want to overcome it. And it's that electricity that everybody brings to that WDC especially in those first rounds where everyone is so amped there's nothing else like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Darcy, one of the big things that I like about the WDC is community, and something that the tournament organizers, Spiros Dovas and Jamal Blakarli, were really emphasizing. They kind of introduced the concept of safety of the attendees being the most important, and then the community of the diplomacy players at large, and then third being the fairness and competitiveness of the event. I know that in the Australian hobby especially, there's been a really big push that I respect very greatly to kind of build that sense of community. What is it like to have that community in such a global event like this?
Look, it's amazing, and especially at a WDC where you've got people from North America, Europe, Australia all coming to it. It helps adds to the international aspect of it, and it helps people connect with people that they wouldn't otherwise meet. Like, not everyone plays virtual, so like these are people that you might only get to see once a year, but you really do grow great bonds with. Like, I remember like 95% of the people that I played boards with and I met at WDC in San Francisco last year, and having such a sense of community that the organizers are trying to build just will add to that even more.
And Keith, one of the things that I really appreciate about a DipCon of any sort, but especially World DipCon, is that it's a celebration not just of the classic game of diplomacy, but just diplomacy as a whole. You get to meet people who maybe come from a different background. Darcy kind of touched on that, but like Keith, one of the things you bring to DBN that I really appreciate is your coverage of the extended deadline format. And I know quite a few players that have gotten introduced to face-to-face diplomacy who were first exposed to the game of diplomacy through extended deadline. And then we've got a very active variant community and things like that. What is it like to bring all of these, not just global connections, but format connections together into one place? What's that experience like?
Well, I think that's being overlapped a lot. I think Discord has helped us come together, and you're seeing many more press players come into the community. The press community is great, but there's something to be said about actually being with them, decompressing after a game, and being able to talk about it. And there's nothing better than Worlds to do that. You see so many different types of play styles, and I hope more press players actually come to tournaments and come to Worlds to see more of this, because we're doing well. I mean, Robert Bryan just won BlazeCon, so we would do well too. So I'd like them to be part of our community.
Yeah, I think if you look at the best players in the game of diplomacy right now, many of them had a foundation in that extended deadline press format. I know that many players have gotten their start that way, and there's no better place to meet the larger community than going to a WDC. So with that, we've got quite a few games to go through. So I am going to go ahead and bring us into a couple of, actually, I was going to try and get a video, but that's not working. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring up our first game, and we're going to get right to it. So first up, we are going to talk about the format of this event. So this is a unique format that I selfishly really kind of like. So the way this is being set up, the structure of the event is you have 3 rounds of what we'll call preliminary or qualifying. And in those 3 rounds, every score counts, and whoever has the highest amount of points at the end will move in to a series of 7 different top boards based off your place. So the championship will be the 4th round top 7 players. And those players, all the old scores will get thrown out, and they are going to compete in one final game, and any of those 7 players will be able to win. Then there are 6 other games going on simultaneously that are also top boards, and those will be competing for like places 8 to 14, 9 to 21, and so on. And each top board winner is playing to actually win their board. So the board that they're playing on, and then all of the other players sign it. And we definitely want to celebrate all of the winners of those boards, because that will be an accomplishment. So tonight we unfortunately we were not able to get all of the backstabber sandboxing for the fourth round for all of those games. So what we're going to do instead is kind of tell the story of how those top 7 qualified. We'll go through all of their first 3 rounds, and then we will cover that championship game together. And we'll be able to watch some of the sideline coverage, and it's going to be a really good time. So let's get to our first game here. And first up, we have, let's take a look at some of these participants, because we have quite the group. So I want to start by showing some of our current top 10 by DBNI standing. So we've got Zoe Cameron, Shane Armstrong, Bradley Grace, Tiana Sun, Michalis Camaridis, Peter McNamara, Yelta Kuiper, Dominic Stevens, David Wigglesworth, Gavin Atkinson. Anybody who's been watching DBN coverage this year will recognize just about everyone on that list. In addition to that, we have a murderer's row of former champions and runners up and the like that will be participating. So one of the main storylines that I'm going to be watching tonight is that we have a chance for history to be made. No player at all has ever won more than 3 World Diplomacy Championship games. We've got 2 players, Andrew Goff and Cyril Savant, that have each won 3. They are both playing this weekend. So if either of them win, then they will become the winningest player of World Diplomacy Championship titles of all time. We also have Nicolas Sahu-Gay, who has won 2 and is playing. So if he wins, then he will join that elite club of 3-time winners. So we've got a lot of talent there. I'm going to throw it to you, Keith. What are some of the storylines that you're looking for? Like, I know we've got a big name that is showing up from San Francisco.
Mainly want to look at our reigning champion, Noam Brown, and seeing how he's doing. I got the pleasure of sharing a board with him in WDC, and he got eliminated there, which I was surprised that he actually won. But I'm definitely rooting for him. I want to see how well he does, and that's what I'm looking for.
Yep. And then we've got there's a storyline that we've kind of been noticing since last year's DBNI, and it's relevant here as well. Darcy, we've got Peter McNamara, Jason Massbaum, and Michalis Camaridis, who have all won a DBNI who are playing. Tell me, have we had any players that have won both a WDC and a DBNI?
No, we haven't, not yet. However, I think that's merely a matter of time, especially with players of that caliber like Peter and Michalis and Jason. I think within the next few years, I'd be shocked if that statistic remains there. So maybe it doesn't remain there after today. So we'll find out. But yes, I'm keeping a keen eye out on someone overrated like Peter McNamara or Michalis Camaridis. And
Adam, one of the other things I've got my eye on is, and I'm not throwing it to you for any reason at all, we've got several players that have won or have been frequent runners-up or maybe a top 3 kind of place. What is that like as a player who's in that category that's come so close so often?
You know, Brian, I don't know if the viewers know this. I've hit second at WBC twice, off by less than a center in both scoring systems, third once and fourth once. I think there are a lot of people who are so close they can taste it. And when you are that close, it is really heartbreaking when you just really badly want the win. And there are a few people who are at WDC who fall into that category. Jake Mannix and Ruben Sanchez are both former WDC runners-up who are competing. We also have Eddie Birsan, who's come in third and is probably, he's like a titan in the hobby, who's been in third, and another non-WDC winner to look at. So it'll be really interesting to see for those folks who have been close a number of times. I do think there are a number of other folks who fall into that category, like Peter McNamara. But it'll be really interesting to see if any of them manage to pull it out and make it to the top board and finalize their victory.
Absolutely. And yes, these are the standings from last season. I didn't clarify that. I apologize. And you can see, again, just a testament to the level of talent that we have at this event. Got this comment, 9 of the top 10 are playing. And the only reason we didn't have all 10 is Jamal is acting as one of the tournament directors. So loaded field, 106 players, World DipCon champion title on the line. Let's get to our very first game, and I'm going to do one last tease, and I'm going to just ask, does anyone have a prediction? We've seen a lot of names so far. If there's somebody else that you know that's playing, we're going to come back and we'll ask this question again once we see who's on the top board. But just right now, Keith, I'm going to go to you first. Who wins? Out of your pool, you got a 1 in 106 chance. Who wins?
Adam.
All right.
Adam. He plays a good Russia. I'd say McAllis and anything but Austria, but definitely Adam.
And Darcy, who wins the 2026 World Championship?
I've got to represent my man, Tianyu Sun. I introduced him to the game. It's his first international tournament. He's in Greece strictly for business because he's going there on holiday after the exam period. He's going to win, I believe.
And Adam Siegel.
Nicola Sahuge ties Andrew and Cyril for the record of holding 3 WC titles. That's my guess.
That would be quite the storyline. And one other storyline that I've got my eye on is Michalis Kamaridis. He lives in Hull, Great Britain, but is proudly Greek. Returning home, will he be able to be inspired by the roots of his ancestors and turn that into a world championship? We shall see, starting with this game, round 1, game D. Let's see. First up, we are going to give Keith a break. So, Keith, thank you. And we're going to give the first call to Adam. So, Adam, what we're going to do here is we're going to go very quickly because we are short on time. You're going to take a full year, and then you will offer commentary throughout that year. Try to keep it quick. Darcy, you're going to bite your tongue. And then at the very end, before we see the winner results, if there's anything that stands out, speak to it. Otherwise, we're just going to keep it moving pretty quickly in the interest of time. So let's get to it. I will see if we've got a nice little fancy transition here. We can mark. That will show us that our game coverage is starting now. All right, spring of 1901, the World Diplomacy Championship at Athens 2026 is underway. Adam, what are we looking at?
I see a lot of really conservative play here and a lot of bounces. English Channel, Piedmont, Black Sea, Ed Galicia, a very friendly opening AI. But to be honest, there's nothing crazy exciting going on in this spring 1901. Fall 1901, I think, is a little bit more interesting. You have Turkey taking the Black Sea. That's interesting. You have this move that Italy's doing where he's taking Trieste. It might look to some folks like a stab, but it is unlikely to be so because you're also following that up with Ionian to Aegean. It's a usually agreed upon AI move to pressure the Turk early. Because Turkey's in the Black Sea, it'll probably create some Russia-Turkey tension, and I expect going forward we'll probably see a pile on Turkey. In the West, France gets Belgium, leaving Portugal open with another bounce in the English Channel. more commonly in these situations where there is a bounce in the channel, there is not a bounce and follow one. So this might not have been arranged. It might be continued aggression. I think that it does limit the opportunities for both folks to be looking at fleet builds. I also see Ruhr covering Munich, which is an interesting thing because it also shows that Cameron and Alex might not be on the same page. So there's a lot of questions about aggression in the West, and maybe we'll see some folks mixing it up in fall 1902.
Darcy, anything stand out?
No, except Michaelis and David go to plenty of tournaments together, so this early trust between the two makes a lot of sense in the first round of a WDC when there's so many people there. Getting aboard with someone that you know and have played with a lot will definitely calm the nerves, especially for Michaelis, who's definitely probably looking for becoming the first DBNI winner and WDC winner.
And I do also want to call out, thank you to chat. We are talking through, they've got a new scoring system called Olympic. It's similar to Bangkok. Basically, you just want to get centers, you get points per center, and then there's some bonuses for domination. It's a pretty straightforward system, and you'll just watch those points. I do think you want to avoid someone soloing. There's a penalty if someone solos. And then this one I think is very interesting. Each round had an end year announced only at the start of the round. So in 1907, it was, or 1907 end for all of our round 1 games, 1909 in round 2, and 1908 in round 3. So one other thing I did want to ask for those who may be newer to this game of diplomacy, that move into Trieste, that is pretty common in the modern meta, but not so much a few years back. We call it the Trieste loan, and then we've got Chris Kelly using air quotes for a loan. Darcy, talk to us. Why do that?
Aegean is such an important province in the fight against Turkey, especially in the modern day, where if you let Turkey out the box, they sort of just explode every game. And by giving up Trieste in 1901, it allows Aegean to be taken instantly, which means that Bulgaria is instantly vulnerable in spring 1902, which can be the difference between an AI beating out whatever alliance comes in the West, getting there so quickly.
I will point out, though, that if RT are on the same page, this only works if their Black Sea is empty, because the theory here is that you have the ability to Budapest, Romania to cut that support for Bulgaria, and you have 3-on-2 in Bal. But because Turkey has made it to the Black Sea, the move to the Aegean is blunted if it is an AI versus RT situation, which we don't actually know that is. We don't know if Black Sea was agreed to. But if that is the setup here, that is, it's going to be less effective than it would in normal circumstances.
All right. Winner of 1901, take a quick look at those adjustments. And then Darcy, give you the call on this one. And you can call out anything that stands out to you starting in 1901.
I mean, Army Ankh straight off the bat is quite interesting, considering the fact that Italy just moved into Aegean with a Trieste loan. So I think it's quite telling of where Turkey's head's at the moment. All right, we see Black Sea gets retreated out of to Armenia, which I'm going to assume is a guess gone wrong by the Turk, which is absolutely crushing for their defensive hopes. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the east, we see indeed the air is full steam ahead, taking Bulgaria, and Trieste moves back to Venice to show that there is no evil intent by David. Meanwhile, in the west, we see an attack be committed against the English by both the Russian and the German, with the German heading into Heligoland. Meanwhile, we see them take Portugal, and Marseille moves to Lyon, suggesting some early France-Italian battles might be commencing. All right, in four, staying in the west, we see a bounce in the North Sea, and Norway incorrectly guesses around St. Petersburg and retreats out of Norway, meaning that England does stay on four. There are bounces that I'm going to presume are arranged in Ruhr and Burgundy, and Lyon moves into Spain's south coast, suggesting that perhaps France and Italy will not be fighting each other early doors. However, in the east, we do see Venice head to Piedmont, suggesting that Italy might be attacking France, even though France has showed not to be heading east, as they indeed headed to English Channel instead. Meanwhile, we see the Turk managed to keep the air outside of Constantinople for now, but how long that stays, we do not know.
Adam, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two thoughts I would share here. Number one is Adam Silverman manages to defend Norway 2-on-1 by bouncing Sweden while Norway covers St. Petersburg. Who knows if that's arranged or not, but I can't imagine. I'm sorry, Jelte, whose name I'm probably mispronouncing, in England defends Norway 2-on-1 against Adam Silverman, who takes a more conservative line and trying to defend St. Petersburg. I can't imagine that the Russian is particularly happy about that. I think the other is that there was a good or a slow move by the French player who is now one season behind by choosing to move to Lyon. Was not the best because it upset David, who caused him to move west, but also his fleet could have been in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, one season closer to Liverpool, or in place for a convoy, where now it is not. So I think that could end up showing up in 1903 as France is late to the island.
How do we feel about the Austrian being in Aegean? That's not a typical thing that you see in Winter of 02.
Well, I mean, I've played a lot with David and Michalis when I was on exchange in England, and David is someone that if you're in an alliance with David, David is someone that will not stab. That's his reputation, at least. I don't know if that will be different in a WDC, but Michalis is definitely banking on David's reputation as probably one of the most loyal allies you could possibly get in diplomacy. He does not stab. So this is Michalis just risking it for the biscuit, really.
I think it's a good call out too that sometimes people play they'll put an entire season's worth of goodwill on the line for a WDC type scenario. So sometimes the predictability that you may have in someone, it's a little bit different whenever the stakes are this high, but it's early in the tournament. So I think if I were in Michaelis's shoes and I were neighbors with a player with that kind of reputation, I think that would be a risk worth taking. Adam, I'm going to throw it back to you. You can talk about these adjustments as we go into Winter of 02 or 03.
I think the adjustment that is most interesting to me is the fleet in Marseille. I would have really expected that to be a fleet in Brest. I would have thought that Alex would have wanted to be defensive and trying to get a piece of this action in England and not trying to be putting more pressure on David Wigglesworth in France, who has little else to do but to sail west if he wants to, because there's a weak Turkey and a strong ally in Austria.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eye on France to see, are they really wanting to go? I mean, I'm not convinced that they want to go after England based off of that move, combined with the fact they're not in mid-Atlantic, like you were talking about. I agree,
but he moved just to English Channel in the last season, right? Yeah. So this is a situation where I would suggest that I know nothing about this player. I don't know where he's from. I don't know how long he's been playing, but it looks to me like a player who's played with a little bit of indecision and a few seasons going back and forth now, probably upsetting multiple neighbors. And he manages to work things out with David Wigglesworth and flies in the direction. If he had figured this out a season earlier, that fleet that's now holding in Marseille would have been in Brest. And instead, he's, again, just a couple of seasons behind where he could be. But he does sort of get on the same page here with Cameron, supporting Helgoland into the North Sea. Very little that Jelte can do, given the situation with all three of his neighbors attacking. It looks like Turkey continues to feel the pressure of everyone. Has a good defensive maneuver of bouncing that army out of Syria, but there's really only so much you can do, losing the support attack to Armenia and having a destroyed unit in Constantinople with the support from Bulgaria as well. So a pretty good position for jumping on both the witches early in the game. We'll see how that plays out. In the fall, England loses Norway and loses some positioning in Irish, and an army gets convoyed to Yorkshire. Pretty big news. I think this is a much stronger take on the island for Cameron than it is for either Adam Silverman or Alex, because he had the tempo, and I think that we'll see how that plays out. David Wigglesworth again sending units west. Very curious to see why that is the case, but it might have been because that fleet in Marseille held, because Alex wanted to get that army back from Portugal. I could see that being upsetting. Otherwise, things in the east are continuing apace, very well coordinated. Destroyed army in Ankara, destroyed army in Smyrna. Well played, Turkey. You don't make it to your first read. But it'll be really interesting also to see what happens from here with everything so cleanly done. And the western side of the board still having yet to destroy their target in England.
Yeah, we get a honest-to-God Lepanto successfully convoying into Smyrna from Tunis. We don't see that every day, but I have noticed this season it's kind of making a comeback a little bit. And as far as David's move west, I wonder if this is just a tempo play. He knew he was either 100% confident he was getting Syria, and he's like, all right, I'm going now, because that's one of the weaknesses of the Lepanto is you can get your units stranded over there, and it's slow to turn around, especially if you've got a strong France. So it's looking good for David Wigglesworth from where I'm sitting.
It is my only thing I think that is really interesting here is that McAuliffe has a couple of choices, right? He can jump on David, he can go fight Adam Silverman, or he can go for this three-way push into the German centers. McAuliffe is a smart player, and he opted to put an army in Constantinople and not a fleet into Constantinople, which is not the direction I would have gone if I were trying to fight Adam Silverman long term. By leaving his fleet out, I think he provides more option to go either continuing with the three-way or to fight David. Given Darcy's comments, I don't see fighting David on the game plan, and David did build a fleet. So it makes me sort of think a little bit about how McAuliffe plans to play this game, because I do think that he has a lot of control over how the East will play out and how the East will affect the West.
Darcy, what are we seeing as we go into 03?
I think, another point out that I know based off the player makeup of this game is Cameron is a newer UK player. He's played, I think this is possibly his third tournament. He played the UK Championships last year, the London Open just before this WDC, and now this one. So I think McAuliffe can also play the British card sort of again here with Cameron and keep a sort of Central Powers alliance that I think will leave McAuliffe in a really good spot for the board top.
I love the Central Powers Alliance. It's probably my favorite. I don't know that it's the most effective, but it's my favorite to play. It's so much fun. So I'm host privilege rooting for that to happen. Spring of 04, what do we see, Darcy?
Well, we see a lot of stagnation around the East. I mean, Adam probably sees a bit of the writing on the wall in the negotiations and probably knows it's best not to overcommit into the West by moving Moscow down to Sev and support holding everything. So Adam's not going to make it easy for McAuliffe to just walk his way into a board top worthy position. Elsewhere in the West, we see Germany stabbing France here for sure, as Kiel is supported into Ruhr, as English Channel moves to mid-Atlantic, meaning that Belgium or Burgundy will fall, especially with this Italian pressure. So, I mean, on the better side for Adam is Sweden walks back to Denmark, meaning that as St. Pete walks to Finland, meaning that Sweden will most likely get retaken here. Elsewhere in the West, we do see Yorkshire get into London as England prioritizes bouncing out France, who again, like Adam pointed out, was a year late to the island and is now seeing the consequences of that as he doesn't get into Liverpool as his ally in Germany, or used to be ally in Germany, gets into London. All right, in 4, we see London gets piffed as England and France come to some sort of arrangement. Elsewhere, Adam does take Sweden. Belgium is not taken, however, Burgundy is. So there will be that will not be a rebuild for Cameron. Elsewhere, we see Italy comes into the Med battle fully now, as there's a bounce in West Med and they take Lyon. So I think that Italy has the upper hand in this Mediterranean battle, and it is probably just a matter of time until France has a disband or two. Elsewhere, Adam and Michalis are in a Mexican standoff of some sort as they just hold everything again.
All right, winner of 1904. Before we proceed, we'll pause here. We know that this game ends in 1907. Adam, this is your game, so I'm going to give you the first pick. Who do you like? If you could pick one power, you're going to take over their position. You're like, this position is going to give me the best chance to top this board. Which one would you pick and why?
Given the negotiation position, I probably would pick Michalis. I don't like the way he played 1904, to be honest. It's very antithetical to the way I play. He had a guarantee on Rome and didn't take it. He wanted to wait and see how other things would play out. I think he's probably setting Adam Silverman up to be, the person we all have to attack heading into the end game or something along those lines. And he has 2 neighbors next to him that are growing in position and dots. But I still think his position might be the best, given where everything is falling at the moment.
And we've got some agreement and some disagreement for that in Dip Chat. We've got Chris Kelly saying big trust by David, leaving Smyrna and Trieste vulnerable. Looks like Michalis sees Adam as more of a threat. We've got Michael Saxon saying Austria can casually take centers. And then we've got Tanglewood saying Michalis moves on David, Adam just sweeps in behind. So it's...
but I think I disagree with those people, because this is a controlled situation, right? David Wigglesworth and Michalis are working well together. We've heard that they have a history. David picks up one in the west, and it's okay for Michalis to pick up one in the east. Could be Smyrna while Smyrna goes to Armenia. Could be Trieste, and David would still be okay, because he has at least 2 clear dots in front of him, with 3 fleets in the west versus 2 and 1 army versus 1 army. I think David is kind of okay with Michalis picking up those dots.
Darcy, if not Michalis, who do you like?
If it's not Michalis, then it has to be Adam. And this will be, if Adam is to beat out Michalis here, it will be due to his northern position and his northern game in terms of keeping it a stalemate for as long as possible with Michalis in the west and maintaining that Scandinavian hold that he has. If he can do that and put down an army in Warsaw and just sit there and tell Michalis, stab David for the win, or you're going to be behind me, I think that's Adam's path to the board top here.
All right, winner of 04. Adam puts down a northern fleet, so agreeing with Darcy about that northern strategy. And spring of 1905, go back to you, Adam.
Yeah, the fleet is interesting. I think Adam saying I have more growth here. And the truth is that he is an army behind in the south to defend against Michalis if Michalis goes on in, which is exactly what he did. And exactly like I predicted, Smyrna goes to Armenia, Khan to Smyrna, Aegean goes up to Khan. This is how they pull 2 dots off of the Russian this year. I think that it'll be totally fine because Italy's getting Marseille. Italy can force their way into other dots as well. It'll be A-okay over there. Meanwhile, Cameron picks up Belgium, retreats into North Sea into Edinburgh. Unclear he'll be able to hold that dot, but it is something, especially with Adam coming bearing down, he'll be losing Norwegian. I think that this continues to be a good situation for the AI, and I think that Cameron will continue to grow. He'll have a good position on this board as part of that Central Powers Alliance probably that is happening, but it'll be a little bit slow behind either David or Michalis.
That is a beautiful position for the AI. They've worked through the point of tension, working really well. But Liam pointing out what could have been, we could have had a convoy from Smyrna to Marseille if only they had done something different.
Funny, but not the most effective. The question I have for McCallus in this game is why didn't he do this in 1904 when he could have? Why did he wait until 1905?
Well, it's a 1907. It's a 1907 game, right? So all McCallus is looking for is the board top here. He gets that. If he times this and gets like a 9 center board top, that's still enough. He's just looking to do a stab that gets him over there just in time before the rest of the board can react to it, I guess.
So in the fall of 1905, we've got Armenia supporting Smyrna and Ankara. So Italy holds the dot. I think that this is interesting because despite the fact that McCallus grows 2 here off of Romania and Ankara, both of them off of the current board leader, he has 2 Italian builds in pocket now, right? He can easily take Smyrna and Trieste without anything that David Wigglesworth can do about it. Really like his position, but I guess anytime you have a strong ally like that, I'm going to love your position. Meanwhile, Alex picks up 2 as well. He picks up Marseille and Spain and is not losing any dots. It's unclear as much what his future growth potential would be, but he is also going up to 8. Adam Silverman with a great forward position will be able to do something in the coming year in the north, but in the south is certainly falling back. A clever move to convoy Ankh to Smyrna to keep his or Ankh to Sevastopol to keep his army alive and defensively. Meanwhile, Germany gets kicked out of Edinburgh, loses Belgium as well. A good offense by EF is slowing him down. There's no one in the West here who, to me, has a viable shot of topping this board at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Winner of 05, take a quick look at those adjustments. Darcy, anything stand out to you?
I mean, it's a brutal disband after disband Norwegian after you committed to building Fleet St. Pete North Coast literally a year earlier. But I mean, Adam knows what he needs to do to defend his dots in the south, so he's just trying now to survive.
But this is, to be fair, this is entirely Adam's fault. He opted to build that fleet in the north, knowing that he was an army short in the south. He went for the growth instead of doing what Darcy said he should have done, which was to hold pat and hope that 8 was a good enough board top. If he had built the army, he would not have been in the situation. He could have held both Romania. Well, he couldn't have held Ankh, but he could have held Romania.
Darcy, what are you going to be watching for as we go into the spring?
Basically anything showing David moving back to defend Smyrna and Trieste, as that's the only way that I see anyone but McCallus topping this board is some sort of pullback by Italy.
Italy did build 2 armies. I mean, I think that is relevant here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know David's style of play decently well, and I didn't really think that he was going to pull back here. I think he'll be quite happy with how things are going. So as we see, Venice moves to Tyrolia, but Rome is only moving to Tuscany, showing that they're cutting Cameron loose a bit now, and it is no longer a Central Powers alliance, but more so an AI versus the board. As McCallus moves into Bohemia, and there seems to be some sort of agreement between France and Germany as Belgium supports Picardy to Burgundy. So there could be a bit of threat to these Mediterranean dots, which can only help McCallus now. Elsewhere, we see Adam successfully defends Ukraine here. However, Adam does have to face the wrath of the North as Denmark supports North Sea to Skagerrak and Norwegian is moved into. So there is a late forming Western Triple here, which attacking Adam, I'm not sure is the play if you're trying to stop the AI from board topping. But I mean, England's got not much else to do in a Western Triple than attack Russia. So it just seems like this is how big does McCallus end on at this point?
Yeah, I think this is just the smaller powers fighting over scraps at that point. And I don't think that this is organization against the AI necessarily. least that's not how I'm reading it.
Same.
All right, in 4, we see David is just too nice of a bloke that he doesn't take the walk into Munich. Instead, support holds a Munich unit that is moving away. He also loses Spain in what I assume was some sort. It wasn't even a guess; it was guaranteed. So he loses Spain at the same time as Michalis takes Sevastopol. So Michalis going 1 up whilst he's going 1 down, plus Trieste and Smyrna are hanging in the breeze, means that Michalis is coming up trumps here. Meanwhile, Adam loses both Norway and Sweden to the Western Triple, meaning that maybe if things go Cameron's way, he has a chance if the West wants him to top this board, as he does take Paris, but it's not looking likely as Michalis continues to snap up dots in the East and positions himself around Munich and Warsaw.
But David is in Mid-Atlantic, which is always fun. All right, winter of 1906, we only have 1 year left. So just will anyone stop Michalis Kamaridis from topping this board?
I mean, it's not possible, I think, unless there's a throw.
We'll be watching to see if that happens. Adam, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty done here. I think Michalis played a really great game. I would have pushed the gas in 1904, but you did very well here, Michalis, managing the diplomacy, which obviously we can't see. And it looks like everyone is just happy with you topping at this point. And Serbia to Trieste.
It's he's putting his buddy into Munich. It's because he's putting his buddy into Munich.
Sure, fair. I mean, but still.
And David was going up Brest and Spain, so he just had to make sure.
He's +3 in the last year. I think he's doing just fine.
Well, Michalis Kamaridis, one of the players we called out at the start of the game, does end up on top with a score of 27 points and all of his home centers back. The Brit in Greece returning to his roots with a very good start. That was a fun one. Let's say we get to our next one.
As Chris Kelly points out, the loan was repaid in the final turn of the game.
Yes, it was. And actually, there's one thing I did want to touch on that I saw in chat that I thought was worth bringing up. This was a couple turns back. We were talking about there being 7 armies versus 3 in Russia. And then, Adam, you kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. You said that Adam was 1 army too short. For somebody that may be newer to the game, kind of learning it, why is that such an important concept? What is that telling us?
It tells us that ultimately the person who has more force is going to be able to push through the person with less force. I think that is the basic concept. In this situation, because there was no army in Warsaw, he couldn't cover Galicia. It was a bit of a jammed situation anyway, because Ukraine would have been in a difficult position to either cover Galicia or help Warsaw cover Galicia, or to support Romania to hold. And it would have been a series of coin flips. Probably Michalis would have gotten there eventually, but at least with an even set of force, it would have been a much easier situation for Adam Silverman to hold his dots in the south.
All right. Thank you for explaining that. And thank you both for the call. That was a lot of fun. Adam, I'm going to give you a break, and we're going to welcome back to the stage Keith Worstel. Keith, welcome.
Thank you very much.
And let's see. That was a fun way to get started, and let's transition to the next one. All right, Darcy, this one will be yours. Why don't you introduce our players?
Oh, yeah. In Italy, we have my man, Tianu's son. In Austria, we have someone I don't know, Christian Stein Ninja. In England, we have Bradley Grace. I got to know him quite well. In France, we have Marcus Edholm. In Germany, we have Ryan Eagley. In Russia, we have Phil Johns, and in Turkey, we have Tom Garrity. This is another very British board with 3 British players, 2 or potentially 3, potentially another English player in Christian, and an Australian, Canadian, and American. So quite international there, but definitely the Brits dominating this board.
All right, let's switch to our game.
Tianyu also loves Italy. It is his favorite country. It is his best country. Let's see if Tianyu can show the world that he is an Italy specialist.
Yeah, Tianyu, we saw in the DBNI. It was really exciting. We've seen some really big moments. Definitely, I don't think it's fair to call him up and coming at this point. I think he has arrived and is a known quantity.
Yes, he won the Melbourne Open last year, which will be the tournament that the 2028 WDC will be taking the place of. Get to Australia for Melbourne Open 2028.
Start your planning now. And the other player I want to call out was Bradley Grace. Bradley was very strongly in contention to win this year's DBNI and has been just a very common appearance on just about every single top board in every single format over the past couple of years, but just hasn't quite been able to make it over the hump to win the big one. So we'll see if that's his year this year. So
he did just win the London Open, which was just about 2 or 3 weeks before this. So he is in good face-to-face form as well.
Good. All right, Darcy, takes away.
All right, we'll start with Tianyu. He bounces Tyrolia, which is interesting. And Austria does cover Trieste instead of bouncing Galicia. So early distrust perhaps between Italy and Austria. Meanwhile, we see the modern Turkish opening with bouncing Black Sea and Smyrna following in Ankara. Elsewhere, it's relatively straightforward in the West, but Warsaw does just simply hold instead of moving anywhere like it normally would if there's no Galicia bounce. All right, in fall, we see Warsaw does not move into Galicia again as Romania is taken. There is a no bounce in Black Sea as Ankara moves into Constantinople. And Turkey also supports Albania to Greece. So not perhaps the best outlook for Tianyu in the east, as it looks potentially like there could be a rat. Elsewhere in the west, we see Mid-Atlantic goes to Spain's south coast, which could spell bad news for Tianyu, except Munich walks into Burgundy, and there's a bounce in Belgium suggesting that potentially an EG has formed in the west.
Keith, any things stand out to you?
Yeah, it looked really peaceful for France for a second there, and it got nasty real quick. It's amazing how fast these games can turn in 1 year or 1 season.
Yeah, especially with 1907. All right, Keith, why don't you call out these adjustments and what you're going to be watching for in the spring?
Adjustments look pretty standard in the east. We have an army in St. Petersburg, North Coast, which is a little bit more conservative. He doesn't want to play in the north, but he wants the option to take Norway later. The fleet in Smyrna makes me think that Italy is still not Turkey's best friend here, and Turkey is vying for either Austria or Russia or both to move forward. France is building the correct things that he needs to defend himself, and the German armies signal that it's probably going to be a long-term EG here.
And I am often chief complainer of double armies for Germany. I've been proved wrong enough that I will admit that there are circumstances, just like anything in diplomacy, there's no absolutes. The diplomacy is far more important than the units and the builds themselves, but it really locks you in, and it really makes it tempting for England, and it also makes it really difficult to be able to build another fleet whenever it's later in the game without upsetting England if that's who your ally is. So I'm not a big fan, but it has paid off. We'll see if that's the case in this game.
Yeah, my biggest concern for that is if there's peace in the east, then you need that fleet because Russia will play north. But here we have Russia actually playing in the south. He takes Galicia. It looks like a juggernaut is forming, and Tianyu comes back to Apulia to defend his own. Hopefully he has a friend coming up. France tries to defend itself, but Marseille is taken, and England has a successful convoy to Belgium. In the fall, bouncing channel, good defense overall by France. Can't get Marseille back without losing Burgundy. I don't know if tried to do a beleaguered garrison from Germany, which is quite nice, but it didn't matter either way. Tianyu moving in, trying to get some Austrian spoils, it looks like, putting 3 on Trieste. Greece has fallen. Turkey is slowly sliding out of the box. And Russia just seems to be helping at the moment. But I think their time will come. Not looking good for Christian.
Darcy, you did have a comment that I saw you replied to in chat, but a question from Liam about the Turkish opening. Why go to Ankh when it'll bounce? What's the advantage? You want to talk us through that real quick?
Yes. So, I mean, you move Smyrna to Ankh so that you leave Con open for the fleet to move into in fall, but also moving to Armenia instead is too anti-Russian. Moving to Syria is sometimes too passive. So moving to Ankh means it's better than holding, because if you accidentally get into Black Sea, you want to, like, it still moves your army in some sort of direction. But it's really just the best option out of the two. It's not too aggressive, not too passive. It's just right, basically.
It's the Goldilocks opening.
The Goldilocks opening, sure. Quite like that.
Winner of O2. Take a look at those adjustments. We do get that second fleet that I was looking for from Ryan. Well done, Ryan. And Darcy, what are we looking at in O3?
Army Smyrna build is also great news for Tianyu in terms of long-term relationship with Turkey. So my man Tianyu, I thought he was going to get ratted early game. It looks like he may have an in after all. He takes Trieste as Budapest is taken by the Russian, as Serbia is tapped by the Turk. Meanwhile, in the west, we have the EG slowly but surely trotting along as it gets into Burgundy now. However, it is great defense by the French as much as they can, as they bounce Picardy and correctly guess that there's no move to Gascony. Yeah.
Keith, I'm going to go to you for this one because I've never talked to you about this before, but I suspect you might have a similar philosophy as I do about this. How do you feel about Tianyu's attack on Austria in this position? Is that something that, like, when you're Italy, do you like this early coordinated attack on Austria?
I don't. If there's a juggernaut, it's pretty bad. But the positive thing is that if France is under attack, you do have a stable flank. So it's not as bad as it looks. But the reason I think this is acceptable is because if you look at 1901, there was obviously no trust there to begin with. And so there must have been a relationship problem out of the gate. And I think that Smyrna build makes it seem like there's a hope there. And so I'm really hoping that there's an IT coming for Tianyu.
And Michael Saxton calling out, this is how first of all, I agree with you, Keith. My like core growing up in the game of diplomacy is that that's a bad thing. But I have kind of come around to it a little bit in a 1907 game, as we've covered more and more games that have these shorter timelines. Juggernaut, if the situation's right, like you're talking about in the West, then this can pay off. So it's a little bit risky, but we've got some people in chat rooting for Tianyu, and we'll see if Tiani's able to
I mean,
make that risk
the
pay
other
off.
the other thing to take note of is there seemed to be zero trust between Austria and Italy at the start of the game as well. So it's like if you can do an IRT to kill one of the people that didn't trust you at the start of the game, I think you take that and then try and build a relationship with one of Russia or Turkey throughout your attempts at killing the Austrian, and hope that that relationship building time that you get is enough to switch it to an IT or a wintergreen. Anyway,
I completely agree that
is this his turn or mine?
it's your
mine.
turn, Darcy. I completely agree that an ally is worth far more than a dot. So, yeah. All right, Darcy.
All right. We see another plus for Tianyu here as the Austrian prioritizes angering the Russian over defending against Tianyu. So Tianyu walks into Vienna as well, meaning that he will be building 2. Meanwhile, Serbia doesn't get taken by the RT either. And it seems like Tianyu has done the best this year out of the East. Meanwhile, in the West, I praised Marcus's defense in spring. I will praise it again as he bounces Picardy successfully, bounces English Channel, and stays in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Again, correctly guesses around Gascony. So this is looking pretty good for whichever alliance comes out in the East, because they're practically finished their component of the East, but the West is nowhere near resolved.
Keith, anything stand out?
Just great defenses overall from France and Austria. They did the best they could, and it is slow rolling for the EG. So I'm looking at the East for a winner.
All right. So Keith, I'll go to you for these adjustments. Anything noteworthy?
Looks like Italy has built a fleet which might go west. I'm not 100% sure if he's looking to pick up more spoils or trying to bail France out or stall the EG even more. The army is justified. If there's play in the Balkans, it's definitely the way to go. Fleet St. Petersburg North Coast is very interesting for Russia. I don't know if I personally would have built that, because if you don't know the alliance structure that's going on in IT, that could be a big detriment to your core, only having 2 armies to hold it. He probably has a year to see the writing on the wall, but I don't know if I'll have builds to get ahead of that curve.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is just a massive mistake by the Russian here, actually. Not only did they lose the army built in the south to defend potentially against Turkey, but also not building the army in the south also limits your actual viability as an RT partner to kick out the Italian in the Balkan dots. Like, you don't have enough strength to really be taking Vienna, to be helping anyone into Serbia. Like, you're so reliant on the Turkish for an alliance help in that regard that I think not building an army here is potentially terminal for the Russian here long term, especially after the army Smyrna build at the beginning of the IRT. I just think it's a big mistake here by Phil.
Me? All right. Yeah, it looks like it was still going okay for Russia. They get into Budapest with help. The IRT is still going. Italy goes into Albania, which is interesting. I guess they're just trying to block off the retreat to blow up that Serbia unit. It did not go because Budapest tapped Trieste, but probably will go in the fall. So probably the end of Christian's game, unfortunately for them. France is bouncing in the Channel, which means that they probably have a deal worked out with England as England fights Russia, dealing with that North Coast fleet. So Russia's actually peeled some pressure off of France. Meanwhile, Germany also pivots full east as well. So I'm guessing maybe the start of a Western triple, because I think that this RIT may not break. I'm not sure where Turkey's growth will come if this continues, though. I still think it looks bad for Russia overall. I think everyone can get a piece real quick if they wanted.
I mean, I think this could
Go ahead, Darcy.
I was about to say, I think this could be an example of putting the Russian into a dot now and then just taking it in full. But I mean, it wasn't the case, but I thought it could have potentially happened.
France takes back Marseille, their home center. They deserve it. Meanwhile, looks like there's some tension between England and Germany. I'm not sure. I guess the retreat from Holland. So maybe it's a EF now, flipping on Germany completely, tap on Denmark. Russia maintains Norway, but Bradley has 4 on it, so it won't be a temporary loss. Meanwhile, the big news is that Tianyu puts Christian into Greece, saving their game on on 1, and declaring war on the Turks. So we don't have to worry about where Turkey's growth is coming from. Turkey has to defend because Russia and Italy have decided they are going to be the alliance on the eastern side of the border. Tianyu bounces in west. I'm guessing that is not arranged because Brest follows up, signifying that it is now a wintergreen versus an EF, most likely, with everyone else being collateral damage.
All right, winner of 04. We'll play Who Do You Like? Darcy, this one's your call. You get first pick.
Look, I really like, actually, funnily enough now, I actually like the Russian position. They're gonna build an army, I assume, in Sev. They have a walk in a Black Sea. They have an ally in the Italian, and they have a newfound E&G fight to work off. If they can only lose Norway out of this deal and then instead be gaining position in the south with their 2-center lead that they currently have, if Phil plays this right, this could be Phil's game.
And Keith?
Yeah, I like Russia too, but if I had to pick a second one, I would go with Bradley. I never underestimate Bradley. He does have a couple of fleets against him that does not make it nice, but with Italy having to take care of France and Turkey at the same time, I think he's got a lot of safety that will allow him to grow if for some reason things change in the East.
Liam agreeing with you very strongly, 1,000%. And we've got Tanglewood calling out Tianyu as the best spot on this board.
I mean, yeah, Tianyu has 2 allies in the east, plus a Turkey that only has 1 fleet on the board. So Tianyu definitely has a great position here. It's just a matter of if he can outrace the potential lucrative growth of Russia or England.
Yeah, so what happens in the north might be the difference in this game. Spring of 05, back to you, Darcy.
Well, Bradley's certainly not looking like the best pick after Marcus has decided against working with Bradley here with a walk into Liverpool and a guarantee on Belgium, plus a reworked agreement with Germany, who now takes Holland, showing that Bradley has quickly become the pariah in the West. Meanwhile, in the East, like I assumed, there's the free move into Black Sea, and Tianyu makes use of this fleet advantage that he has. However, it looks like he has lost the Janissary that was Austria to the Turks. So well played by Tom to manage to convince the Austrian there to work with him, not against him. All right, in full, we see Tianyu manages to create great deals for himself as he puts the Russian into Serbia, walking into Budapest from behind. This is a center that the Russian will not be able to keep long term. At the same time, Phil also takes Bulgaria here as Tom also loses Aegean. So it's looking quite bad now for Tom's defense. Meanwhile, in the West, we see London and Liverpool and Belgium and Holland are all taken in one singular year. So Bradley's got to be scratching his head over what exactly went wrong here, because seemingly everything went wrong. This is now a fight between the FG and the Wintergreen for who can outrace who.
Keith, what's your take?
Part of me was surprised of the French pivot, but at the same time, France was just under attack. So it was kind of smart to be like, hey, let's have peace. You move away for a second and just stab you later. So I think he identified that Bradley was not his friend. He was just a person that needed a little bit of space, and he got it.
Oh, winner of 1905, we've got Marcus Edholm going up +3 on Bradley Grace, one of the players we called out as one of the hot players in the world right now. Potential to win this thing. So not looking so great for Bradley, looking fantastic for Marcus. And Phil and Tianyu just keep that wintergreen love rolling. Definitely fun game, this one. Winner of 05, Keith, what are we looking at?
Marcus goes full in on the fleets. He builds his army because he has to, but it looks like he's trying to secure most of the island before Germany or Russia can get there. And looks like Marseille is there because with Turkey being almost out, he's going to have to worry about those Italian fleets eventually.
I think this is a Russian win if there's a Mediterranean battle. So let's see. Let's see if France and Italy.
I don't think there's going to be any Mediterranean battles. I think they're going to try to maximize the dots that they have.
Well, yeah, so I'm going to say, let's see if they can negotiate a way out of a Mediterranean battle. We'll see.
I think Italy can probably get to 10. France might have 1 or 2 more. So I think it might be Tianyu's game to lose.
So we've got 1906. We've got 2 years left to play. Keith calling out Tianyu as the one to watch as we go into spring of 06.
All right. We see Serbia gets taken, which must be a stab here by Tianyu on the Russian. As Venice backfills Trieste, which means Vienna will be able to be covered. Meanwhile, we see it seems like there has been an arrangement between everyone in the East bar the Russian in terms of move sets, as there's a bounce in Smyrna and Greece is into Bulgaria, which is a forced disband here, which is painful for Phil, especially as Phil has moved out of Black Sea into Sev, further losing position. So it looks less good for Phil now for a board top, as we instead look over to the west to see that Edinburgh is now to be negotiated between the Russian and the French, as there seems to be just a lot of lack of movement here by Marcus, who in a race and in a timed game which finishes in 07 is just a simple mistake here. You need to be just pushing full steam ahead, and he doesn't seem to be doing that. So it looks like this is again Tianyu's game to lose now, as France pauses for a turn and Tianyu manages to create a few new allies in the east. All right, and we see Tianyu just doesn't... This is Tianyu's year. He stabs the Russian, then stabs his newfound alliance in the Austrian and the Turk, showing this is WDC. No alliances forever, unless your name's Michalis and you can get the board top outside of that. As he takes Bulgaria, takes Smyrna, and manages to also convince the Russian to move out of Galicia back to Warsaw. So Tianyu's going +4 here, and he's saying, this is my game, my board. I said this was a business trip. This is what business looks like. Furthermore, neither Russia nor France managed to get Edinburgh that turn. So it just seems, and now the German is in Ruhr as well. So it looks quite a lot like France has just hit a wall now.
Wow, +4 could not say it better. That is absolutely what I'm sure everyone on the board is saying. At this point, Keith, can anybody catch Tianyu?
No, I think France needed to be in Ruhr in the spring last year, and Germany saying, "Well, I'm going to stab you since you didn't stab me." It shows you the kindness that the WTC gives you. You
Bradley
need to be
Grace.
more aggressive.
Yeah, Bradley Grace building in England. That's fun. And spring of 07, Keith, why don't you close this out?
France making a play on Edinburgh. A lot of nothing happening between France and Germany, and Russia takes North. Not a huge consequence. They might have a play on EDI. Meanwhile, Tianyu just mopping up what it can. The Smyrna retreat is given, but it's going to be easily retakeable after. Taking Galicia was unfortunate. Probably should have went the other way. Not 100% sure, but that would have given him Romania. But either way, even if he doesn't grow any, I don't think anyone can catch him. So it doesn't really matter. Everything else is just icing. And then fall, he is able to get Serbia. They pop Constantinople, but he walks into Smyrna for it, so no big deal. And yeah, Phil picks up Denmark. That's about it.
All right.
Consolation prize.
We in here. Tianyu Sun wins with a 12 center dominant Italian position, making Darcy and much of Dip Chat go wild. Bad game for Bradley Grace. I was very impressed with Phil John's play, especially around 1903 or so. I was predicting in my head that would not go well for Phil, and managed to find a good diplomatic way through that. Took a little bit of risks that paid off. And Marcus Edholm with that impressive stab on Bradley Grace to come in second in ninth with 9 centers. That was a really, really fun one. Really enjoyed it. Darcy, thank you. We're going to give you a break. And we're going to add Adam back. Adam, anything stand out to you on that game?
I really enjoyed watching that game. Particularly enjoyed watching Marcus's play and his stab on Bradley. Thought that was good.
Very, very nice. All right, let's do another one. All right, before we get to this one, I do want to remind everyone, if you are enjoying the coverage, we'll do the YouTube like and subscribe. We do really appreciate all of you watching, especially those of you joining us in Dip Chat and those that are watching later. It's a really fun way to keep involved with the game and get involved with the stream, provide some feedback. For those that are watching and played in any of the games, you can give us a little bit of insight behind the scenes. No spoilers, please. But after it's revealed, give us a little bit of context. And for those that are watching after and aren't able to watch it live, you can definitely fill us in on the comments afterward as well. All that does help the YouTube algorithm and helps more people find the game of diplomacy and get connected into this incredible supportive community. All right, round 1, game G. Keith, I'm going to give this call to you. Why don't you introduce our players?
In Austria, we have Danae Stamataki. In England, we have Sibi Ahuja. In France, we have Gavin Atkinson. In Germany, we have Brian Ekton, which we missed at DixieCon today. And Italy, we have Jean-Louis Delatre. In Russia, we have Fyodor. These are hard names. And in Niadada, that's Greek. Sorry. In Turkey, we have Frank Osterum.
All right. And any storylines that you're going to have your eye on for this game, either of you?
I know Brian's a pretty solid player. He's won Dixie, and he comes every year. So it's I'm really interested to see how he does. Sabi is one of my hearts, so I'm definitely rooting for Sabi here, hoping that she can do some strong alliance play and get a good result.
Yep, and Gavin Atkinson, we'll give a shout out to the Diplomacy podcast. They've got a great podcast out there, very long running. And then we got several players that are new to me, which is always very exciting, and wishing them success. Spring of 01, Keith.
Pretty neutral openings from England, Germany. France takes Burgundy. Russia does the Livonia Open, which is popular in Australia. I like to do it too. Allows you to convoy to Sweden, but also gives Austria a little bit of breathing room, so you can still cover if Austria breaks the DMZ without threatening them in Warsaw. Turkey does the old school backfill to Khan. That's quite risky in today's meta, but we'll see how that pans out for them. Some trust between AR here. Looks like it might be a standard air. In the fall, we have a convoy to Budapest. That's weird. France takes its 2 neutrals and tries to snipe Munich, which is not very fun for the German, but they figure out successfully where that's going to go. Kind of gives a question of where England's alliance is going to be. Are they on the German side or are they on the French side?
I would throw this out there. I'm wondering if this is a sandboxing error in which Bell and Bud were confused.
Or it could just be an order miswrite.
Could have been an order misread as well.
Yep. The convoy to Finland is very interesting. They saw that the bounce in Sweden was happening. So I'm guessing it's an EG if there's a bounce, more than likely.
Yeah, the potential order miswrite is definitely a great call out. This is not virtual. This is being played face to face. And as someone that perennially struggles with writing the wrong orders, this is exactly the kind of thing I would do. So I definitely would understand if that's what's happened, and if not, it could just be a joke. Could be kind of a hold, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world in this situation either. But I think it is worth calling out the fact that we're actually writing these things down. All right, winner of 1901, Adam, we'll let you take a look at those and tell us, based off these adjustments, what are you going to be watching for in the spring?
You know, I think there was a conversation in the last game where someone was asking about why you order Smyrna to Ankara. And the answer is because Turkey desperately does want to build another fleet, and you wanted to build it in Smyrna, probably. Building it in Ankara is not the most elegant place to have it unless you really plan on jumping north, which is probably not what you want to be doing given the Italian position, which is pretty looking kind of standard. There's a lot of Austria-Russia friendliness at the moment, so it's sort of interesting. Germany's got some standard builds, which is interesting given that he is in Sweden. Interesting to see how that works out. I think one of the really interesting things on this board is that France has built Army Paris and waived his next build. This is the kind of thing that you see from a lot of really elite players on top boards who are trying to make themselves seem unthreatening. In this situation, if there is a France who believes that there is an EG, making yourself seem unthreatening really does help to say, why don't you guys go focus north and I'll go think about what I'm going to go do. I'll try and just delay and chill and maybe try and pick up Belgium. We'll see. If it were a full Western triple, I would have expected there to be at least one fleet to go south, if not two. Really fascinating position here. So in spring 1902, we see a bounce in Belgium. I can't imagine that was arranged. It's a little surprising for me, given that we're seeing a lot of EG cooperation. Although Norway doesn't support Sweden to hold, which also surprises me. So I'm really trying to suss what the diplomatic situation is in the West, and maybe Gavin's wave in order to just stay on everyone's good side was the right answer. You have an Italy who's going west. You have Venice to Piedmont, Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea. Sort of interesting as well. And the supported move into Black Sea from Frank really does put some spin on where some of these relationships are going. This is a really dynamic board, and I'm really keen to see how these relationships develop moving forward. In the fall 1902, there's a lot of action in Scandinavia. It looks like Sweden is kicked out to Skagerrak, but retreats to Skagerrak instead of retreating backwards, which is really, really neat. It's going to be a fun place to be going forward. Probably a pain in the butt for Sabi and Brian Ekton. EG does look like they get a little bit back on board. They've decided who's getting Belgium. You've got as well, I guess, Piedmont supporting Spain to Marseille to prevent a self-bounce and build, which would never have been I guess there would have been the case because Gavin has a build in pocket, right? So in this case, what Italy is doing is trying to make sure that Burgundy and Spain don't bounce so that there is a rebuild of a fleet in Marseille. Cleverly, that move of supporting Spain into Marseille does mean that if Gavin wants to build a fleet, he has going to have to build it in Brest. So well done, Jean-Louis. Very clever maneuvering there. Venice is open. Austria is nice and friendly. And it looks like there's a lot of hand-holding as well still between the A and R, while Turkey tries desperately to put themselves in a position where they can be offensive to somebody, putting a fleet in the Aegean and an army in Arm, but everyone seems to just be ignoring them.
Keith?
This is some chaos. This is
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
It looked like there was an EG, and then it looked like because of the misorder, there could have been a breakdown. We're like, well, if you're not going to play, I'm going to take this. And then they got back on page because they're like, because I think Sabi might have built EDI because they're like, well, if Germany's got a problem with the way I play, then I'm going to be pro-French. And now it's more looking Western Tripoli almost. So
I'm really not sure about that retreat to Skagerrak, right? The rebuild of an army in Moscow or Warsaw would have been probably in Moscow to hold Sevastopol would have been pretty good because it's looking good for Frank now to be able to take Sev in the spring of next year.
I would only go there if they were fighting, but because Norway had supported it that's just going to die next season. It's going to be blown up. It's priority number one.
Brian Ekton put down moves that could be read as a Western triple. Gavin's fleet in Brest. I guess the argument is I need a fleet, so that's the only place I can put it. Oops. Got options. So I'll be watching to see where Gavin goes with that fleet in Brest as we go into the spring. Keith?
Yep. France looks like it's pivoting full south, giving Germany plenty of breathing room, giving England as much space as it can by moving Brest away. Italy is seeing the writing on the wall and taking west, trying to get as much defensive position as possible, but supports himself up to Venice, worried about Austria. Austria backs off of the German line and comes back to defend itself without really pushing on Italy. So there's some tension between AI here, and looks like Turkey is still fruitlessly attacking Russia, and Russia is slowly collapsing in the north. Fortunately, Skagerrak is still okay. But just a lot of holds, I think. I don't know.
Austria making the supported move into Bulgaria saves Sevastopol here for the Russian. I think worth calling that out.
In the fall, we have a convoy to North Africa. Not my favorite thing to do, but since he's a little light on fleets and nowhere to go, it can put a little bit of pressure on keeping those fleets occupied on that dot. Germany pivots full east, walks into Warsaw. Sabi moves into Barents, putting pressure on St. Petersburg. Russia sees that the north is unholdable and starts to pivot south to try to protect its core the best that they can, but it's a little too late. I think that Skagerrak fleet, they don't want to blow it up. They want to ensure that that unit is just stuck there so they can just take the rest of his centers without that one unit ever being able to be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Austria is just taunting Italy, saying, I'm not touching you, and just holding everything around Venice. And yeah, Lyon is broken, so that means that France will have to build another fleet in Brest to walk around, which will give Italy time to, well, Italy doesn't have a build anytime soon, so I think that's just going to be a weird guessing game for a while now between the two. It looks like Germany's game to lose right now. Yep, there's that French fleet coming back down. Brian puts down another army. Skagerrak is finally disbanded, and that's what we got.
Yeah, I wonder here
All right,
whether or
Adam.
not Brian will be able to keep Sabi on side with, okay, you've got St. Petersburg, but now what, right? So Sabi goes to 5, but what is she going to do from here, right? This is sort of a classic problem of the Western Triple if Germany gets too far ahead. And I'm keen to see how Sabi manages this. If they're in a position to say, I really want to top this board, you've got to get aggressive against the board leader and figure out how to get people on side. But it does not look like the diplomacy is being laid with France and Italy or Austria in order to create that pressure on Brian Ecton. He goes to Silesia to hold Warsaw, happy with that 1 dot, putting pressure south against the Austrian, who he perceives, I believe, as Russia's ally. Goes to Burgundy. I wonder whether or not that is arranged. Knowing Brian Ecton, he probably explained it away, but he knows he has control over a dot. North Africa did convoy back to Gascony, so interesting. Yeah, there's just so much chaos on this board, and the relationships are really interesting. I think that the relationship development here is much more interesting than the board pieces, right? This continued Germany, England working together despite the power shift. The Austria, Italy, Russia continuing to work together despite the fact that it's not really working for any of them. And they've left Turkey alive to basically be ignored all game. It's such an interesting AIR that I think this is why if you're going to try have a 3-way alliance, you don't leave Turkey alone. You need those dots, right? Yeah, super interesting. Maybe move on to next season. Brian? Move us forward to the fall if you could. Thank you. So yeah, you have Brest to the Channel and Gascony covering Paris, which is interesting. Burgundy supports Piedmont to Marseille, so that's a pretty big shift. Meanwhile, Italy and Austria are still working together in Tyrolia. So wonder what's going on there. Sabi convoys Yorkshire to Holland. I cannot imagine that made Brian Ecton very happy. Oh man, it's going to be a knife in his gut as he tries to move forward. Still having the board top, but it'll be really interesting to see what Sabi does with those 2 builds, particularly given that there's a new fleet in the English Channel. Meanwhile, A&R finally decide that they have enough of Frank, and they decide to take Bulgaria. They could have done that a billion years ago, I guess, but 1904 felt like the year. So here we are.
Keith, anything to add?
I think Brian is playing a positional game where he believes that Germany should never have their units on their home centers, so they have options to build everywhere. The tension around Tyrolia has been palpable, but yet still working with the Italian in Marseille. So there's a lot of transactional deals that are independent of their personal relationships. I think that when Brian went to Burgundy, it was because Russia has fallen and England was not a big enough threat, and that France looked like it was next on the chopping block. I think that he thought he could pull Sabi along, but I think what Sabi plays is that they had a triple alliance that was broken, so Sabi convoyed into Holland to stop that aggression. I think everyone kind of sees that the board leader needs to be reined in a little bit, because if not, they have no chance. So, but I agree with Adam.
Right,
The
well,
fact that
Keith,
it's there is amazing.
Keith, we'll go to you then. You get first pick. Who do you like to top this board?
I'm still going to say Brian. He's still got a pretty decent position. The Holland army is going to be fun to chase around. But even if you have to back off France for 2 seconds, Italy's still there to put some pressure on there. And I don't see – I'm really weary of Jean-Louis and Danae's relationship, if that's just necessary for them to both stay safe against Germany, or if they're actually really allying here, because they haven't really done anything together to gain any dots. So I would say Germany. I'd say Brian.
Adam, if not Germany, then who?
Yeah, I actually don't think I would have picked Germany. I like Brian Ecton, but I would say that I think he has a lot of enemies on his borders, right? I think that AI, yeah, they've gotten out a great relationship, but they've agreed that they don't want German armies in the middle of their business, and there's 4 of them nearby, and they're not happy with it. I think that France will prefer Sabine to Brian, and I expect that English Channel fleet is going to get pulled. As a result, I think that Sabine actually is likely to be able to pull this out from the corner position with a good number of dots and no one pressuring their role, as opposed to Danae, who's still kind of going to find a hard time growing, and Brian, who's feeling a lot of pressure.
All right, Keith, take a look at those adjustments, and then spring of 05.
Spring of 05, Sabine pressures Helgoland to double down on the assault on Germany. France prioritizes defending against Italy, but Italy looks like it takes Spain, which is great for them. They bring in another fleet in Tyrrhenian to try to continue pressuring France. Austria is expanding outwards towards Galicia, covers Greece so it doesn't lose Ionian. Ionian fleet is there to protect both of them, just like Tyrolia was. Italy pulls away from Tyrolia. That way it has something to protect Marseille. I guess there's an understanding that Brian is under assault, so now he has no interest of going to the east whatsoever. And wow.
Turkey
gets into Sevastopol.
It's crazy, right? Because he wouldn't have lost Spain if he had been in Gascony.
Yep. In the fall, Sabine gets into Belgium. That's awesome. Brian's still trying to stay alive. Walks into Paris while France is busy trying to defend from Italy. Italy is pushed out of Spain, but gets into Lyon, so it's going to just increase the pressure even more. I don't know how much France can take. It's not going to survive much longer. Meanwhile, Austria supports back into Tyrolia, going 2 units on Venice again, which is very interesting to me that they just go back and forth like this. But Ionian's going to Aegean, so it doesn't look like it's a stab. I'm not 100% sure. Walks into Constantinople, which is amazing. Austria's game is getting a little bit better. Russia's popping that fleet. I don't know if that it doesn't look like it's arranged because Armenia is supporting it. And then Germany looks like it's moved to Livonia, so I don't know if he's still trying to put pressure on Moscow or not. But the Galicia bounce in Warsaw keeps them from having any pressure in the north there.
Michael Saxton agreeing with you, but your analysis for Austria looking better. Adam, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean I'm mostly upset by that English Channel fleet, right? Because if it were that army in Paris, wouldn't have lost Spain, would have been able to cover the Paris position. May actually really end up defining how many dots Brian has and how Sabine is doing as well. My guess is that move to Livonia is that it's in their position to support an attack on St. Petersburg. I'm betting Brian doesn't care who has it as long as it's not Sabine to help defend his board top, although it's looking more and more like Austria might board top with a guaranteed lock on Venice. So, I mean, up 1 this year to 7, a guaranteed walk to Smyrna and Venice next year brings Austria to 9 with no real pressure incoming except for maybe that army in Romania. Looking good for Danae.
All right. Well, we keep pushing forward into winter of 05. Take a look at those. And Adam, this one goes back to you.
Yeah, so here we are in the spring of 06, that Paris army moving forward and just capturing dots because there's nobody nearby to backfill. Looking pretty good for Brian to get free ones. Meanwhile, Sabine really putting the hurt on Brian Ecton, managing to get an army into Denmark, but losing Holland in the process. wonder if that was a misorder because Belgium should have been supporting Holland instead of moving to Holland. I can't imagine a universe where the thought was that you're moving to Holland. Again, this is the kind of thing that really defines who's going to end up topping a board. Losing an army on the continent for Sabi is a disaster. When they should have happily had a forced attack on Kiel in the fall with 3 units, they will instead have not that. Meanwhile, we see a support attack into Venice and a support attack into Smyrna as predicted. Although there's a bounce in Smyrna, I guess they decided to not do it the safe way. And it looks like, again, the Austria-Russia relationship, right? Holding in despite the fact that Romania could have gone to any number of open dots for one of the board leaders. The fact that AR has had nothing but an outstanding relationship from the absolute get-go is what defines this. It also looks like Brian, having pissed off all of his neighbors, tried to convince Moscow to go to St. Petersburg, but just AR is not having anything other than we're working together, we're recapturing dots. Here we go. So that's the story there. This relationship.
I don't hate Sabi's move. I think Holland had to go to Kiel to ensure Denmark. It is suboptimal losing an army, but once that army is in Denmark, now Sweden can fall because they have 2 on them. So I think it's a good position either way.
I mean, in a game where you only have 4 moves left, do you really need that army? I could have moved to Skagerrak with support from Norway, and I don't know, maybe waited a bit more, but you'd be right. So in the fall, destroys the army in Holland, going backwards. Good on you, Sabi, for managing that. What are the other changes? Livonia gets bounced out of St. Petersburg. Ekton loses Munich. So this is not looking good for Brian. Really just rough situations all around for him. Austria manages to put Russia in Ankara. I guess, on the theory that his 3-dot partner is going to be happy for him to top the board as he's going up to 8 and will be board leader going forward. I guess no, he'll be going up to 9.
So great turn for Austria. And I do have a note from the tournament director that Dana's this is her 10th game ever and first tournament. So good start right now. Winner of 1906, 2 turns left, or 2 years left. I'm sorry, 1 year. 2 turns left, 1 year left. There we go. We got there. So right now, I think the question is, will Dana be able to hold on? And if not, Dana, does Sabi have a chance? Does anyone else have a chance? It's a close game coming into our final turn.
In the spring, we have bouncing St. Petersburg. Sabi's taking Kiel, convoying to London, which puts Paris and Brest as an option for them to grow as well. Austria loses Munich because they had to prioritize keeping Venice. It disbands instead of retreats to Burgundy, which is interesting to me because it's the last year. I wonder if that was a misorder or they tried to retreat somewhere that was not available, because I don't think that you would disband that unit. Meanwhile, taking Smyrna, Russia comes back to Romania, which might be a little bit of a trust issue, thinking that he's going to get stabbed in the last year. So something to look out for that Austria will have to deal with later. But yeah.
That Munich loss is a really big deal because it also guarantees that London, which was friendly convoyed onto Picardy, can now have a free walk to Paris. So Sabi is up. Is currently down 1, but is up Kiel, up Paris, so that's +2, and Austria is already down 1. And +1 Smyrna, so even. So as it is, right, England is sitting on 1 more than Austria for the board top. So a really big deal there that Munich didn't retreat to Burgundy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, predictions for our final turn. Who's gonna top?
unless Russia is willing to throw a unit, which that move to Romania makes me think that that's a bridge too far. I think Sabia's got it with that walk into Paris.
Yeah, I think that there is a possibility that they end up in a tie, only because Ekton still has that unit in Livonia, and he may or may not care who takes St. Petersburg, and England only has one on it. So if Germany and Russia can coordinate over that dot, it is possible that Sabie goes down one in that space. But he's probably pissed that he lost 6 centers in the last year, so we'll see.
So yeah, it looks like Russia wants to maximize their score in the final season. Tries to slide into Serbia. Danae's like, no, I'm going to tap Romania if you do that.
And Brian here says, screw you, Sabie. I would rather kick you out of Kiel and let Danae back into Munich, which is another really big difference in the dot count between the two of them.
Yep, and that makes it so
Austria having the winning because Brian chose, right?
Brian chose.
Which is what happened here. Brian chose Kiel over Munich. And that was the one-way switch that mattered between the two of them.
Well, congratulations, Danae, on big board top here is Austria, 10 centers. Sabia Huja coming in second at 9. Oftentimes, that is what you find is the end of a game of diplomacy, especially one that has a timed, like a known end. It is the jury of your peers who ultimately decides the outcome of that game, and managing those people that you are attacking and building those cross-board relationships can be the difference maker. Those little centers can be the big difference. So well done to Danae, and that will wrap up our coverage for round 1. And I need to apply an update to Dipcast. So while we're doing that, I am going to see if we can play a video here. Ed Sullivan was on scene, and he was able to capture quite a few videos. And unfortunately, due to time, we're not going to be able to get all of them. So we're just going to put in a few. And right now, one that I've got downloaded and working is McPaulus. So we'll see his round 1 interview.
All right, we're in Greece with the Greek. Michalis Kamaritis returns to the homeland. How'd we do?
It was good. It was good. 12 center board top. Very, very hard negotiating. Great alliance with David Wigglesworth in Italy. I was Austria.
How many lies did you tell tonight?
Not very many. Not very many. You know me, Ed. This is not my style.
You don't lie. You don't lie. You don't lie.
I just admit, Adam Silverman was Russia, and it was sort of an air. We killed Turkey quite quickly. The West was quite messy. Adam had a decent jump on England there when he was working with Germany, but Adam messed up, moved the wrong unit to Sev, and couldn't defend St. Petersburg. It cost him the chance to build another fleet in the north, and so AI just looked better than AR, and then I sort of gutted him after that, and worked really well with David to do it, and real hard negotiation at the end to take back Trieste and get the free center gap.
Okay. Well, what's the strategy? Help me to get to the top board. There's so many people here. I don't think I've been to a tournament with so many people.
You're a rival. I'm helping you.
Do I just have to win them all? Is that what I have to do?
I don't know. I don't know what the other scores. I don't know what the other scores are yet. It's like get a good score. Make sure that you don't get killed afterwards, right?
What do you think of the tournament so far? What do you think of Greece? It's great.
Spiros has done such an incredible fucking job. It's like the bar is so high. There will probably be many WDCs before anyone can.
There's water here. There's alcohol here. There's 2 venues. It's amazing.
It's the pre-tournament socials, the work he's put in. I mean, the 2 years traveling around the world, recruiting all of us. I didn't think I was going to be here for most of it, and now even I'm here. Thank you to the Greek embassy, I suppose, and
good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you, and to you.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheers.
All right, that was fun, and I have heard so many good things about how excellent this event was. So right now we're at the end of round one, and with this scoring system, Darcy, I'm going to bring you back in here too. Adam, like you've been in this position before. You've got probably a mix of players where some of them are very like just kind of took it easy, not going to make waves. And then you got other people who went for it and probably have some scores going in, and now they may have a target on their back. What is your approach at this stage, knowing you've got 2 more rounds to go before that all-important cut to that top board?
My strategy in general is to score as many points as I can on every board that I can. I don't ascribe to the play it slow in a 3-round tournament where all 3 scores matter. There are going to be some big scores heading into that last round, and maybe the 4th, 5th, 6th slot might get filled by some people who tried to play it slow. But there's also a really interesting thing that happens at big tournaments like this with information flow, right? You're only a target if everyone knows how well you did. In a tournament of 106 people, there are going to be some people who are doing their best job to keep track of all of the people who topped boards. And there will be, a lot of that information network of people saying, how did you do? How did you do? Did you hear so-and-so? Information sharing. But the vast majority of players are not going to have that at their fingertips. The people who are running the tournaments don't post that information. And you really have to be sitting next to one of 15 sharks if that's going to really matter. And I just don't think it's likely for most players.
Darcy, Keith, what about y'all?
Well, I mean, I was one of the people keeping track of most games at last WDC, and that WDC was won by Gnome, who was one of the people that managed to slip through the cracks of people noticing, right? I remember I was talking with Peter, and it was just after the championship round, and we'd calculated like a few people's scores, and we're like, oh, I think they've won, and then in walks Gnome, who just walks up quietly and is like, I think I might have won, guys. Have you calculated mine? And then me and Peter are like, oh, we forgot about Gnome. So we start calculating Gnomes, and then we slowly realize how close it had been and how he'd just won. So the information flow is really crucial, because if you get pointed out by one of the 15 sharks or something as someone that got a good big top, then that will significantly hamper your potential in the future rounds if you get the wrong board draw. So it can be quite important to just try and lay as low as you can in terms of talking about your games at the socials. Focus on the drinks, focus on the pools, focus on the socials. Don't focus on the diplomacy, focus on everything else.
I agree with that. I think calculating scores is exhausting and usually pretty fruitless unless you know there's a clear leader. Spend your time socializing. You're going to get way more out of that on the board if you actually know people and meet people. So yeah, spend the time having fun, meeting the people, and that'll actually improve your diplomacy more than crunching numbers, I think.
I've seen it go both ways. I have definitely seen some people who thought they had a good sense for it and then just missed out by 1 point. But we've got Jason Gray here saying 7 survivors from 106. You really need at least 2 boards, maybe all 3. And I think that's a really important point. Yes, Darcy, I do also agree, unless one of those is really, really large. But in this scoring system, I'm not an expert on scoring systems by any stretch, but it does seem like it's a little more even than some of the other ones that have huge swings. So I don't know if 1 good score would be enough in this system, but I think 2 would probably get you there. But if it were me, I'd want to do the best I could every game just to remove any of the pressure. And then it's just because then I don't have to worry about it. It's like, well, I did the best that I could and I can go socialize. All right, so I'm going to pull up the leaders. Yes, so all of that talking, Jason, was wrong one. Here we go. Move that, and here we go. So I believe that this is correct, and I want to give this giant caveats. None of the scores here are official, so take all of these with grains of salt. This is the best. We've done our best to try and put this together, and we believe this to be correct. But if something is wrong, the tournament results are official, not anything that we're putting on the board. Coming in to this round at the end of it, we've got Mikalis Kamaridis on top, tied with Robert Schupa and Tianyu Sun at 27 points each. Eddie Burson, Ed Sullivan, Dana Stamataki, and Brandon Austin, and Nicholas Sahuge, Dan Lester, Max Wanji-Rowe Banks, rounding out your top 10. And we'll take a look at our next batch. Dominic Stevens, Dovan Koenig, Andrew Yang, Claire Bradbury, Jake Mannix, Justin Lohr, Sabia Huja, Karthik Konath, Wes Ketchum, Cyril Sivan. And your top 21, or top 30. We've got Nastya Stiles, Tanya Gill, Zoe Cameron, Dave Miletsky, David Wigglesworth, Marcus Edholm, Craig Mayer, Emmett Wainwright, Christopher Ward, and Robert Chatterton. So that sets up our coverage for the next round of the game. So with that, I'm going to pull up round 2, game A. And
I just wanted to add before we jump into this game, there were a lot of really great players that we did not see their names in the top 30. A lot of them, like a Peter McNamara, Jason Masbaum, right? Those people, if they didn't get the top 30, they know that 2 tops and whatever they got is not going to qualify them for the top 7. Those people have shifted into a solo or bust mode, and they are going to be pushing real hard at the rest of their boards for the next 2 rounds. So it'll be really interesting to see as we track forward the change in play style from just a little top or a second is going to be fine to the pushing the foot on the gas pedal that we'll see in some of these next games.
Absolutely. And with this format also having those top the 7 different top boards at the end, if you do care about your placing beyond just the overall win, you've got to qualify to get into the top 49. And so like anything below 49, there's general pool play after that. But yeah, if you want to get within the top 49, you've also got some pressure there as well. So that definitely keeps it dynamic and exciting for even players that may not be pushing for that championship board. So let's transition now over to our next game. All right, and Keith, we're going to give you the break, and Adam, we're going to give you the call, and Darcy, you are on color. Adam, why don't you introduce our players?
Yeah, there's a couple people here I don't know, to be honest, but a few people that I think we've seen. Brandon Austin, obviously well known to the DBNI crowd, great Australian player. Cyril, former world champion. Jason, making not his first presentation to the DBNI, didn't have a super strong round because we didn't see him in the top 30. I don't know these other folks, so it'll be really fascinating to watch them play. Looking to see how it goes.
Yeah, a couple. Darcy, I'll let you fill in some color on a couple of these too.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with the majority of this board. Brandon, I actually live with. He's amazing. I did hear that he had a really tense, grindy first round. So it seems like he's definitely all warmed up and ready for pushing for this top board going into this round. George Mork, lovely guy, really tall, he towers over everyone in negotiations, but he's really nice. He just looks for a bit of fun. Cyril, I mean, if you know diplomacy, you know Cyril, so I'm not going to say too much there. Jason, I mean, he like Adam said, there are some people that are just going to go into solo or bust mindset. That's going to be Jason in this game. And then Max, this is Max's first international tournament, but he won Asia Pacific Championships in 2024. He is constantly at the top of leaderboards in every Australian tournament. He is someone that 17-17 with Tianyu in Melbourne Open this year. He is, and he got ninth. He's ninth already, so he'll be smelling blood as well for another big game here.
Yeah, Max has been to the Super 7 and the DBNI the past 2 years in a row. Was the 2024 season Rookie of the Year, I believe. And we've got Jason Massbaum, who won the DBN Invitational. So he's been a DBNI Diplomat of the Year. So we've got a world champion, a DBNI champion. We've got 2 players that were in last year's Super 7. This is a stacked board. I can't wait to watch it. The good news is I don't have to wait much longer. Oh no, didn't load correctly. So I may not have the orders for this one. So you know what? I'm going to close out. I'm going to see if they load again. And if not, we may pivot to a different game. That would be a horrible teaser.
Brandon is saying that game was not sandboxed. So
okay. So I just
deleted. I was looking to see how they played.
That is a Brian error. There was a group of round 2 games that I picked out that we didn't have the complete sandboxes for, and I just deleted the wrong one, is what that means. So let me go to the correct one.
Well, I mean, I did manage to get a snapshot of the final scores from that game, and that was a shared 11-center top by Brandon and Max, who were playing England and Turkey, which sort of tells you the type of game it was. It was a witches-dominated game, most likely. I did also hear, without being spoiled, that Brandon's first 2 rounds were very grindy, tense negotiations, really had to work for it. So no doubt it would have been a tough game. I mean, we saw the Sharks that were on that board, so no doubt that would have been a very difficult game to navigate. So well done to both Max and Brandon for coming out of that with a top. And considering they were 7th and 9th, an 11-center shared isn't the worst score going into the final round before the top board. So they're still very, very much around that spot, most likely. Whether it's 14th or 10th or 3rd, we don't know, but they will most likely be in and around it going into the final round.
All right. Let's pull up. Sharing my screen again.
It's a shame that board couldn't be sandboxed, because that had quite a few big names on that one that I would have liked to have seen.
All right. Well, we will
and this one's got quite a few big names on it as well.
Wow.
This is a stacked board.
Sadly, 2 people can't solo, so maybe Nicola has to give this one to Peter, who's currently 68th.
Okay, well, setting this one up, Adam, why don't you introduce this group of players?
Yeah, we just watched Jean-Louis play. Clearly a really great player. Zoe Cameron, super successful at DBNI, or in the DBN. Peter McNamara, my opinion, is one of the best players playing in the world today. I mean, has not gotten his flowers, but really is super great. Alex is a good player from Boston. He's got a lot of experience under his belt. I'm glad to see. I actually don't know if this might be his first international tournament. I don't know Kiernan or Konstantinos.
He's from Melbourne. He's okay. Melbourne. I think it's his first international tournament as well.
And lastly, Nicola, who is currently in 8th, and I had picked as my winner. He's 2-time WDC champion and just a really all-around great player. He often likes to target good players on boards. And so it'd be really interesting to see, surrounded by all really great players, how that works out. I do think that the like really sharky people here might be a little bit separate, east and west. So be neat to see how this board works out.
Yeah, Zoe Cameron in I think the past two DBNIs. We've got Peter McNamara, who's two-time DBNI champion, only player to repeat as to win twice in the DBNI. And as you said, Nicolas Sahuge, two-time world champion. Loads of talent on this one as well. So we will get right to it. And I think, Adam, I'm going to let you take it away.
Let's see what's interesting. Kieran in Italy has a super fascinating opening, supporting to Tuscany and moving to Trinity Sea. I don't know what that's for. Making Austria feel comfortable and saying I'm just going to go get Tunis and see how the board shakes out. Everything else here is pretty boring. I don't see anything that deviates from the norm here. Fall 1901, France supports Eddie to Belgium. So it looks like some early Zoe, Peter McNamara coordination. The two of them do play in DBNI together a lot. And I think as two Australians, there are 4 Australians on this board, right?
There's 3 Australians. All of them are from Melbourne.
So, I mean, you've got people who know each other well. Maybe Alex might be a little SOL here in Germany. It'll be interesting to see. And that's a super anti-Russian coordination here between Jean-Louis and Nicolas Sahuge. I'm wondering if they're the ones speaking French at the board, and that's going to create some kind of relationship between the two of them. Nicolas is French-speaking. I think he's actually French and lives in Quebec. And I'm going to guess from that name that Jean-Louis is French-speaking. And maybe based in Europe because I haven't seen them in any local tournaments here in North America.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made, and I think Canberra might have something to say for it, but that Melbourne might have the deepest talent pool out of any city in the world right now, and you travel all across the globe just to have to fight the same people that you play with all the time. So I've seen it work out where sometimes those players want to work together, and other times they're like, hell no, I'm not working with that person again. Let's find someone new. So we'll see. That'll be a storyline I'm watching. Winner of 1901, got take a look at these adjustments. And Darcy, anything stand out to you?
I mean, the 2 fleet builds from Peter is whoa. If you're fighting Germany, 2 fleets is not how I do it tactically, but I mean, Peter's Peter, so maybe he knows what he's doing. But I mean, 2 fleets is a bit crazy, and then the fleet in Trieste as well definitely shows that AT is at least what Jean-Louis wants. Meanwhile, we have an army in Con showing that Nicolas doesn't necessarily want to be fighting Italy out of the gate here.
Do we think that this could be a Western triple? Why would you want to move to Belgium and then build 2 fleets?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why Peter would do 2 fleet builds otherwise.
Yeah,
I mean, the only other direction would be if it's anti-English, and if there was any kind of heads up that you had a fleet in Trieste, that sure makes it more tempting, even if that was the original plan, to make a pivot there.
Fleet Trieste is a fascinatingly wonderful build. I love it. I don't know, Jean-Louis, if you're watching, man, I love you for it.
All right, so we see Fleet Trieste does nothing, which is slightly more frustrating for seeing a fleet build. Elsewhere, we see Peter does decide to still be going in on Germany, who seemed to think that it was a Western triple, moving into Silesia and Bohemia respectively. Elsewhere, the AT fails to get into Sev for now, but has a guarantee on it in fall. And it looks very much like Italy is going to be going in, rightfully so, on the Austrian after they had built Fleet Trieste. In fall, we see Peter, I accidentally blew up Army Belgium. That's such a shame, as he gets into Belgium with German support. And meanwhile, Peter, whilst taking that support, also supports Italy into Munich, which will help slow down the AT definitely. So Peter isn't waiting to upset any potential allies and is just going for it. Meanwhile, the AT does get into Sevastopol now, trading Romania for Sevastopol between Austria and Turkey. And the correct guess is made between Tyrrhenian and Tunis, with Denmark being taken by Zoe as well in the north. There's the Army Paris build finally. Army London as well shows that there isn't too much upsetting happening over the blow up in Belgium.
I think Peter McNamara is already playing a really beautiful game here. Clearly knowing how far he can push his neighbors without totally burning bridges. Being able to pop that army in Belgium and keep Zoe Cameron on side, I think is just a masterful moment of diplomacy, which needs to be called out. And he had this great flexibility to use those 3 fleets going north, but because Zoe's still on side, he goes south, seeing that fleet from Smyrna coming and saying, look, long term, if I want to top this board, I can't have this AT jamming up those Italian dots. I've got to get down there. I've got to make sure that I'm going to be the one to beat to the punch. And so he intentionally blunts any opportunity he has on Zoe, slows himself down potentially against Alex Maslow as well, and goes down to what he sees as the dominant alliance that is wrapping up the East super quickly. And so I think from a board perspective, Peter McNamara got the Palantir looking in. No, Palantir does look into the future. What is the crystal ball that looks into the future, or whatever he's got that allows him to really make sure that he's responding to board dynamics in a way that is not just about immediate gain. All that being said, we can talk about the immediate gain pieces. Ionian goes to Apulia. It's probably not where I would have gone, particularly because if he was getting kicked out, he was going to make it to Tunis and could have found some sort of maybe permanent dot there. Apulia does potentially help given the Adriatic Trieste moves, but given that it wasn't combined with the move to Tyrolia, I don't know what I guess it'll be 3-on-2, so maybe he gets an Italian dot here. Sev moves out to Ukraine, blows up a Russian unit, and they move forward the Armenian unit as well. That AT looks like it's really going to cook. I know that the dot count is relatively low and will remain behind Jean-Louis, but this is just a great position for Nicolas Sahuguet, getting his pieces out and about, really out of the box and flexing here. So,
I mean, Bulgaria to Serbia is very curious.
That looks coordinated to me. I mean,
it's coordinated, but whether or not it's what should be happening.
I mean, if you are a master of diplomacy, like
yeah, I mean,
if you're Nicola, that's exactly what's supposed to be happening.
Not only is he going to take Sev off of the Austrian, now he's going to take Trieste off of the Austrian too. And the Austrians losing Greece for reasons that I don't super understand. Aegean probably should have covered it. Maybe with a self-bounce, I don't know. So, Italy is now down Tunis, down Venice, down Munich, down 3, up Greece. So that position is going to be a total mess. Austria loses Greece, loses Sevastopol, is up 1, so we'll be pulling a unit. That position is going to be super weak. Nicola is blowing.
No, they got Moscow and Venice.
Oh, Moscow. I apologize. I missed Moscow. So we'll be even, but the pieces are separated now. On the west, you've got Peter McNamara moving forward like crazy, right? Tunis, Piedmont, Munich. I would not have expected nearly that amount. And at the same time, Zoe Cameron is getting Kiel, is getting Holland. So huge gains for the EF as well. Just crazy amounts of momentum. And I do think that the AT EF alliance is gonna have a lot to say to each other over the next coming game years.
In our last game, or the last round, we saw a lot of very methodical play between alliances. In this game, we're seeing the opposite. We've got a couple of very strong players who are just like putting the foot on the gas, saying, let's go and come at me. Like there's an attitude in games that especially like in like you don't want to get to be that early leader and people like bounce you back and like nibble away and balance of power, which I'm a big fan of. I think that's a great way to play. But as David Hood always says, that's a way to play. And another way to play is just exactly what we're seeing here. Let's just go.
Well, this is also a 1909 game, right? And so given that the next round is 1908, this is the round, if you're going to try for a solo, that you want to really make sure you have that in opportunity.
And another thing I like to point out is I feel like a lot of this board at the moment is centered around the Peter versus Nicola momentum battle. And I think that's really good for Zoe, who gets to sort of play with the periphery sort of players in terms of their status in this game, with the Russian, with the German, and gets to focus on quite 3 easy dots in Berlin, Sweden, and St. Petersburg, and can do it very much under the radar as Peter worries more about trying to outrace Nicola. So I think this puts Zoe in quite a good position diplomatically and positionally on the board. So
I also really like Zoe's build. Zoe has 2 armies already well ensconced on the continent, where France only has 3. And when England gets control over the middle of the board with those armies, those dots that are easy for them to pick up to get to a strong position on the coast, they can always get to those later. But really being able to hold the middle of the board provides so much flexibility in the late game. And I think Zoe does have a lot of explosive opportunities for growth.
All right, we see Eddie gets convoyed into Norway. Denmark goes to Baltic, which will confirm Berlin in fall. Meanwhile, we see Nicola continues to move everything forward, full steam ahead, moves into Moscow, moves into Galicia, gets into Bulgaria, gets into Tyrolia, and has now cut some sort of deal with the Italian as well to try and get them into Tunis, which, even though it didn't work, is a sign that Nicola is definitely looking at slowing down Peter in the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, Peter does a bit of alliance hygiene by moving Belgium to Picardy, trying to stabilize his Western game. At the same time, he moves Piedmont into Tuscany, Burgundy into Marseille, getting ready to fully engage in the Mediterranean, which could start to stalemate very soon if they're not too careful. All right, in 4, we do indeed see Alex Maslow's game end. Sorry that you had to be put next to a Peter that needed a big score, as well as 2 Melbourne people. That is just tough luck in a 106-player tournament. As Warsaw is taken by Austria and Turkey, Zoe takes Berlin at the same time as foregoing Sweden and support holding St. Pete to sort of show and give a Janissary deal for Russia, which is crucial to slow down Nicola in particular. Talking about Nicola, also goes up Greece this turn, meaning that Nicola is +2 as Adriatic and Albania bounce Trieste, which is absolutely magnificent for Nicola's game here. Meanwhile, Peter makes slow progress getting into Tyrrhenian Sea at the same time as support holding Rome, which is another good move here by Nicola. Meanwhile, he moves into not by Nicola, by Peter. Meanwhile, Peter also moves into Piedmont, getting ready to angle around Venice. And Austria is going up +1 here. Nicola is going up +2. And however, Peter has to stay the same.
Austria's going up 2, I think. Warsaw.
No, they're losing Moscow.
Oh, losing Moscow. Yeah, okay.
All right, well, it's who do you like time, and I've got an obvious choice. Adam, you get to go first.
I mean, I think that the board top here is based on how strong is your ally between Peter and Nicola. I think the English player is a lot stronger than the Austrian player. I don't think that Nicola has any enemies on the board. I have to pick the Turk in this position. I think Zoe has probably my second favorite position, but never, ever, ever count Peter McNamara out. He'd be my third.
Darcy?
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to how responsive will Jean-Louis be to Nicolas potentially going for the rest of the Balkan states. If Jean-Louis turns around and says, no, screw you, Nicolas, you've stabbed me here after I trusted you this whole game, then that allows Peter and Zoe to really put some pressure on this board. And especially because it's a 1909 game, Nicolas will have to time this really well. And I mean, it's Nicolas, so he probably will time it really well. But if he doesn't, I do think I'll have to go for Zoe here, who has 2 centers in pocket in St. Petersburg and Sweden, I'm pretty sure. And Belgium isn't too far away from being a guarantee either. So Zoe is on a provisional 11 in my head. I do have Nicolas on sitting at around 12 in my head, but this could definitely be either Zoe, Peter, or Nicolas' game. So we're yet to see.
Well, it is definitely a 3-horse race in winter of 1904 with Nicolas Sahugay at 9 and a tie for 8 with Zoe Cameron, Peter McNamara, spring of 1905. Adam.
I mean, Jean-Louis and Nicolas still working well together, hand in hand, supporting Galicia forward, despite the fact that Bulgaria is going to Trieste. No one's making a move, or Serbia, no one's making a move to Trieste. Good for Nicolas, keeping everyone on side. He's got 3 fleets, plus the friendly Austrian fleet at 4 versus the 3 French fleets. Continue to like his position. Italy works with the French to destroy a fleet in Naples. I do think that does matter, and it'll be interesting to see how that loss of a fleet plays out for AT. Meanwhile, you have a convoy from Edda to Denmark. That fleet in London still holding, or Army in London still holding, fleet in Brest still holding. I think Zoe and Peter communicating to each other that I'm here to work with you. I'm here to continue moving forward, but I am not totally open for the stab. I think, fall 1905. Good game, Kieran. Looks like you are all out. Nicolas pushed forward into Naples and manages to retain Ionian. That is a really big deal. Grows without needing to pick up off the Austrian. Meanwhile, Zoe Cameron picks up Warsaw, continuing to work as noted with the Russian Janissary, and really big deal for managing that stalemate line. A lot of continued pressure over Munich, convoy to Holland, move out to the Atlantic Ocean. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for everybody.
Just one tactical note here, which I think is one misstep by Zoe, is not convoying, I think, into Prussia here and putting the fleet into Prussia instead is a mistake, I think, here if you want the long-term safety of Warsaw.
I think I agree with that, but I'm betting that Zoe feels that their path to the top board is actually through Peter's dots and not through Warsaw, in which case having the army in Holland is significantly more important, because now there's Army Holland, Army Kiel. I don't care about St. Petersburg. I don't care about Warsaw and Moscow. I'm just going to go pick up 3 or 4 of Peter's dots and hope that races me out to the board top. My guess is that's where that move comes from. But I agree. If you are committed to the alliance play, the convoy to Prussia is better.
I mean, the issue is there's still 4 years left: 06, 07, 08, 09. Keeping Warsaw, or at least getting a dot out of that for the next few years, is more of a nuisance to Nicolas than anything, and trying to pose an obstacle to Nicolas, because Warsaw's now going to get piffed here, right? Like this, it just seems like a small waste of a potential turn here. But I mean, we'll have to see. Well, Warsaw isn't piffed as Warsaw is put into Moscow, as there is indeed movement of the English armies into Berlin and Kiel now, centering away from Belgium. Meanwhile, it's bad news for Peter in the south, as he gets Rome piffed by Nicolas, as Nicolas goes up into Rome and backfills Warsaw. So even though he's losing Moscow for now, Nicolas is still +1 for the turn. So this is still a board top threat here. for Nicola against Zoe, but it looks more and more like it's a 2-horse race between Zoe and Nicola. Going into fall, we see Moscow hold successfully, meaning that Zoe stays holding on 9. However, Nicola does good alliance hygiene here by giving Naples to Austria, which is necessary for the fleets, as Nicola instead prioritizes getting into Tyrrhenian Sea, which is another tactical loss here by Peter, which has got to be rough and crushing, especially with Peter needing a board top in this round. But yeah, I mean, meanwhile, everything sort of holds in the West as we get ready to see when will Zoe stab.
You have to imagine Peter McNamara's position here is just so frustrating because he can't offer anything more to Zoe than he's already offered her. You can't offer anything to Nicola. You can't, am I going to get out of your way and give you more dots? It's not going to help me get to the board top. There's very little he can do. There's no maneuvering space for that position. And it's just a question of how quickly the other two go.
It's another good sign that the army was put into Vienna, not into Budapest, meaning Trieste can stay sitting in Trieste.
I have to imagine if I'm Jean-Louis at this point, I'm thinking to myself, look, I have a good ally, someone who's treated me well all game. How mad am I going to be at 5 centers that they're the one who's topping the board, right? Leave me alive as best you can, pick up a dot or two if you need to, but you don't need to. So let me keep working with you. But okay, so spring 1907, not a lot of movement in the east, although we do see a destroyed army in Silesia. It may or may not matter around that stalemate line. Vienna makes it into Tyrolia, another pushback for Peter McNamara. This is trading positions, but I can't really see it mattering so much at this point. Stability around Tyrrhenian Sea and the dots there means not much changing.
I mean, another little side note here is, game over.
Sorry. Go ahead, finish. But yeah.
Another little side note here is, if the game had continued at least, is Greece to Albania to go to Adriatic is literally only ever to be stabbing Austria. There is little need for that fleet to be in Adriatic. So, I mean, I guess, if we're just talking about if you want to get better tactically and strategically as a players, you have to be questioning and blocking your allies from making moves like this, which can only inherently be anti-you, because there's really no reason to be going there.
But again, I don't think Jean-Louis cares because they know that they're getting 4th. And at this point, what's one more center?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're content with Nicola. I know we need to move on, but we're getting a game end here, and I think that the position bears us out. I'm a little surprised that Zoe didn't go for it. To be honest, I don't know where they are in the overall standings. But
I think Zoe was like 20 something.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're 20th in your rankings and you want to make that top board, it's unclear whether a second place here is as good as a first place. And I do think that Zoe had some play to potentially better their position. Although, if you back off and you stab Peter, Nicola also blows up. So it's unclear whether it would have worked.
I guess the thought process here in terms of maximizing score is, if you stab Peter or you stab Russia, all this does is Nicola grabs Vienna, Budapest, Serbia, and still beats you out.
Well, I argue that you could take Sweden and St. Petersburg giving up Moscow, right? Norway supports Moscow to St. Petersburg in the fall, Baltic to Sweden. You go up 2, Nicola gets Moscow, goes up 1, and you're tied, right? And then you say, let's call the board on the board top tie.
And then make him veto and stab.
Yeah. And then you say, I call for the draw vote. There's a veto. Maybe Austria turns around, and that could significantly change the board dynamic. They had 4 game years left to play. So how we could have seen it go, it's not how it went. But really great, really well played game by a lot of people. I thought there was just a great, Zoe being patient when they needed to be patient. Peter pushing the gas and really understanding board dynamics where it needed to be. Nicola getting aggressive, which is not his usual. He's a much more balanced of power player than that, but really serving him well this game.
I mean, we were talking about people that are going for history here. Nicolas on the edge of a top board now for his third WDC title. Wants to be on the same spot as Cyril and Goffey, so that's one to look out for heading into round 3 and potentially the top board if he makes it.
All right, well, let's do one more in round 2, and we're gonna give Adam the break. We're gonna bring in Keith back. Welcome back, Keith. That was a really fun one to me because it was such a different style compared to the other games that we've seen so far. And I think the timing could be a big part in that. Keith, anything stand out to you?
Oh, the names in this one.
Yeah, Nikolai in Worlds came up to me and said, I hear you're a good Turkish player. And I never played Turkey for him to see in that, but I saw him play it in Worlds and it was pretty amazing. And that game was still amazing. So he is an amazing Turkish player.
All right, well, let's transition to our next game. And yes, these players. Darcy, why don't you call us out?
Okay, so we have Alexander Styles in Austria, who I think played the London Open just a few weeks ago. Then we have, the rest of this board is who's who of diplomacy in England. And in England, we have Micah, finished first in DBNI rankings, won practically, I think, every single tournament like she played last season, like amazing. Justin Law, the VDL god in France. In Germany, we have Ed Sullivan, who, along with David Miller, seems to be dominating the North American circuit at the moment. In Italy, we have Dave Maletsky with his big sombrero, all the way from Mars, hobby legend at this point. Jake Mannix, who I've met Jake. He's a lovely guy. I think we saw in the statistics as well, he's all been in and around a WDC win in the past. So in 13th place, he's still looking for, he's looking to replicate that and just go that step further. And then in Turkey, we have EDC champion, European champion, Tanya Gill, currently residing in Switzerland, who is another big name, North American champion, European champion. Will she become world champion?
Yeah, just an amazing cast on this one, and we'll get right to it. No more preamble needed. And Darcy, take it away.
All right, in the West, it is possibly the most standard, boring opening, coming from 3 very unique, interesting players. So shame on you, Ed, Micah, and Justin. In the East, meanwhile, we have, again, a lot more standard play, except there is a Piedmont bounce, which is unique. So shout out Dave and Justin for making a little bit more interesting of Spring 01. All right, in 4, we see Maletsky heads up into Tyrolia, backfilling Venice. However, that is not the big news to take from this, as we see Tanya walks into Serbia and backfills Bulgaria. So the European North American champion off to a heater at the moment, as it looks like Jake and Tanya working in lockstep as Jake walks into Galicia as well. This is a rough start for Alex. Meanwhile, in the West, we see Ed and Micah working together around Belgium, so it could be a potential EG on the cards here, but definitely looking at the high-tempo RT opening at the moment.
I feel really bad for Alexander. It's like he got dropped in as Austria, and he is into this tank of sharks.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can just imagine the reaction to the board call when people were listening when this one was called out, because 106 people and Alex has to get the board with a
This
bunch
lot.
of sharks. Yeah.
It's so rough.
Oh,
Budapest Falls, Greece Falls, and Trieste Falls. Alexander is down to Vienna. Dave comes back to Ionian, I guess just to make sure that the RT doesn't get ideas of pushing any further. Justin doing some interesting pivoting. He's pulling fully away from EG and positioning more on Italy, thinking that they might come into the West. Unfortunately, that just lets him lose all the position towards Micah and Ed. And those are two people you do not want to lose position to at all. Ed bounces in the Black Sea, keeping Jake honest, and looks like the North is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Ed and Micah could work well together in this one, at least for a while.
Going into the fall, Justin defends fairly well, still goes into the Western Med, even under pressure. Guess he needs another enemy. Piedmont goes to Tyrolia, which is very interesting. Without being in Burgundy, I don't know what that's going to do for him, other than continue to overextend. Germany gets into Sweden with help from Micah, and it looks like that Russia is taking Vienna, and Turkey has decided that they don't need Italy, and they're going to put Austria back in. If there's a fleet there, it's not going to bother them whatsoever. Builds look fairly normal. Going forward.
Right.
Oh, yeah, too.
In Spring 03, we see Justin miss out on every guess as Brest and Marseille fall, which is huge news for the EG, which really needed to keep up momentum-wise with the RT. So well done there by Micah and Ed. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be an alliance of Micah and Ed, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Jake sneaks into black, which is curious if it is agreed or not. I would assume not, but I mean, it might be. Meanwhile, Tanya makes positions to get around Trieste, and Russia starts to head towards the line. And in 4, we see that it wasn't agreed. Jake stabbing Tanya here, which is a very bold move to make when the EG is wrapping up France, as Jake moves Vienna to Budapest, Budapest to Rum, Rum to Armenia, meaning that Ankara is guaranteed in spring of next year. Meanwhile, it seems like there has been some sort of agreement get made between EG and R, as St. Pete is not threatened at all, and Bohemia had walked back to Munich in spring and stays out of the East for now. However, Justin does take back Marseille, so Ed isn't building, with Micah going +1 out of Brest, so there will be a disband for Justin.
This is not the kind of stab that will show up in a score sheet, but this is the best stab that I've seen so far this game. I love the position that this sets Jake up for. And Darcy, you called it. It's kind of risky and like to make this move when you've got an EG that's working so well together. But I mean, this is a question of timing. Like, is this the right time, the only time perhaps to make this kind of move? This is the kind of move that could pay off big, or it could result in a big, like it's a go big or go home kind of thing.
Well, if any country can do it, it is Turkey. And I guess the issue was if Jake didn't make the move now, then he's locked in to this alliance with Tanya, and he will be the one that loses centers to the EG, not Tanya. So I don't hate it from Jake in a WDC setting where it's a go big or go home sort of position here. especially with Jake in 13th place heading into this game. He's sensing the pulse of the tournament and knows if he gets a good score here, he's in the top board, or at least in with a really good shot at the top board. So I think this is a good decision by Jake that you wouldn't potentially see in many other tournaments get made.
It was definitely a good negotiation here because, like you said, he would have been locked in, and by negotiating with EG, they're more likely to leave you alone because they can get 2 or 3 dots from you, where Turkey gets the rest. Most of their growth is from each other. So going in the spring, Jake actually puts them in St. Petersburg, which means that no army can push forward. I guess that's the tax for peace. They'll probably be forced disbanding Bothnia in the fall, I would assume, and they'll probably roll south after that. Jake gets into Serbia and Ankara. It's not looking good for Tanya. Meanwhile, Miletsky takes the last Austrian center in Trieste and is pushing into Ionia and putting more pressure on Tanya as well. So Jake is not alone in the east. Meanwhile, in the west, we have Ed getting into Paris and Justin slipping into Irish, trying to cause as much chaos as he can. Hopefully they could pull back, but I don't think any of his taps are succeeding. They're just pressuring his core, and it's not looking very good for him either. Going into the fall, he comes back because the army is there, although he had a free walk into Liverpool. That's unfortunate. Burgundy is lost, which means Marseille is soon to fall after. Russia is holding Trieste. Looks like all the gains are solid. They walk into Armenia, and Micah convoys into Norway. I don't know if that's to pressure Russia later or get better position on Ed.
I mean, so the issue with the deal Jake has made is he made the deal with Micah and Ed. Micah and Ed both will want big tops in this game. Ed's 5th. If Ed gets a big top here, Ed probably gets on the top board. So the issue you have is they're not going to blow up Bothnia. That's a useless unit for Russia. They'll keep Bothnia on that board, meaning that they can't get an extra army down to fight the EG. And they're going to move in and convoy into Norway to go after Russia when Russia's winning so successfully against Tanya. So that's sort of the issue is you cut this deal with players that aren't going to make a mistake when it comes to threat perception.
Unless you make a deal with England, maybe? I feel like
Perhaps.
England would be the easier one to flip than Germany.
Yeah, Ed needs a corner, and right now he doesn't have one.
Oh, we didn't play Who Do You Like? So we'll do that real quick. Darcy?
I like Jake even after saying all that because E and G will both want the top and they both can't get the top. So there will be some infighting at some point between Ed and Micah, and I think that will leave Jake with the position and the time necessary to taking this top.
I would agree with the Jake decision because he probably has David and his choice in the West. But barring that one, I would say Micah. Micah's got a good position on Ed, and if Jake has any pressure at all later on, that could give her the ability to squeeze this one out.
And Chris Kelly agreeing with that assessment. And spring of 05. Back to you, Darcy.
Okay, yep. Well, we see Ed give a roll of the dice around when Micah will and won't stab. Moving into Prussia and Silesia here, banking on a potential walk into Warsaw, which he doesn't have, as Galicia is moved into successfully sniffing out Ed's potential move on Warsaw here. So that's more good play from Jake. Meanwhile, we see a failure to crack Gascony, which is frustrating for the EG as Justin manages to hold strong for now, especially as Jake continues to make gains by taking Bulgaria and will, I presume, be able to take Con and Smyrna in the not too distant future, which puts him in a very nice position to top this board. Yeah.
I'm concerned here that EG is falling apart because Brest did not support Paris here. And it actually, Picardy tried to walk in behind. So it'll be interesting what's going on there. Because they could have gave Ed position there.
I think it's a missed guess. All right, in full, we see another failed guess around Marseille, which has got to hurt for Ed. As Justin shows, maybe you shouldn't have attacked me because I'm going to be quite frustrating to kick out. It certainly doesn't help that Micah isn't pushing for Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which we see a potential deal being made between Justin and Micah as Justin's support holds Brest, potentially suggesting that Justin's getting Micah on side somehow. Meanwhile, we see Dave. I mean, Dave's done quite well here to give himself a position in this game, moving into Lyon and Piedmont to angle around Marseille for himself, and doesn't allow Jake further growth around Tanya by not moving in to Greece or Aegean or Eastern. So it seems still like this is Jake's to lose, especially with this inefficiency between Micah and Ed, which, I mean, you got to say, they're both top 4 seeds in DBNI and 2 of the most informed players in the world. And this lack of movement and lack of ability to crack France has got to be a mistake somewhere in diplomacy or tactically.
I would be so mad if I was Ed right now. Because he could have had a lot, but he's been stalled.
Yeah, he could have Marseille. He could have Marseille by now. He probably could have been pushing better on Warsaw if Micah had put the army into St. Petersburg, right? Like, this has been quite potentially purposeful, inefficient play by Micah to slow down Ed. But the problem is there's a 2-center gap between Micah and Jake, and that isn't going to be slowing down with Tanya disbanding more and more.
I think Micah's position here is to try to get David more builds so he can balance out the East. It's more important than giving Ed. But here in the spring, we see Ed's now concerned about a stab, tries to cover as much as he can. He covers Denmark. Micah finally puts him into Gascony, but says, I'm taking Paris as the tax. So she's definitely driving, unfortunately. Ed walks into Vienna, which Jake is now pivoting full south to defend against. Tanya loses Constantinople, and Moetsky comes down into Albania. Wow. Micah convoys another army into Norway and slides over to Finland, getting position on Sweden, I guess. Another double bounce in Denmark. Looks like no progress for Ed in France at all.
Such a frustrating game for Ed here,
So
who was probably assuming he'd get support into Spain, doesn't get the support into Spain. Micah has refused to fight Jake properly and is now angling around Sweden. Holland's hanging in the breeze, had to give up Paris to Micah. Like, this has just got to be constant pain for Ed. I know for a fact he would have wanted a drink after this game because this is quite frustrating to watch from a German perspective here.
And Tanya's taken out.
Yes, good game, Tanya.
All right, spring of 1907. We've got probably no more than 2 game years left and 4 turns. We've got Jake Mannix topping the board with a 10 center Russia, which, as David Hood will be quick to tell you, that's probably like 7 or 8 like everyone else. So by that math, we've got almost a 3-way or 4-way tie for the board top right now, with 8 center Micah Blom and 7 centers for Dave Maletsky and Ed Sullivan. Spring of 1907, Darcy.
So the issue with Micah's decision to most likely be stabbing Ed instead is a potential stab on Ed means that Ed's just going to walk back to defend his things, and it's just going to allow so much space for Jake. Furthermore, Jake tries to get into St. Petersburg here, meaning that Micah has to defend St. Petersburg instead of any potential offensive moves against Ed. Furthermore, Jake and Ed seem to have come to some sort of agreement with Vienna getting supported into Trieste here, which is, again, only good news for Jake, who will now be able to just probably backfill Vienna quite easily. And furthermore, it seems like Ed's frustration at Dave has meant that he's probably going to lose Marseille to either the French or to Ed as well. And it just seems like this is Jake's to lose from here, with Greece likely to fall soon and potentially Venice as well. Well, there's the stab, which Jake agrees to doing on Ed, which is surprising, as Finland is into Sweden with support from Bothnia. Holland is convoyed into. However, Ed does see it coming and takes Paris back from England. So this is actually staying the same center count-wise for Ed, showing that, the stab was either done too late by Micah or shouldn't have happened in the first place, because Ed sniffed this one out quite well. Meanwhile, we saw Jake incorrectly misordered around taking Vienna, which has got to be a punch to the gut here for both Micah and Jake. And Jake does take Greece, so Jake is still going up 1. So this is still Jake's to lose.
Going into the spring, Jake takes St. Petersburg because Ed's like, you stabbed me, I'm going to make sure that you lose. Jake runs to the line, takes Trieste, gets better position. Well, he doesn't backfill Budapest. Smyrna into Armenia. Let's see. Ed falls into Picardy, comes into Ruhr. Ed's really decided that Micah does not deserve to win, and he's going to let Jake do whatever he wants. Disbands Trieste. This force disbanded. So, yeah.
I was questioning that decision to help your rival to attack. Well, the answer is, if you think that the person that the person attacking is going to be more mad at is your rival. So that's a good read by Jake, if that's the decision making that went into that. But yeah, it's clear that Ed is blaming his ally more than his competition, and that's definitely in favor, so much so that I'm going to just kind of push through here, because I think that this is probably a done deal. Yep. So spring of 1909, 13 center top by Jake Mannix. I think that's the highest score that we've seen in this tournament so far, of the games that we've covered at least. 28 points, dominant play. Darcy, how do you do it?
He did it by that deal that he cut with Ed and Micah, knowing that they will have some infighting at some point. To stab Tanya was excellent, risky, but strategic play, and that really propelled him into a position to top this board. I think it was aided by a lack of EG trust, specifically with Micah to Ed. I think if Micah had put an army into St. Petersburg when Ed had pushed to the line against Russia, this could have had a different result. But I mean, this is how it goes when there's a lot of top players on the same board. Like, they'll be constantly trying to outdo the other, and it will result in some self-sabotage like this. So well done for Jake for cutting the right deals and for reading the board correctly.
I think Jake did a great job doing ally trading.
I'm going to welcome Adam back.
He kept,
well done.
he kept his allies on side.
I'm sorry, Keith. I've got some like.
Am I back? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's me, Keith. You go ahead.
I think Jake did a good job trading allies. So when he was done with Tanya, he pulled in Dave, and when he was done with Dave, he pulled in Ed, and it was just perfectly timed every time, and it couldn't have gone better.
All right. Well, we've got this was from round 1, but we do have an interview with Jake, and I'm going to go ahead and bring that on stage now.
Hey, welcome to Greece, round 1. We've got Jake Mannix, and I just know him as Peter. Peter from New York. This is what that's what I know.
That's me.
What's your last name?
Peter Cook. Peter Cook.
Peter Cook. All right, you're in Greece. How'd we do? Team do the American contingent.
I catch. That's good, right? Yeah.
Look, this is our 250th year as a country. And all you did was capture another country?
Yeah.
Peter, how'd we do?
We came in third.
We
is survival. Yes. We. Yeah, but it was a very fun game.
Why come to Greece? I'm serious. To play a board game?
Yeah.
Why do it?
With all these cool people. The game is superfluous. It's like a thing you do when you're here to hang out with cool people.
You really think that?
Totally. 100%.
Okay.
Like, I love the people, really. That's why I come.
They love you.
That's a question. I would like them to love me.
I know who people like. They like Peter.
They do. They love Peter. He is a sweetheart.
But Jake comes in first and Peter comes in third. So we got to work on this. We got to find the happy medium.
Okay, so Peter. Sometimes though, I think you might be too nice for diplomacy. But do you go when you go to bed at night?
True.
Do you feel good about yourself?
When I can stop my racing thoughts, yeah, I feel okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, can I answer your question? Yeah, I came here.
It's usually just about my questions and not the answers, but if you want to answer, you can go.
This getting this hobby and playing this game has been one of the happier things of the last few years of my life. And this game challenges me to stretch both mentally and also to be more assertive in my life, and I think it's a good exercise in that way. And I've met a lot of great people, such as Jake and such as you, Ed.
Self-improvement.
Yes.
If we're not trying to improve ourselves, what are we?
Yeah.
So it separates us.
And I think it's a game which sort of forces you to think about the world, sort of in your own place in the world, and what to ask for what you want, and to try, to not
advocate for yourself.
Exactly.
Like we tell our children, advocate for yourself.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. You guys are not European.
No.
You hang on there, Devon. You guys are not European, but we got this common clock. We got this stuff we don't do in America. How do you feel about it?
It was super hard, actually. Super hard.
Super hard.
Super hard. It was like difficult. My brain does not operate on time-limited grounds. I'm an American-style player who wants to just grind and fight, and it's an endurance event, and you will make it through the night no matter what.
I'm going all night. You're not getting rid of me.
Oh, you're not getting rid of me.
I'm making this draw.
Exactly. That's my mindset. And here I'm like, it's 1907. I'm going to be done. And it was actually really hard, frankly. It was all balance of power play on my board, and I'm like, I was expecting that coming to Greece because I know a lot of people here like that kind of style play, and yet I do not know how to do it. I topped my board though, so apparently I didn't do it too bad, but it was just super frustrating.
Yeah, I struggled with it, but it's sort of on theme, even though I didn't like it. it was a useful exercise.
I think it's a good skill to have.
Oh, totally.
It forced me to make decisions, and even though they didn't all work out great, I definitely made decisions in that game, and I had to make them fast.
Yep.
And so it's all growthful.
Not only is the common clock difficult, but there's no order writing phase like we have in America.
Yeah.
You better get those orders in when time is. I mean, we saw a lot of pressure, a lot of people miss, or not just Americans, everybody. It forces you to go quick.
Yeah.
Peter, last thing, why don't you give a promo for the Diplo Rats?
I would love to. Okay, so Diplo Rats is the New York City local hobby. We've been around for about 3 years now, and we are hosting our first tournament this July. I believe the dates are July 9th to 11th. Let me make
the week
sure
after July 4th.
Huh?
The week after July 4th.
That's right. It's the weekend after July 4th. We're going to be doing 3 rounds in Brooklyn. We have a lot of local players there, and we're hoping to bring in folks from wherever they want to come in from, but particularly any folks who are on the Eastern Seaboard who want to spend a weekend playing diplomacy in a beautiful Shakespeare theater, which is where I work, and which is hosted in Brooklyn.
Come, I might do this. This
exactly.
Is great. I got tons of Alaska miles. I should do it.
Come, yeah. It's going to be a very classy event and a very fun event and a very social event. And we're really excited to be hosting our first one. We hope it's the first of many.
Well, Cedric and Johnny both told me that they've raised enough money that the winner gets Hamilton tickets.
That is correct. He said suggestively. Yeah, but please come. It'll be a great time.
All right. I just love the energy of a WDC and just great group of people. That was obviously from round 1. So we saw an adaptation in style from Jake in round 2, but definitely wanted to get that one in. And Adam, I think you got a slight update.
Yeah, I did want to clarify as a New York local. It is actually from the 10th to 12th of July. It's a Friday to a Sunday. You want to play with me? Come on out. That'll be a really good time.
Time's different in Europe, so time zone conversions, all that, it's hard. But yeah, thank you for that correction. And yeah, it's great to see a tournament in New York City again. All right, well, we will continue our coverage with round 3. And I believe
Can we see the standings?
Yeah, let's do our standings before we do that. So bring that up right now.
I want to know how my mate Tianyu did. Come on.
All right. Well, that is the question on your mind and the mind of others, I'm sure. And the answer is... Here is our...
No, he's not in the top 10. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Claire, second. Let's go. Brandon and Max with that shared 11 center top that we didn't get to see the board for was enough to put them into 3rd and 5th. So it's a sign that you don't necessarily need 3 big tops to make this top board most likely. You probably only need like another any decent second or shared first would probably be enough for Brandon or Max to make it here. But I mean, that top board looks stellar.
It'll be really interesting to see how close the 11 to 30s are to this 34 to 44 score. Because if there's a really big drop off versus if everyone's really tightly packed in. Also worth noting that Wes Ketchum and Conrad Woodring making a showing there in the top 10 for the first time.
Yep, and here's our next 10 players. So we can see that that's actually pretty tight clustering. So definitely anybody in the top 20 is in contention still, I think. And then
so the 20th had 25.9 and McCarless was 7th on 36.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an 11-point gap between 20th and 7th, which is definitely something that can be overcome.
And there's a couple names here worth noting, right? You got Craig Mayer, Ruben Sanchez, Brown, returning champion, and even in the last 10 as well, there were a few people.
You got Katie in 2017.
Oh yeah, well. Katie Gray. So sorry, Katie, but yeah,
it's okay. I got you, Katie.
Yeah, so I mean, just taking a look here, I'm guessing most of these players are probably not in contention for that top board, but they're going to be playing for that cut. is that top 49 is there's a cut there if you're going to play for one of those top boards in round 4. And then checking in on a couple of our stories, called out Noam Brown as defending world champion. We'll need a good score in order to qualify. So definitely in the danger zone, but
He's
not
12 points out of the top 7 at the moment. No.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to assume that those people are also playing and going to score something. So
Yeah.
you need a 20-pointer or something like that really to guarantee your placement.
Yep. And then here we've got Bradley Grace, who we talked about earlier. We saw Ed and Tianyu here, Zoe. So, and then if we come back to our top currently, Nicolas Sahuge, assuming doesn't have. Yep. So Nicolas Sahuge, we talked about as one of our top 3, or could potentially become a 3rd-time world champion, looking in position, assuming they don't have a really bad score. Mikalis Kamaridis right on the bubble. And
I would like to point out we have a majority Australian-New Zealand top board as of the end of round 2, with Dominic Stevens from New Zealand, Max from Australia, Brandon from Australia, Claire from Australia. So just saying, WDC 2028, you're going to come down here and you're going to meet a hell lot more of these top quality Aussie players. So
I think you're scaring people off a little bit there, Darcy. I think you're selling it the wrong way.
Australian met a little bit closer.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was good. I will just do another quick plug and reminder. If you're enjoying this, please like and subscribe to the broadcast. Your thumbs up does help the algorithm share this game that we love so much. And man, these have been good ones. This is a great broadcast to share with others. With that, let's transition over. Looks like
I'm sitting out
this one. Darcy, you're sitting on this one. So we will give you that break and let's get to our 3rd round of games. Which would be awesome if I actually clicked on the right one. So apologize for that. I need to get to, I wrote the wrong one in my running order again. Okay, so we're doing this one.
Brian, I'm really glad you let me cast this game because I have a lot of really close friends on this board.
Well, we're doing. Oh. All right. So make sure that's right.
Oh no. My friends have disappeared.
No friends for you.
Yeah. Sorry. Yep. Okay, yep, this is the right one. So we are doing round 3, game 9. Sorry, Adam. Keith, you've got the lead on this one, and let's go ahead.
Oh, my arch nemesis, Stephen Hogue. Let's go. All right, 1901, standard opening from England, Germany, and an interesting hold in Marseille from France. Looks like we have a triathlon going again and a bounce in the black. Going into fall, France gets into Belgium. England gets bounced out of Belgium. Meanwhile, Denmark bounces Russia, which is interesting to me because usually that's pro-England, but the denial of Belgium is not. Meanwhile, Austria does not look like it's helping. Oh, wait. Okay. So Mikalis goes into Greece, breaks support from Serbia, and gets support. So it looks like there's an IT. Mikalis loves a Kraken. And, yep, that's what we got. In the winter, France picks up 3 builds, drops 2 fleets. Germany builds pretty standardly, and Turkey builds the army, signaling he wants the IT.
Yeah, so this is shaping up to be a pretty interesting board, and I also love the IT. So hoping that this works out. Can't actually see those moves there around Bulgaria, but it looks like it's Serbia moving into Bulgaria with 2 supports. So Austria back on side while getting its fleet pipped. I have to imagine that fleet destruction is arranged. And Stephen Hoog's just saying, look, guys, maybe you want to work with me, as seeing the IT writing on the wall, which is probably a good decision for him. Really freeing up McCullough, which I imagine is going to be a big part of the tempo of this game. Watching this go, where EG will be pressuring Alex Maslow. McCullough will not face the same type of pressure. Meanwhile, France trying to move, but I got to say the Kiel to Helgoland is not what I would have expected here. I would have expected Kiel to Baltic to follow up that bounce in Sweden. Trying to figure out what that alliance structure is. Is this an FG now that's coming up to pressure Alex? That might be what we're looking at. So let's take a look at that fall. Yeah, but not committed to. I don't know about Gavin. Like, Gavin didn't really think through those moves. Like, he put 2 pieces on the North Sea, but then didn't have a coverage for Denmark. So I think if he had thought that through better, might have been able to get that flex forward. Alex convoys to Norway and swings his fleets around to protect against Liverpool in the English Channel. Meanwhile, Shane really committing hard to the north there. McCullough gets some tempo there by getting Vienna. Meanwhile, no one decides that they want to work with Stephen for very long, and McCullough supports Jack Johns back out into Bulgaria. Meanwhile, Ankara goes back to Armenia. Looks like everyone wants to be McCullough's friends there in the east. Alex Maslow picks up Sweden. Good for you, getting extra builds. And as we move into the winter, it's an army for Jack. Makes sense if you want to work with McCullough. It's an extra fleet and an army for McCullough. He can do whatever he wants. Alex Maslow commits to that fleet north coast St. Petersburg, which I think is him trying to communicate he wants to work with Gavin Atkinson there in the Germany position. And given how under siege Alex is, I think it's a good position, right? I think he'll be able to pick up that dot in the long run.
And Shane's got a Clyde convoy. Yeah. All right. Shane does convoy into Clyde easily, uncontested. While Gavin takes North Sea, putting the pressure on Alex, he is completely surrounded. Alex Maslow takes Norway, but the retreat to Finland makes it problematic to see what he has to cover, so it's going to be more of a guess. Let's see. McCullough takes Budapest and puts Jack into Serbia.
I will bet $10 to anyone watching the stream that Jack Johns does not build off of Serbia with 3 Italian armies surrounding it.
Italy may have, or Turkey may have run his usefulness out at this point. We'll see. You're right.
0 chance.
So Serbia goes down. Fortunate retreat into Romania, because they put Romania into Bulgaria. So McCullough has switched over to Alex, having the better position. And Gavin walks into Belgium, and actually supported by Picardy. So I guess they're trying to do a unit shuffle to try to hold the line. That's what I'm assuming.
But Gavin comes up aces here, right? He's up 3?
Yeah, he's Sweden, Belgium, and London, and Shane's going up Liverpool. Or he's flat because he lost Belgium. That's interesting. Why would he give that up? Oh.
So here in 1904, we have McCullough working with Alex Maslow, pushing him into Romania. McCullough continues to do whatever he wants on this board, right? Walks into Constantinople, walks into Eastern Med, just, no one even trying to do anything to stop him. Meanwhile, Gavin runs in on Alex Maslow in the hardest way possible, decides that he doesn't really want Belgium, doesn't want to fight Shane, just, you know what, I'm going to go pressure the Russian. This might have been a move to me that would have made a lot of sense if there was like a Mid Atlantic Ocean, Western Med, Brest, Mid Atlantic Ocean combination. But without that, it's looking not the best from my point of view.
I agree. I think France will come back behind afterwards.
Shane picks up Eddie, holds Belgium. Doesn't look like Gavin's that mad about it because he orders Belgium hold. Support for Belgium holds. Repositioning up in the north against Alex, continues. Meanwhile, Alex picks up Romania while Michalis continues to move forward and holds Constantinople. So Shane growing, Michalis growing, Alex growing, Gavin staying the same. It's going to be pretty hard to. Well, we're entering 1904, so I'll let you ask the question, Brian.
Well, I'm gonna ask it slightly different. I think it's a hard argument to make that it's not one of Michalis or Shane. I think it's most likely. I think we'd all agree Michalis is probably in the better position. So the question is, if not one of those two, is there anyone else that has a meaningful chance? Or are we in a two-horse race?
I think that if Gavin and Alex work it out and decide they're going to work together pretty well for the next 2 game years, and if Shane and Michalis throw all their pieces at each other, there is a chance that one of them could come out in this. I don't see any likelihood that Sweden, Bothnia, Livonia, Silesia units are moving in the other direction, even with Shane being happy. I just don't see the diplomacy working out on that, and that Alex doesn't lose a ton in the south to Michalis while that happens. And I think we would have seen Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille if Shane was going south. But that's the way it would work out if either Gavin or Alex would have a shot here.
Yeah. Keith.
Yeah, between Shane and Michalis, there's no pressure at all. There's no conflict. So it's just all tempo for them. And I think it's going to put Alex and Gavin on the back foot the entire time to play defensively. It's just who loses the dots faster. And I think with 3 fleets and 4 armies, Michalis just has that leverage that will take it faster.
So where's the pivot point? Is it Germany? Is it Russia? Like which could be the person that decides the winner between Shane and Michalis?
I think I would argue that it's already been Russia, and he's already made the decision. Mm-hmm. Russia has 2 northern dots, Norway, St. Petersburg, but he's got 3 units up there. And, Gavin has sort of pivoted as well. He's decided, I'm not going to defend against Shane. So, there's just so much action up there, and it's hard to see how Michalis couldn't run in on Alex's dots if he wants to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's push forward.
Gavin's dots are in the core are just as easily for Italy to access as France. So,
yeah,
or at least defend. So I think Shane can be slowed down a lot more.
Keith, this one's back to you.
Okay. Shane's going into Barents. He's going to try to ensure that he has some play in the north. He wants some of those Russian dots, or at least protect Russia. We'll find out what the answer is. England supports London into North Sea, so it looks like FG is still working together. Pivots away from Munich, so no growth in Germany for France. Goes to Mid-Atlantic, which seems a little bit slow if he's actually worried about Michalis. Meanwhile, Michalis is still not messing with Russia. He is still focused on getting the easy dots in Turkey and seeing how the balance in the West is going to maintain. St. Petersburg falls to Gavin. And that's it. Going into the fall, we have Norway coming back with multiple supports, causing a double retreat and an explosion in Livonia. Meanwhile, Michalis says now is time to stab. He walks into Bulgaria. He walks into Romania. He puts Gavin into Warsaw to make sure that Alex is crippled enough where he can take up the remaining dots with no pressure. Meanwhile, France is gets convoyed to Norway. and there's a bounce in west. So I'm assuming at this point there might be builds in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, but it's 1 build versus 3 builds.
Oh,
I mean,
Army
this
Paris.
game is even more decided than it was before.
I think Army Paris is a mistake, but
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much there is to cast here other than to say McCallus is looking at this board and saying, okay, I've got 2, 3 in pocket. I'm getting to 15. That's a fine number for me. I made the top board. Can I go to bed? Because I want to be rested for Sunday morning. Yeah. I could have put another fleet down in Rome, but I didn't need to. Let Shane have a big score. Meanwhile, they have a fun convoy from Belgium to St. Petersburg. Not that Norway couldn't have helped, but it's just, or been there instead, but it's just more fun this way. And I think you can tell that the players have decided they know who's going to top.
Yeah, I think so. I think that this one is decided. We're just going to maybe even things out a little bit. Just keep pushing ahead. Yep, there we are. 15 center board top for McCallus Camaridis. Dominating, was on the bubble at 7th. Needed to make sure he made it in, and he did so in a very declarative fashion. So that is a 30-point score, the highest that we've seen so far in this event. Well done. Congratulations, McCallus.
I do wonder whether or not Gavin and Shane and McCallus had a conversation about game end score here. I don't really see a reason why Shane took 3rd instead of Gavin, or Shane took 3rd instead of 2nd, where Gavin was allowed to take 2nd. And I wonder if this was some sort of negotiated solution based on overall tournament placements. My recollection is that Shane was pretty high up in the standings and needed maybe a 2nd place to guarantee top board. So it's really a shock that went through, because I think if they had kept playing, he would have gotten 2nd.
Well, let's take a look after that one game and just see what our standings will look like. And after that, obviously, we'll see the adjustment from McCallus, and he does move into 1st place. So now, just looking at your top 7, Dominique Stevens is the player in 7th, and Gavin. Let's see.
Shane is at 20.
Shane is at 20.
Higher up.
Yep.
I mean, I guess most likely those 8 points didn't matter for Shane, so I take it back.
Yeah, wouldn't have been enough. Yep. Okay. Well, now let's look at our last game in the preliminaries that we're going to cover tonight. And I'm going to give you the break, Keith, and we're going to bring Darcy back on. And Adam, this will be yours to call. Round 3, game 6. Before we present, I'm going to go back to the standings. I want you to look at the players. Let's just see which ones are to keep our eyes on as far as points go. Actually, I think we can just do it here with the place. So you've got.
Well, I'd like to know how far behind Bradley is from the top board, if possible.
Okay.
It would be very impressive if Bradley makes this top board, because he got like a 1 or 2 center score in round 1.
Yep.
So he's on the 2nd page. He's 11th. Okay, so 34 and 7th place is currently like, what? 38. So it's a 4-point gap, but Dominic is in this game, right? So it's about a 5-point gap. So Bradley can easily make it in, but Dominic's going to want to get the top just as badly as Bradley.
Yep. So what we're looking at is 2 players playing in the same game that have the opportunity to decide their place. The other players unlikely to qualify for that top board, but do remember that there are positions underneath for those other top boards that would be played in round 4 as well. So it's not pure competition on this board only. There's other factors going into play on top of the normal factors that you have within a game of diplomacy. So lots of negotiation to be had here as we go into the last game of the preliminaries that we'll be covering tonight, round 3, game 6. Adam Siegel.
Spring 1901. What is interesting here? A very strong opening by the Turk against the Russian. It is not common to see Ankh to Black and Smyrna to Armenia. So fascinating. It looks like a bounce in Trieste as well, with a DMZ in Galicia, which is another interesting thing. I wonder if this is telling us that Austria-Russia might be working well together, while Italy-Turkey might be working well together. Meanwhile, in the West, I'm super bored, so we should go on to the fall. We have a situation where EG makes that supported move for Yorkshire to Belgium. So maybe some EG working together. Denmark doesn't bounce Sweden, so maybe there's some friendliness to the French there. We'll see. Ukraine was going to support Sevastopol to Romania, but didn't. My guess is that Tom Garrity made a misorder here on this turn, which would have guaranteed him a build, but it looks like it held accidentally. I think that is certainly going to define a lot, because Turkey is now going to get the Black Sea. Turkey is going to get Romania, and I think that's going to really change the tempo here. AI seems to have at least agreed to not mess with each other in the fall. So it'll be interesting to see these builds. Fleet Constantinople. I approve of that choice. I think that it's flexible and says I'm open to having conversations on this season. An army, I think, would have been a little bit less flexible, but would have secured some control over the Balkans. I think the double fleet build from London and Liverpool, I think, is certainly sending some of that message. And Fleet Brest and Fleet Kiel. So the West is heating up and looking to be quite the fight.
Yeah,
this
Ryan.
has got to be painful for Dominic, who is 7th going into was 6th going into this round if we forget about McAllister's game, and he's now getting EG'd. It's got to sting. Like, this would not be fun to deal with.
And you have to look at this moment, right, where he could have chosen an army in Marseille to support Burgundy to hold. He doesn't lose it, but then he's got 2 fleets dropping down in Irish and English that he couldn't do anything against. Instead, here he maybe has some diplomatic play to defend English Channel or Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but now he's going to lose Burgundy here in the spring, and that's going to be all Christopher Ward needs to keep pushing through for the rest of eternity.
There we go.
All right, in spring, we see pain gets worse as Venice goes to Piedmont, Tunis goes to Western Med, Burgundy is taken, English is taken, Liverpool moves into North Atlantic Ocean, the EG gets ready to push around Sweden, and the AT, maybe AT, takes Bulgaria and Galicia. Will have a guarantee on Sev if it is indeed an AT in fall.
I think it's an AT.
I'm still not sure that it's an AT, as Romania gets taken by Galicia. Bulgaria holds when Con moved to Bulgaria, so perhaps there was meant to be something else happen here. And we see Italy does a little bit of everything. Tries to take Spain, Marseille, but also moves to Eastern Med, moves away from Trieste, showing that it's at least an AI. Meanwhile, the EG takes Sweden and St. Petersburg, and gets into Picardy but cannot get into Burgundy, as there was a little bit of a scare that Holland would be walked into instead. So a little bit of mistrust between the EG at the moment, which will give Dominic some hope. But, I mean, at the moment, it looks like the AI is really kicking off, and the EG.
Yeah, so Russia pulls the fleet in Skagerrak, which makes sense, but that allows EG a lot more freedom and flexibility. Brian commits by building another fleet in Liverpool. Army in Kiel is interesting. I would have thought that it would have been Berlin. There's going to be some race here against those big armies in the middle for Austria, they're going to have a lot of freedom to figure out where they're going to go. And I think that Bradley Grace's decision here over the next couple seasons is certainly what I'll be watching, right? Is he going to go? Yeah, there it is. So down to the Aegean in conjunction with Italy. Looks like it'll be pressuring on the Turk in conjunction maybe with the Russian. I don't really know because they're working together this season, but he's also walking up to Warsaw. So maybe he just wants to have his cake and eat it too. Germany turns around on England. Dominic breathes a sigh of relief as they piff the army in Belgium, and Denmark walks into the North Sea. I have to imagine that Ryan is in panic mode as there is a guaranteed loss on Edinburgh. You have to hope that it's not going to be with an army because you're going to kick him out, but it's an ugly situation there for Ryan as well. Yeah, still not great as Dominic has to continue to defend Marseille and Spain at the same time from an opportunistic Alex.
This has got to be an excellent turn for Dominic, who doesn't necessarily need a top to make the top board. So he's still definitely well within a chance of it, even if he only gets a second place here.
I agree it's good for Dominic, but I actually think the person it's even better for is Bradley Grace, who doesn't have to worry about any pressure in the middle of the board, and he still has a bunch of people next to him seeming to be willing to work with him. The Russian is in conjunction, the Italian's in conjunction, and he's got Turkish dots to pick up. I think it's a good position for the Austrians.
I mean, yeah, this is exactly what Bradley needs to get on the top board himself. Off to a killer start. Germany's now going to be moving armies onto the English mainland. The French are still dealing with the Italian and the English fleets. Turkey's about to be on 3. Russia's on 3. This game is Bradley's at the moment.
Yeah, agree.
This is your turn still.
I think I'm on the fall. So England does kick him out of the North Sea, but he doesn't care because he's retreating there to a dot. So Germany will be up 2. Good turn for Christopher Ward, don't get me wrong. It looks like there's some mistrust here between Bradley and Alex, in which Bradley does go for Venice, but that doesn't work out. I wonder if there was supposed to be an arranged bounce, and Alex was like, screw you, I don't want this anymore. But there is coordination there in Smyrna, so they don't get it, but they are there working together. Given that Serbia moved forward to Bulgaria, I do see that they should be able to get that next year. Tom will be building, so that's news out of the Russian player. And probably more bad news for the English player. This alliance dynamic continues to be really interesting. When you watch Dominic redeploy and move his pieces around, you have to ask yourself, what does Dominic see as his growth strategy, right? He needs a second, third, a good result. I don't think he's probably thinking about top at this point, but he's saying, who am I going to work with, and how am I going to work with them to give myself a good position? And I think what I see here is I want to be with Ryan. He's the next weakest person next to me. I want to potentially be getting growth out of Christopher or Alex based on where they're going to be feeling pressure from a growing Austria in the mid game. So, potentially setting up to balance there. I think those moves are really interesting.
Yeah, I think Dominic wants Belgium and then potentially builds a third fleet to hit the Med with.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I don't think he's going to get it though.
All right, we see no attempt on Belgium, as it seems like there's some sort of agreement between Chris and Dominic, as Dominic instead decides to push into English Channel here, which is still ambiguous in terms of if it is to attack Ryan or to attack Christopher. Meanwhile, Wardy takes Warsaw. However, if he keeps it, is not as certain. Elsewhere, Bradley gets into Smyrna here with support from Italy. Don't ask me how he managed to get Italy to support him into Smyrna, but he has. So good diplomatic work there from Bradley. Meanwhile, we see Ryan retakes Edinburgh. However, there is a retreat to Clyde. Wales will cover Clyde potentially getting into Liverpool. So we should be seeing Ryan retake the homeland. I would like to point out that Bradley won the London Open off the back of a final round Austria game, which he really dominated the sort of positioning and diplomacy of the game, and that was only a few weeks ago. So this is exactly the sort of situation that Bradley has been playing over the last month or so. So this is going exactly the same way that game did, and exactly he hopes to get the same tournament win result that he got in London.
I wanted to add that I'm very confused by Christopher Ward's builds and moves in these last 2 seasons. By not putting into Ruhr and knowing that English Channel will get taken, he's guaranteed to lose Belgium now to the French. By building in Berlin and not building in Kiel with the fleet, he is giving up the opportunity to potentially save that unit in Edinburgh and keep pressure on the North Sea, not covering Denmark. And by retreating to Clyde and not to Yorkshire, he's moving himself farther away from his homeland in a way that I don't really see how he's going to be able to bring his pieces back together. So I'm a little confused by his ultimate decision making, and I'm wondering if he's trying to work something out negotiation wise with Ryan, and Ryan is just having none of it.
All right, in 4, we see more confusing play by Wardy as Wardy walks out of Warsaw, meaning that he will be disbanding. Meanwhile, there is no taking of Belgium, which is good news for Wardy, as Dominic instead moves into Irish and convoys into Wales, which is potentially the better long-term strategy here anyway, especially if you're going to be trying to fight potentially fight Bradley, and put some pressure on Bradley. So this could potentially have been a year of diplomatic skill by Wardy to try and better position for the later game. However, in the East, we see the correct defense for Constantinople. So good job there for Turkey fighting his hardest. And we see Alex continue to try and push armies into Tyrolia and Venice, which I'll be curious to know if that is against Austria, which I assume it must be, but Eastmed's holding Smyrna, so I'm not exactly sure what's happening there.
That relationship confuses me as well.
All right, time for Who Do You Like? Adam, your call. You get first pick.
I've been saying for some time that I like Bradley Grace's position here. The diplomatic position confuses me more. So I'm not really sure. I think he has a friend in Tom at the moment. Easy to be friends with Russia when you already have Romania. And Alex did not only convoy him to Smyrna, but support him to hold there. So I have to assume that there's some goodwill with Alex as well, with at least 1 or 2 dots there for him to pick up in Constantinople and Ankara. So I like his position. I think that Christopher Ward has the next best position, but he's just got a lot of pressure around him, from Tyrolia to a building Austria, to a building Russia, and now has worse position against Ryan in England. So it's hard to see how he can pace out that growth.
From a tournament perspective, I like Dominic as well. I think he has Liverpool and London here before Germany does. Germany has a disband as well, which means that Edinburgh is also potentially on the cards for Dominic. I think he can get a strong second place behind Bradley in this game. It's just going to be whether or not other results from other people in the top 10 fall Dominic's way.
Germany's pull is interesting here.
It's going to be Clyde.
I think Clyde is obvious, but I think Sweden is actually a good argument.
No, I think it'll be Clyde. I like the argument for Sweden, but I think that risks giving too much to Russia.
It is Clyde. And moving into spring of 05.
Ooh.
Yeah, so AI work. I'm sorry, is this my season or your season, Darcy?
Your season.
It's yours.
So I think AI work it out by exchanging Constantinople for Greece, which I'm betting at this point Bradley is happy to do. For a fleet in Greece, what does he care, right? He got 2 armies now in Turkey. yeah, with just great position. And he's moving slowly up on the line, bouncing in Bohemia, keeping people off balance. Dominic Stevens making really great headway by guessing correctly and getting into Liverpool and London. Ryan in position to potentially recapture something, because he'll be in Clyde, Wales, and Yorkshire, but there's some good guesses there in the fall. Again, I think that, as we're heading to the last few years of this game, there's going to be some good relationship management questions, and these players are going to have to figure out how they're going to get other people to agree that they should top the board. And I think right now you're seeing Bradley sort of massage that with Tom and with Alex, where Christopher's just trying desperately to keep up the dot count.
So you're thinking we'll see Bradley maybe support Armenia, Tom's Russian unit in Armenia into Ankara to try and keep him on side, because
I think he will, because I think that the argument is that you take this and then you send that unit north, right? Bradley has that build in pocket later, and where does that pressure go? That pressure goes against Christopher Ward, right? You're doing a great job of helping me pressure the guy who is second on the board. I think he could have gotten a little more goodwill by not bouncing in Bohemia, by supporting himself there. But, what is this small potatoes kind of stuff? What do I know? Apparently, Tom's already fine with Bradley Grace topping the board by agreeing to give him Armenia and chilling where he is. I don't need the build in the north, apparently. Even though your dots are covered and you can't use both builds, we're going to let you have it anyway, Bradley Grace, because we just want to send that message to everyone else that we're chill working with each other. But yeah, I do see some interesting tension here around Tyrolia, which I was not expecting. It looks like maybe Italy might be on side with Germany. This could just be all the excuse that Bradley needs to go pick up Italian dots. Italy's at 4. Bradley's going to be at 10, I guess he'll be 9, right? He's losing Greece, right? So he'll be at 9 with no other nearby enemies to go fight. I guess maybe Alex feels like he's fighting the good fight and balance of power here, trying to work with Christopher. Looking here at the England situation, how does this defense work out? Dominic keeps London. Dominic
and keeps Liverpool with a brace.
I think that's what it is. I just can't see those moves from here.
It's a brace.
It's a brace, yeah.
So
and then the
really,
bounce.
really needed. That's really needed for Dominic picking up 2 this year. If he wants to even have a chance to capture Bradley, it's going to be needed.
But the build here is the question, right? Because if he goes against Christopher, I think that it frees up Bradley to take Russian or Italian dots as he chooses. If he goes into the Mediterranean, I think that it just picks up Bradley's speed of, again, taking Italian or Russian dots as he needs. I think it's going to be really tricky for Dominic to thread the needle on figuring out how he's going to grow from here without giving Bradley more gas as well.
Is it 2 fleets?
I think 2 fleets is the way you thread the needle, because you can put them into Spain and Mal, and that gives you an extra turn to make Bradley make a move.
This is a turn, and remember, we heard earlier, they're playing with the central clock. So for those who have not played with the central clock, that's a whole nother level of stress than you would typically have in a game where you've got dedicated time. With this, you have to put your orders in while the clock is running. You have to write it all, and when that timer hits, if your orders are not in the box, it's an NMR, it doesn't count, and you just keep going. And all of your builds, all your adjustments, all of that are done on that central clock, and it just keeps going. And like that creates such a feeling of stress that kind of builds inside of you. And with this being such an important set of builds, like, oh man, my stress level, like I would be like having heartburn from this position. Like this is a tough set of builds for Dominique. And we get 2 fleets.
There it is.
Wow. All right, so we've got a game. We've got 9 center Bradley Grace, followed by 2 Western powers, 7 center Christopher Ward, 7 center Dominique Stevens. As we go into the back half of this game, we know that these games end in 1908, so we have no more than 4 turns left. This is the last chance for these players to get points. They not only need to top, but they need enough points to guarantee their place.
So the important thing to note here as well is if we were to see where Bradley and Dominic are now, we would know that Bradley is 6 points ahead of Dominic. If Dominic can get within a 1 gap of Bradley, I think Dominic might cover the spread and stay above Bradley in the tournament as well. So that's another thing to watch out for both Bradley and Dominic.
But that's only if they know all of their other scores as well as all the other players and know is in 7th, right? I think that they're probably both just trying to maximize their dot count and their total scores here, not trying to game exactly the number of points.
Well, I don't know if this is going to work, but I am curious. Let's see what it would look like if we see these points right now. So if we were to end at this moment, Bradley Grace would have enough points. So
he would have a 14-point gap over 7th and a 16-point gap over 8th. Dominic would only have a 10-point gap.
So there's so many players who are in Bradley's general point range that he has to be playing for more points than 55.6, right? 21 is a great score. I don't know, maybe he would be happy to take this ending.
All right, spring of 06. This one's you, Darcy.
All right, so we see a bit of maneuvering from Dominic, who potentially has a friend in England, which would be huge in terms of grabbing Edinburgh here. Furthermore, Wardy convoys an army from Holland into Norway, which means Belgium is further hanging, which is another good sign for Dominic here. As Dominic moves into Mid-Atlantic and Spain South Coast with those 2 fleets, potentially it's all going to be dependent on the relationship between Alex and Dominic to see who Alex will defend against, as Bradley is committing to an attack on Italy here by tapping Ionian and moving into Serbia and Bulgaria to take Greece. However, Wardy is providing a bit of a nuisance for Bradley as he takes Bohemia with Italian support, showing that potentially Bradley grabs Greece, and that might be the extent to which he gets out of this, especially if Dominic is on good terms with Alex. So this is getting tighter, especially if he can pick up Eddie and Belgium here, Dominic. And he picks up Edinburgh, doesn't take Belgium yet, which is a good call. Leaving Belgium for later is important to Dominic here. Furthermore, Dominic has Tunis in pocket now as he hammers down into West Med and Tunis. Bradley does take Greece and blows it up, which leaves a little bit of an issue around where is his growth past this, especially with Dominic up to 9 and Bradley on 10. This leaves it quite hanging in the balance going into the final few years, especially with Wardy getting Norway as well, meaning that St. Petersburg is potential in the future. So this is still a really tight race here, especially between Dominic and Wardy. Yes, and it looks like Fleet, as Michael Saxton points out in the comments, a self-bounce in Trieste means that it's likely that we see a Fleet Trieste build here. How's he on 8? What? Oh, because he doesn't have Tunis yet, technically. Okay, sure.
We've got some players in Dip Chat who know what they're talking about. Called that one out perfectly. As we come towards the home stretch, spring of 07.
I think it's interesting that there was an army build in Marseille instead of a fleet build, but maybe he's sort of saying, I got 2 game years, I'm not getting those Italian centers. I might as well just chill where I am and make sure that Christopher doesn't stab me. But I'm wondering, is Dominic saying I'm at 9 here, and then that's it?
Yeah, he'll take Belgium.
Sure.
The issue is Bradley's going to get Sev here because Tom's his working with Tom has led to Tom feeling like Bradley he probably doesn't care if Bradley takes Sev off of him.
Yeah. Although if Bradley here ends on 11 and Dominic ends on 10, it may be enough to guarantee both of them top board anyway.
True.
There's Sev. Belgium's still not taken.
Oh.
What is Ionian written? Support
Ionian supporting Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea.
Oh, Albania convoys.
Yeah, Bradley's got an Italian Janissary now as well.
This game is not. Oh, you know what it is? I'll bet Alex said, "Look, man, I'm going to be here. I'll fight Bradley for you, but you have to leave me alone." And when he lost Tunis, I bet he turned around and said, "Screw you." This is a question of how you manage those relationships, right? And
Bradley's showing he's vastly improved lately in his ability to get people on side as Janissaries, and it was what won him London Open, and it's what's probably won him this game as well.
But it's not only that, right? Because the German pulled off, got skittish because the Russian moved north, which is also probably due to Bradley's great diplomacy in this situation, right? Convincing Tom he needed to go north. Now Germany pulled back, making it harder for Chris to get stabbed by Dominic, and is going to make it much easier for this newly emboldened Austria that will continue to grow over the coming game years, game year singular, to potentially pick up more dots and continue to hold on to that.
And this risks Dominic's top board as well, because he's going to lose Tunis here, and Bradley's going to get the full gap of points.
Lyon pull, which I wouldn't.
Lyon pull is huge.
I probably would have pulled Tuscany in this situation, knowing that I wasn't going to be able to hold Venice anyway. But maybe he thinks the Italian or the French player will help,
which he probably will, he does. Yep. So we see Dominic support hold Venice, which will keep Venice safe. We see him push into Tyrrhenian Sea. However, the big news of this turn is Belgium is no longer going to be a guarantee for Dominic here, as it looks like he's probably left it a turn too late, and Wardy's pulled back to defend completely. So 9 centers looks like it'll probably be the maximum that Dominic will get here. Furthermore, Bradley gets to convoy into Naples, which means I think he has a guarantee on Venice or Rome in 4, or maybe not. And we see Bradley move up towards guaranteeing Warsaw. So this is Bradley's game. It's just about whether or not it's going to be enough for Dominic 9 centers. Mm-hmm. Well, Bradley takes Moscow, takes Venice, holds on to Naples. So he's going up to 14 here. Warsaw is still in pocket. Dominic can't grab Belgium. Wardy grabs St. Petersburg. This is looking like game set.
It's the end last season. This is the end of the game. It's guaranteed to end in 08.
Yeah.
So Bradley Grace, congratulations. 14 centers, 29 points, almost certainly enough to qualify. Big question, Dominic Stevens coming in with a respectable 12. Will that be enough?
I will say that Bradley did thumb his nose a little bit here at Dominic Stevens in the last turn by agreeing to take Moscow and not Warsaw, which was also guaranteed. He gave Christopher Ward St. Petersburg, causing a tie for 9 instead of it being 9 and 8, which I think will decrease.
I think it's a point difference between that. So
that could make a difference between top board and not top board.
That could be the difference, and
yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see where our scores are at this point based on what we've seen, and we've got Michalis Kamaridis in first, Bradley Grace in second, Dominique in third, Jake 4th, Claire 5th, Brandon Austin 6th, Nicholas Sahuke 7th. Now, I'm going to try something here. I haven't done this before. I'm going to see whether or not this works. I'm going to see if I can add in our other games. So first of all, game 1. All right, and this is how it ends.
No one really in contention there.
Yep, and then...
Unless someone solos.
All right.
No change to the top 10?
No change for that one. Then our next one, I don't know if this is changing in real time or if I need to go back. Let's see. I'm going to just go ahead. Looks like I'm going to need to go through all of them. So I'm going to just close out all of these
it's WDC,
games.
it's worth it.
Yep. And okay, I think this is it. Let's see if I show again. Here we go. So this...
Oh,
this is our top 7?
Eddie, Ruben, Jake, Dan.
Yep.
All jump in. Dominic out.
So Dominic missed by 2 points. That one center wouldn't have been enough.
Between St. Petersburg and not St. Petersburg? Poor Dominic's team.
Do we have the? Is that including all of the games? Except the ones that we haven't commentated on yet?
Yep, this is all of the games that I have. So I believe that this is our top 7. And I do want to just take a look at the in-state on a couple of these games. Because
Dan sneaking in out of nowhere. Ruben Sanchez.
Never, ever count Dan Lester out. Man, he's so good at diplomacy.
Yep.
All right, so this was a shared 8 by 3 people. Karthik, Silverman, and
shared 8.
This one was a huge Dan top, going +3 in the final year. That was a well-played game there. Peter was on that board, Craig Mayer, Philip Weiser. That was a board of players as well.
Yeah, this is a good one.
This one was Andrew Yang outdoing my man Tianyu. Unlucky Tianyu. Had a sniffing chance if he had managed to get the top, and it looks like he had a chance in that game.
Don't have the orders
this
for
one.
that
We
one.
see Eddie get a sole top on 9. It would be quite cool to see Eddie win a WDC at this stage. That would be quite crazy.
It looked like this was an EG that Eddie was playing, an alliance game. Would be my guess. It's Eddie's style.
16 center France. Holy moly by Ruben.
31 points.
31 points.
That answers how he got to the top board.
Wow. And this one was 9 centers by Tanya, avenging that last game. Claire getting only 2 in that one. Ed only getting 4. Mate, that had a board with, I think, 3 people in contention, all being Wes, Claire, and Ed. And none of them could make it.
Look at the trajectory on Tanya's score on that game. I would have loved to have watched her play between 1903 and 1907, going up from 5 to 9. It would have been interesting.
And then in this one, we see Patrick Jacobson come out on top over Schuper, who also had a chance to make that top board. And Brandon Austin was on that one as well. So that seems like a tough final game there for those guys. Nicola gets a boring 7-7 shared top, does what he needs to make the top board, not much more.
Wait, but can we talk about how that game was called in 1906? At 7-7-6-6-5.
No, it's 1905. That finished at 1905. They just had to make it to 06 for the draw vote.
Oh my goodness! What happened there?
Nicola,
Western Triple that agreed to call it.
Yeah, Western Triple, Nicola's England in it. This is all he needs for the top board. Everyone else is sort of happy with this. It's probably a miserable.
They just want to go get drinks.
Game.
They're in Greece. The food is good. The wine is good, and Nicola's on the top board, so he's happy.
And I think they're on the beach. Like, I totally get that. And Nicola is one of those players. You said only a handful of players know how many points they need. Nicola is one of those players.
Yeah,
he knows exactly how many he needs. This is when we saw Bradley.
This one was Justin Law gets revenge for that France game. Richard Bolton,
No.
he's someone that's been a real up and comer.
Yes.
In the English scene lately. I've met him. I have good alliances with the guy. He's a great player. That looks like that would have been a really fun board to watch as the two fight for the first. But Katie sitting there in Italy watching as two massive France and Turkeys go at it.
Yeah, what's interesting to me about this one is all the armies from Justin. There's not a lot of fleet power.
Yeah,
there
it must
in
have
the
been an IT.
Yeah.
On this one, we see Phil Johns, who had that good Russia game earlier, get his top. Well done for Phil. Max, who was in contention. Zoe was in contention. None
David
of them.
Wigglesworth also
David.
was on 8 at one point, but failed to capitalize.
This is the McCallus game.
We saw this one. Yeah.
And this one I don't have scores for. Oh, this is round 4. So that one has not been put in. All right. So that wraps up our coverage for our qualifying rounds.
Show us the top board just
we'll
one more time.
show the top players again. Bring that back. Here we go.
So we've got McCallus, Bradley, Dan, all English players. Then we've got North Americans in Nicola, Eddie, Jake. We have French speakers in Nicola and Ruben. This is sadly no Australians, but you see they make up 8, 9, 10, probably 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah,
I would say the vast majority of those players have played on top boards at the WDC before, right? I mean, all 7 of them recently.
I don't think Bradley has. I don't think McCallus has. But the
McCallus and I played together at WDC top board last year.
Oh, the championship round boards. Yeah.
All right, well, let's transition now to our coverage of the championship game of the 2026 DBN, not DBN, World DipCon Championship. All right, welcome to our coverage of the 2026 WDC in Athens. We just went through all of those preliminary rounds, came down to a photo finish at the end. Several players sneaking into our top board, setting that up again. Here's a quick look at your standings. And we're going to go right ahead into some of the media coverage that we have for this. While I'm doing this, getting the files ready, for those of you that have played in this kind of setting, like Adam, you were just talking about last year, what's it like for our players? They've just gone through 3 grueling rounds just to qualify, and now it all comes down to one final game. Put us in their head, help us get inside their heads. How are they feeling?
I know a lot of these players pretty well. I don't know Bradley Grace, but I have been on top boards with a lot of these other folks. Look, man, the energy that morning, right, when people come into the room and you know who's on the top board at WDC, and everyone's like shaking hands and smiling and they're super friendly, but like, everyone's had like a little bit too much caffeine. Everyone's feeling really nervous and it's palpable in the air. And it's just before the game starts, when the powers are called or selected based on how it's done, everyone's like, their leg is bouncing. They're nervous. You can see it in how they're looking at each other. And you get those people who need to go walks and get air. Some people are out like, socializing and trying to think about anything else. Some people are just buried in their phones trying to find any distraction. Other folks are just like sitting in a corner surrounded by their friends, getting that shoulder rub, pep talk like you would before a boxing match. It's, there's just so much excitement. Really nothing like before you get your power on a top board, man. It's such a rush.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to go into the Paris method. Darcy, do you want to just very quickly introduce how that works for players who may not be familiar with that?
Yes. So it starts by from 7th to 1st. So 7th, who would be Dan, picks where they want to go in the order. No one else is there, so Dan just puts his name down. Then as you go up, so Jake would get to pick if he wants to pick below or above Dan. Ruben gets to pick where he wants to go between those two. Eddie gets to pick where he wants to go between those three, and then so on and so forth. The lower you pick in the order, the better your tiebreaker is. And once you've picked the order, then whoever's in first picks what country they want to be, and then it just goes down like that. So you want to get a good balance of country you want versus and a good tiebreaker. So you want to find where you feel comfortable. It also allows the players with the higher ranks to figure out who they want to be next to on the board by allowing them to pick where they want to be in the rank. So it is definitely worth it to try and get one of the higher ranks so that you can pick how your boards are played out before they even start in a sort of way.
And Keith, what are the strategies that you've seen players try and think through in the Paris method selection?
Most people want to drop down to around 4th. It gives them a good selection of powers that they're comfortable with and lets them see where the top seeds are going to land if they don't want to be next to them. Also gives them a decent tiebreaker. Most people don't want to be stuck in Turkey and Austria. So that's usually the best place that you can be. Yeah,
the other approach is to just go as high up as you can and pick France. So
I think Andrew Goff picks as low as he can because he doesn't care. He's good with everything.
Yeah, so. And I think that's a good point. I think Darcy touched on it. But in Paris method, traditionally the tiebreaker is whoever picks their power lowest. And in a game that is time limited, which I believe this one goes to 1910, anything that's time limited that gives you some kind of control over the pacing of the game, and a lot of times that tiebreaker can be impactful. So we've seen recently, I would say over the past 2 or 3 years, in top board coverage we've done here on DBN, where players will intentionally go lower than you would typically see in an event like this, just so they gain some advantage on that tiebreaker.
And on the top board, your scores are usually very, very low. Like 8 could be a win. So
yeah, between 8 to 11 is usually what we've seen on average.
I think that the other thing here is that top boards WDC are often ending by consensus of around people. And so as folks start to phase out of contention, you will see a change in how people play towards I'm playing for me to win the top board, for playing to the person that I want to win the top board. And I think that there amongst these players are varying levels of happiness amongst who else they would be fine with winning. And, you know, that has to do with a lot of the history between these players. Many of these people known each other for 15 or 20 years. Many of these people are drinking buddies, right? Like these folks know each other really well. And I think that we'll have to track these relationships as the game goes, not only from their relationships in the game, but also from their relationships from before this game.
All right. Well, we are lucky enough to have a recording of the Paris method selection. So enough of us yapping, and let's get to the action.
Good. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the of WDC 2026. We are playing for all the marbles. The winner of this board will come in first place and win the World Championship belt and all the associated glory. To clarify, the entire positioning of this board is based on your positioning on this board, right? There's no leapfrogging around for points or anything else. If you come 6th, you're 6th in the tournament, all that kind of thing, right? Just try and come first. It makes it easier. So, I would like to start the Paris method.
No, that's for Dan.
That's for Dan.
Yeah,
even better. Pass it around, yeah. I would like to start the Paris method. Is everybody comfortable with this order? Does anybody see anything they wish to contest about the order of seedings going into
for a
this game?
different order, but are you sure I can't sit out and freeze my position?
No, you cannot. Unfortunately, you cannot. All right, but you can sit out. You can drop to the bottom of the bracket and freeze your position there if you'd like, but no the other way.
The E in Eddie is sloppy.
Okay, well, sorry, Eddie, we're sloppy kind of people here. This is a vibes-based tournament. We're going to start with Dan Lester. Daniel Lester, where would you like to select?
I am the Dan Lester, and that means I shall be both the first and the last, please.
First and last. Thank you very much. Jake Mannix, where would you like to pick?
Oh, I've got to be ahead of Dan.
Head of Dan. Thank you. Ruben Sanchez, we pass the mic. Where would you like to pick?
Yeah, will be before Jake.
Before Jake. Thank you. Eddie Bassan.
Well, technically, I could decide to be between Ruben and Jake.
You can decide anywhere in this order you like.
Okay. I would like to be one above Ruben.
One above Ruben. Thank you. Nicola Sahugay. Thank you very much, Nicola.
I will pick first.
Pick first. Bradley Grace, where would you like to pick?
Let's not be the first to change. I'll go first.
Go first. And Michalis Kamaritis, where would you like to pick?
I will pick third.
After Nicola.
Third after Nicola.
Okay.
Very good. This is the Paris method. We have Bradley picking first, Nicola second, Michalis third, Eddie Bassan fourth, Ruben fifth, Jake sixth, Dan seventh. Reverse order of this is the tie breaks. Bradley, which country would you like to play for this game?
Let's be boring and pick France.
Bradley is picking France. Nicola, what would you like to play?
Give me a second. I will pick Italy.
Italy. Michalis, what would you like to play?
I will pick Germany.
Germany. This has all been messed up, but I think it's Eddie. Eddie next. Who would you like to play?
Germany is... Magic? I'm already wearing it. I'll take England.
Take England.
Have fun in the West.
Thank you. Ruben, who would you like to play?
After all, I own EDI to start.
I will pick Russia.
Ruben is playing Russia. Jake, who would you like to play?
Austria.
Austria, which leaves Dan Lester.
Yeah, I'll pick Turkey.
Thanks very much, everybody. We're going to start the clock very soon. Please mingle. Please try not to talk to each other before we start the clock. Have a fun game.
All right. I love Paris method just from a drama standpoint. You get a little bit of insight into what people are thinking. You get to see some of the emotions that it makes people kind of go through and second guess. Keith, I'm going to go to you first for this one. Any surprises?
I'm surprised not more people dropped down, but I was not surprised that Michalis dropped down. I think he's a very pro at the Paris method. He's done a lot of virtual, and I think that was a smart play by him.
Darcy, anything for you?
Yeah, Michalis loves, like, every time that I'm talking to him in any tournament, he always talks about how, I always go Germany on these top boards and I never win them. I never win them as Germany. And then here he is picking, third? And he picks Germany third when you have England and Russia sitting there. So as much as he likes to downplay his Germany games, he is known as a very, very strong Germany player for a reason. And it doesn't surprise me that he wanted to be next to Bradley either.
Yeah, Germany's been really, really weak in the meta over the past 2 years. I think it's been the weakest performing player or power overall, which is shocking. But it's been on an upswing the past few months, and it's done surprisingly well in top boards recently. So I think that's a smart pick, even though it might be a little unexpected. Adam, was there anyone that you feel like got a good draw out of that?
I think Ruben got the country he wanted. This is his third time playing Russia in a WDC top board situation. I think that Nicola Sahugay got exactly what he wanted. He's well known as an Italy player and has, I believe, one WDC on Italy in the past. I have to say, I think Dan Lester got a surprisingly good draw out of Turkey. not because I think that Turkey is the best player, or the best country for a top board situation, where oftentimes people are happy to kill somebody out of the gate. But there are a lot of balanced power players here. Nikola is one of them. I think that Eddie is one of them. And I think that these are folks who don't want to see people going out early. And I think that it's unlikely there's going to be like a super hard, let's kill Dan Lester out of the gate, maybe control Dan Lester, but kill Dan Lester, maybe not. And I think his positioning is also just fine here.
All right. Well,
I think we should also just point out that Nikola going for the tie for most WDCs, Dan going for 2-time WDC champion. Like Adam just pointed out, Ruben's now 3rd WDC top board. So we got Michalis, who won DBNI, trying to be the first DBNI and WDC winner. So we've got quite a few people chasing quite a big milestone for each of them and for the hobby at large.
All right. Well, now is the time to put your money where your mouth is, and let's make some predictions now that we've seen the Paris method. Keith Worstel, who wins this game? Who becomes the next champion?
So many good players and so many of them that I love, but I'm always impressed by Nikola. Always. I am stunned by what he can do. And he is just so charming in a very straightforward way. So that would definitely be the one I would bet on.
Darcy.
I'm going to pick Bradley. I think there's going to be an FG out the gate against Eddie. I think I played an EDC board with Dan and Nikola on it together. I remember Dan getting very frustrated at Nikola, saying he stabbed him earlier in the tournament. They didn't get on the same page quite a lot in that game. I'm not sure if they've played a game together since then, so that might have been the last game they played with each other. So there might be a little bit of discord between those two. I just think Bradley's done so well lately at managing the smaller powers on a board. And I think he's just a little bit better at that than most people on that board.
Adam?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's people I'm not bullish on. Like Eddie, for example, I disagree. I don't think he gets jumped on. I think that Eddie finds an ally early, but doesn't go in for the kill. Or, Eddie's a pretty affable guy and doesn't like to stab people super hard, even on a top board situation. I think that he finds an ally but doesn't grow as quickly. I think Ruben probably comes out super strong in the early going, blows up and becomes an early target. I think that, again, making predictions out of nowhere. I think Lester probably draws some hate for being the most recent World Diplomacy Championship winner on this board. I think those three are probably the ones that I would say are.
No, Nikola won more recently.
Really? Which year did he win?
2024 Milan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I guess he was 2023 then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but I mean, it's 1 year difference. So they're both going to have a target. So, yeah, I mean, there's no bad choice here. But if you had to pick one, which one would it be, Adam? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Who am I saying? I mean, my first, before we sat down, I said I thought Nikola was going to win it all. So yeah. I'm going to stick with him.
All right. And just so we've got a little larger of a spread, I'm going to say Michalis. He's going to channel his Greek ancestors, and he's going to become our first dual DBNI and WDC champion. For everyone else in chat, we are going to play our some interviews. So you've got until those interviews are over to put in your own predictions. We'd love to see it. Help show off your predictions, be the next Notre Damus, and show up all your analysts to see if we get the commentator curse. And if we do, I apologize to each of the people we picked. With that, let's get to our interviews.
We are here with world champion Dan Lester.
Yeah.
Been second many times.
Yes.
You go to Vermont.
Yeah.
You traveled abroad. And you brought it home.
Sure did.
You got the belt.
Yep. It's my belt.
Your belt.
It'll always be my belt because I had it first.
And now you got on the top board. It was a little bit of a surprise to those of us watching the standings. I didn't actually, you know, I wasn't paying attention. You snuck up there.
Yeah, well, I was playing in the other venue, so the scores got processed last, and I got like a big surge in the last couple of years. So anyone that was trying to do the scores live wouldn't have seen me coming. Had a really poor middle round, completely my own fault. Got out-diplomed by Wes, got out-tacticked by Sabi. So, like, you know, full-on, like, destruction, and I just played the third round for fun, and that's how I play best. I play best when I play for fun. So that's what I'm going to do today.
Do you have any pressure on you?
Absolutely none whatsoever. Zero. I punched a ticket out of nowhere. I'm going to have a brilliant top board experience. It's, you know, it's always fun. It's always going to be dynamic. I'm going to be Turkey, presumably. So, you know, first job, try not to get ahead, right? Second job, who knows?
You know, if I was a world champion at a Mola, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, soon,
but
soon.
if I was, and many times, I would love this position.
Yeah.
You can sell yourself, maybe credibly, as an underdog.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish. Right? What are the chances? As soon as I kind of like smile and say, "Oh, poor little me," like there's enough people on this board that know me. Actually, I know all of the players on this board. I know all the players on this board really well. I mean, you know quite a lot of players through the hobby. That's probably not a surprise. But Jake and I were on the top board in Vancouver in 2007.
Doug Moore.
I should have won that, by the way. I mean, anyone that doesn't know me, well, I should have won all the tournaments that I was in. So, yeah, that's
Same as me.
Surprise. Yeah. But especially that one and all the other ones. Yeah.
Okay. Look, you're known as the Pulitzer Prize winner of diplomacy commentary. I mean, you're eloquent.
Too kind.
You have psychological insight into people.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us how this game is going to go.
Yeah, so it's all about, I think there's going to be 3 incredibly strong players in the West, and I wouldn't be surprised if they, you know, enter a kind of scorpion-like struggle for a long period of time. So my job is to try and, you know, to motivate that not to be a Western triple. Because if that's a Western triple,
on a top board?
I'm dead. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it can happen. Why not?
But if you're Turkey, that might be good for you.
No, because it'll triple motivate air to exist.
Ah, okay.
Right? I want it to be a balance of power board. I want it to be a proper, you know, European board. It's good for me that it's 1910, so hopefully no one will be in a big rush. They won't want to simplify the board too quickly. I've got to play as Turkey. Not especially usual, but I've got to play whole board diplomacy right from the get-go, right? Make sure that everybody knows, you know, the balance of power. Everyone keeps using phrases like balance of power.
You're going to be sort of a prophet. You're going to be explaining the impacts of everything.
What I want to do is try and bring a bit of levity, a bit of lightness to the game as well, because there'll be a lot of stress, right? There's some people who've wanted it for a long time. Yeah, a lot, really long time, waited a long time for this, people who've deserved it. And there's obviously the newer players who are incredibly good, right? And the thing
they're hungry.
They've got a chip on their shoulder, man. Like they need it.
Go
right?
talk to Bradley.
Validation, right? I'm so good, surely, you know, and they think, well, this is my time. And then you've got the key to the game, Eddie Bassana. Right? Eddie Bassana is the key to the game. There's nothing in this game that he hasn't seen.
He is a wild card that everyone realizes.
Yeah. And, you know, I love him, and sometimes he kills me, and sometimes I kill him, and sometimes we work together. So it's not like we have, like, history or anything, because I can't rely on him. You can't rely on anyone on the top board. But what Eddie does and the way that he approaches the game always dictates the games that he is in. Always. He is the guy who beats the drum. It's not going to be me, so I'm going to try and be in tune with that. Whether he's England or he's France, doesn't matter where he is on the board, whether we're close, not close, try and get in rhythm with Eddie and see where that takes us into the mid-game.
Dan Lester, I was actually mesmerized as you were talking here. If you were next to me, we've never been next to each other.
It's true.
But if you were next, I'd just do what you want.
Yeah, well,
I would be your dot farm.
The good news is, you know, I normally like ask other people to tell me what the good moves are because my tactics are so atrocious. So, you know, we could be an amazing.
No one's actually relied on me for tactics. I actually can out Lester you. I just can't do any tactics.
All right.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, it's going to be a tough. We're here with the man who killed my hopes and dreams, but we were allied the whole game. So you can live again. They come here. Last year, you were in that final 21.
Yeah.
And actually, your play crowned the world champion.
Oh.
What you, if you
Yeah.
think about it.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
What you did to Brandon, sorry, Brandon, if
Sorry,
you're calling,
Brandon.
allows Gnome to win.
Oh.
But this year, you're really in the mix.
Yeah,
You're on the top board.
Last one.
It's America. It's the 250th anniversary of our country.
Ooh.
You're representing our country overseas.
Okay.
What are we going to do? You're picking 6. I'm guessing, you're in the East, but I have no idea.
I'll be wherever they put me. So, Dan and I will be whatever the mercy of the board decides to put us somewhere. But of course, Dan and I know each other really well. So what do they want to do? They may pick to separate us apart so that we're not around the same part of the board. But I don't know. I guess we'll see what they do. But I've played with almost everyone on the board. I've not played with I guess I should know it's true. Everyone except for 2. So I haven't played with the other French player,
Ruben.
I've never played with him.
That'll be fun.
That'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It's good, but I'm excited. This is gonna be amazing.
Okay, so is the strategy to ally with Dan if you have a chance?
Strategy is to ally with everybody. I'm everybody's friend.
That's right. Yes.
That's what I do. This is what I do. I'm the friendly guy. I like to make friends and then just hope that it works out because people make someone else sad and then they want to help me because I'm nice.
The difference is that I'm friendly on the board and I'm mean in real life. You're friendly on the board and you're friendly in real life.
I try to be.
Okay, but nice guys.
Yeah, nice guy. This is the thing. Nice guy. Usually this has not worked out well for me. I don't have the killer instinct enough, and
the heart of a champion. You need the heart of a champion.
I need the heart of the champion, and mostly I've been the kind of. I almost didn't make the top board because that last round I actually kind of let things go nice and friendly, and kind of didn't ever stab my allies. Let Eddie get really big, so he gets on the board too, and I kind of just rolled my way. And I was in number 1, and then in number 3, then number 5, number 6. It almost cost me the top board by being too nice in that game.
How many top boards have you been on?
This is my 3rd now.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many WDC final board top 7s?
Well, it was last year was
21.
Not top 7.
We don't count that.
So
this is your only one. How many shots?
No, I came in 2nd in 2007. I was on the top board. Doug Moll's first win was against me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, but
it's been a while. It's 19 years.
It's been 19 years. You're going to wait 19 years to do it again?
Hell no.
Take it today.
I'm going to take it today.
America wants it.
America is going to take it.
You heard it here first. People's choice, Jake Mannix.
Thank you.
We are here with the great Ruben Sanchez. Another top board.
Another one. Yeah.
Another one. You did not. I know he did not think he was making the top board.
Yeah.
This was he had a 3rd round that was quite exciting, but a little bit of a mistake. And he was very upset. And he came to me. He confided in me, and I felt bad. I was like a therapist.
Yeah.
And then
you're right.
And then a miracle. A miracle comes.
It was not expected because I thought that you would need 2 victories to go to top board. The scoring system I was not really under it well, so for me it was a surprise to be on top board this time.
Okay, so there's a show called Game of Thrones, and they say in the show one of the mantras of some of the people are, "What is dead may never die." If they're already dead, if they didn't think they were going to live, they can't be killed. You can't be killed. You thought you were dead. You're here.
Yeah.
This is free. This is all free.
Is free. Yeah, I know. But I made already 6 WDC top board.
6 WDC.
It's 6-1 today. I lost a lot. I know I'm not the best player of the world, that's for sure. I'm not the best at this top board. I'm just here.
Let me tell you about Ruben. He flies under the radar, but he's the honey badger. I don't know if you know the honey badger, the animal that cannot be killed. Snakes, lions, tigers, they can't kill the honey badger. This guy is always trying. Oh, the Milan stuff, so great. He is out there. You are out there, man. You got to play your game.
Yeah, I will.
You're not another person. You're Ruben Sanchez. Go show them who Ruben is, right? If you have to be yourself. Do you think you'll be in the East or the West? You don't care at fifth, maybe both?
By being at the fifth place with the Paris method, I think I will be East. I will have no choice, I guess.
Is there anyone you're trying to avoid?
Austria. I played twice in top board. I don't handle well with Austria. The rest, I have preference. I think it will depend also a lot of who is where. That counts a lot. We'll see. But I think the position of all players will count a lot. We'll see. I mean, I think to have played a few top board now, what is quite important is to make at least to the middle game. To start okay, made it after we'll see. It can be open, but the beginning of the game is very important for me. We'll see.
Ruben, good luck. You are the people's choice. The people are rooting for you.
We'll see. Thanks, Ed, again for yesterday. I was desperate.
You don't even know. He didn't.
I missed the solo.
It's that close. But diplomacy is a game of ups and downs. It's a game of ups and downs.
Correct.
You know, and you're going to do great.
And thanks for all the work you are doing for this community.
Thank you. Eddie, I feel like a prophet. I was talking to you.
Don't do too well.
I feel like a prophet. I was talking to you 2 days ago on this very balcony about how you were going to make the top board. Then I predicted that everyone was going to concede a solo to you.
Well, that would be very nice. The odds are, in all the history of the top boards, there's only been one case where there was a solo, and that was Doc Bender, and it was a lot of machinations and a lot of angst, and so a group decided, hey, you know, if you're not going to end the game now and let Doc win, we're going to force it by throwing the centers to him. And that's, to this day, he is the only one who's ever had a solo in a World DipCon top board.
We love Doc, but it's about you.
Yes.
I tried to point out that maybe this is a hole in your illustrious resume. You denied it.
Well,
you said you were a world champion.
In 1971, yes. But nevertheless, for the modern era, you know, it wouldn't be bad to add it. I mean, after all, I've been the European champion, the Russian champion, the Italian champion, the European champion.
Okay. But are you going to try? Is this sometimes you're going to try? I want. This is what the world wants. The world wants to see you try.
Well, definitely, I will go with my mantra, but at the same time, you know, a concession is not necessarily to a solo, but a concession to a victory is also something that happens. In fact, most, and I will say most, of the top boards I've been on, it actually is an election process. Because at some point in the game, people realize they cannot top this board. And then the question is, well, if I can't top it, who do I want?
You want to be everyone's second choice.
Right.
You want to be...
No, I'm from New York. I want everyone to be first choice. All right. You know, you guys from Texas, you can be the second choice.
That might explain my performances on top boards.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing. You're fourth. You can play in the East, you can play in the West. Do you care about that, or are you looking for players to play with? The other players won't know about this.
All right. My theory on what's called the Paris system is you don't pick the country, you pick your neighbors. Who are the players around you? So going fourth in the middle, all right, I may not get, as far as I'm concerned, the countries are all the same, although I really don't like playing Russia lately, even though I did very well here with Russia. I like the idea of knowing at least where, okay, these two guys are here, and therefore I want to be there or there. So if the issue isn't going first in your choice of countries, you don't want to be last, because the odds are you will wind up with Turkey, which is the least favored of any of the top board choices. Oddly enough, there's a dispute of whether Italy tends to go before, preferred before quite a few other countries.
Okay.
All right.
Are you ready for the time management challenges?
So I'm used to that. I'm used to that.
All right, look. Eddie?
Yeah.
You are the people's choice.
Thank you, people.
This is the people's choice.
Thank you, people. Send in those cards and nickels and dimes. All right. I will notify the federal, the Fair Political Practice, and I have already filed my 401 to start my campaign, so we'll receive donations.
We got to go. You got a game to play.
Yes.
Okay. Just another day at the diplomacy office for Professor Sahu Gay. Look at you. You're 2 for 2 on WC top boards as France. Are you going to get France this time?
I don't think so, but you know, miracles can happen. You know, some people can do dumb mistakes early in the morning, and I can get lucky, but yeah, so probably not.
But you're third place. You don't know if people will drop or not. Below you, you want to play in the East and the West? You can have a pick.
I haven't thought about it, to be honest.
Not even thought about it?
No.
I'm going to give the audience, the vast numbers of our audience, some tips here. Other people are talking to other people. I'm not saying they're metagaming. This man is just talking to a few people. Your fortress of solitude. What do you do? Would you just contemplate? What are you thinking? Or are you just very relaxed?
I don't know. I just arrived Friday morning. I'm tired, so I think saving my mental energy for the game is, you know, I don't want to put bad thoughts or good thoughts or whatever. I've been there before, so I'm not nervous.
You don't feel any pressure?
You know, it's if I can win, I can win. It's great. So of course there is a bit of pressure, but you know, I just want to save the mental energy, and then we'll see how it goes.
So you've given videos on how you balance the other powers. I've listened to that.
Yeah.
We've talked about we've played some alliance play. Are you know, on a board like this, where it's kill or be killed, it's 7 or 8 years, do you have an idea of how you want to play? Are you looking for a friend, or you're just like, no, we'll play like almost a gunboat while we're talking?
Oh no, I mean, if I can get a friend, that's the best. But the thing is, usually people are not really committing to alliances, and what you want is not getting kicked out of the board very quickly, because first you want to enjoy the experience, and then you know, you try to look at what's going on, and then maybe some people are going to be nervous, some people are going to overcommit too early, some people are going to make mistakes because they just want to do something, and then you try to, you know, build your plan around this. But if I can get a friend early, I mean, let's go. And because yeah, in this kind of game, if you can eliminate one of your strategic enemies, then you know you'll be there at the end, and you will have a chance, because people at the end are going to try to balance things out to keep their chances alive. And if you're in the mix of the 2, 3, 4 countries that has a chance, I mean, then it's just working some magic at the end, tactically, diplomatically, trying to. So I think if I'm there in the end, I have a good chance, because I know to close out time-limited games. But you know, it's 6 other players, and they are all very good. So maybe they'll try to eliminate me quickly, or 2 of them on the other side of the board are just going to run the board, and there is nothing you can do. So you know, you just I'll try to stay alive and have a decent position, and then if I see chances, I'll take my chances.
Like you said on another interview, what does the God of Death say? Not today.
Yeah,
today, no death today.
Yeah, but
we're hoping for 3. We're hoping for 3. We're hoping to you know, there's only what, 2 people, Andrew or Cyril?
Yeah. I can be the third. I can be the third. We'll see. You know,
no pressure.
That's why I'm here. But you know, I think there will be other tournaments if I don't make it this time.
Look at this attitude.
I'll try to do my best. And
I'm excited. This man really made me excited about the game. He made me think in a different way. I can't say that people are rooting for you because you've won it twice, but I can tell you, I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, thank you, Ed.
All right, you look great on the camera, Bradley.
Thank you.
Look, you're hot. Just won the London Open. You came into this tournament, but you didn't even want to give an interview after your first round. And then the magic happened. Well, tell us what's going on.
I survived on 1 in round 1. It was a great game. I should have died. It was a lot of fun.
Look.
And then I woke up Saturday and decided, gotta show people who I am.
Let me tell you what, I know how great Bradley is. I've been singing Bradley's praises. I've been your hype man for years. Years. But I also know, even though you come across very competent and you know what you're doing, you're a sensitive soul. You're sensitive, and I know you want this bad.
Just a little bit.
I know you want this bad. Not as bad as I do, but I know you want it bad. You're just better at it than I am. Tell me what you're going to do. Are you going to drop down? Is everything on the table?
I want to play Germany. That was in my mind. It's my favorite country. I want to be comfortable. There's a problem, and I think it would give Nicola France. I think McAllister's going to drop, pick Italy or Russia. If I'm wrong, I'll pick Germany next to McAllister's France. But I think I'm just going to be boring and pick France because I'm not stupid enough to let Nicola play France.
He's won it twice, both times playing France.
Exactly. I saw the Milan, but I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna be boring and take one for the team, pick France, and have fun.
Actually, people don't realize this. Milan 2 years ago, Bradley, he didn't play in that final round. He watched that final round. Other people were playing in the other. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to watch the top board. You're a student of the game, and yet, even though you're a dominating force on the board, maybe a bit of an underdog. You've got Nicola, you've got Dan Lester. They've won the title. You've got DBNI top board winner McAllis.
Everyone on this board's strong. Everyone deserves to be here, and got a 1 in 7 chance of winning.
Look, keep your head in the game, be confident, but not cocky. I think you do just fine, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, here with the #1 seed, the hope of the Greeks.
Yep.
Michalis Kamaritis. You're in Greece. You're in your motherland.
Yep.
You're the #1 seed. Mm-hmm. You've had a great tournament.
It's been pretty good.
You've won top boards. You've won. You might be the first person who could win a DBNI top board and a WDC. Is the pressure overwhelming?
Not really. I mean, I've played a lot of top boards, so by now I learned not to let them faze me, right? If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. But yeah, I've been here before. Sure, it's Worlds, and you definitely want to win it, maybe that little bit more, but you can't let it faze you. If you get too much in your own head about how big it is, you'll play worse.
So, a couple things. One, you're going to drop down.
Yes.
To what position?
Haven't decided that yet.
Okay. You're going to see where everybody else goes. Is there a country you'd like to play on this board?
Not overly.
What about the players? I know no one scares you or anything like that, but what are you? Is anything just in mind that maybe styles don't mix, or you're a little worried?
Not really. I mean, I didn't have a great game with Eddie yesterday, but I feel like that was specific to tournament standings. Eddie was trying to arrange the board against me when I was joint top. I think if he tries to do that on the top board, it's a bit of a fool's game. Everyone has earned their place there, so I'm less concerned he'd do that again. Beyond that, I've played with everyone here at least once and get on with them all.
So one of the things that's impressed me about you is you had this transformation, if you will. You're the caterpillar, and now you're the butterfly.
Sure.
But the way that happened, I think, is you stop trying to control everything on these top boards, and you sort of let it come to you and work with what you're given.
Yeah.
It's I think we're going to see that today. I think it's set up well for you.
I think I'm feeling pretty good. I've been playing pretty well. Yeah, I have more top board experience than some of the other people on this top board, which is an advantage. And
it's the rare case where you may be the underdog.
Yes.
You have a 2-time DC champion. You have Dan Lester, who's a world champion. Who are you? I'm just the online guy. I'm just
Dan has been making a good little campaign to try and position himself as the plucky underdog. I don't think anyone's buying it.
All right, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you.
106 players down to the final 7. It is time for us to begin our coverage of the World Diplomacy Championship game In Athens, spring 1901, Adam Siegel, I'm going to give you the first call. Take it away.
I want to see someone do something interesting. And I don't. Goodness gracious, guys. Bouncing the black, bouncing gal, holding Venice. Paris goes to Picardy, and we can move on to the fall. Okay, here's where we finally get some interesting things. So there's a bounce in Belgium between Eddie and Bradley Grace. A supported move to Holland. No bounce in Sweden. Bounce in Galicia. Bulgaria supports Albania to Greece, but that only means people don't want to do anything crazy at the very beginning. I think the most interesting thing we see here is Seb makes it to the Black Sea. I think Ruben loves to take advantage of situations where he can. He probably heard that Dan was sliding out and then just didn't say anything about not agreeing to go. I can't imagine that Dan Lester is very happy about this, and it is going to be a bone of contention for them for years to come. Other than that, I think everyone's waiting for 1902 to happen, which is, I got to say, not that uncommon on a top board. Yeah. That 1901 is kind of boring. I don't think it is a precursor to a boring game.
Keith, Darcy, anything?
I would generally move Bulgaria to Romania to ensure that they had to use support and black would be empty.
I think Dan's trying to be friends with absolutely everyone in the East to try and avoid an heir. And I think he probably didn't do that move because it's like slightly prickly and a bit cautious. And Dan's just trying to come across as nice, fun, chill. But I don't think it's working out for him so far.
Yeah, it's just also not Ruben's style, right? Like Ruben's not a vibes player.
At a vibes tournament, but he's made it to the top 7, so he's been doing something right. But will it continue to the top where he needs to get to?
The interesting thing here is Eddie is forced to build a fleet in London, which can be a unique excuse for it to then attack Bradley potentially.
All right, well, we do have some sideline coverage, so we will be getting to our sideline team, who's actually on the sideline, which is incredible.
Who's on the sideline team?
We are going to find out together, and before I do that, I did just want to give a shout out to Ed Sullivan for bringing all of those interviews. That adds so much flavor, and just it gives you a good feel for what this tournament was like. I mean, look at that view of the ocean. Like, it was just incredible. So thank you to everybody who did that. And yeah, let's get to our sideline.
1901. What do we got?
So in spring of 1901, I was following the East for a bit, and there was a lot of talk of generalities. People are scared of possibly Nicola and Ruben pairing up, and they're also scared of Michalis and Bradley pairing up in the West. The main aggression that I heard in spring of 01 was coming out of Eddie Bassan. He was telling Nicola that Michalis is going to walk into Burgundy. He was telling Bradley that he had to be in Burgundy. He wanted Belgium for himself. But a lot of other players were just sort of talking in generalities, a bit of keeping things unsure as to what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Eddie was pitching a lot of stuff to Nicola, to Michalis. It doesn't seem like any of them were buying it. One of the lines that I heard, despite all of the FG rumors, is Michalis telling everybody he can that Nicola will never go west to slow down France. So whether that means Michalis will slow down France himself or hope someone else will do it, we'll have to see.
How about the fall?
So the fall, I started to hear something interesting happening in the East. There's a big question about what is Ruben going to do with his fleet in Sevastopol. Both Italy and Turkey are pitching a three-way alliance that involves Austria and Russia. And so when Jake comes to Ruben in Russia, he says, here are our two options. Which one do you want to do? Ruben says, I'm going to the Black Sea. And so we think he's going to get in.
I think he's going to get in. I will say one quote I heard from Dan Lester was, any bullshit about killing me and going west is a lie. Austria agreed with him. So is the air on? Is it not? We'll find out.
The only thing I have to add here is when Bradley and Michalis peeled off in 1901 to definitely start an FG, they were talking about Eddie, and Michalis said, we have to stick together because it would be embarrassing to be a second Brandon Fogel on a WDC top board. There you go, Brandon.
That's harsh.
Oh my goodness, I love
The
that.
Katie reaction says it all.
Yes. I love it. All right, any standouts? Adam, I'll go to you for this one.
I'm still reeling over that comment about being a Brandon on a top board. Given that I was on that board, I'm really not sure what it's supposed to mean, to be honest with you.
This is the Bangkok WDC that Eddie was working with Brandon and Jamal on.
Okay. Then I was not on that one. I was on a different one with him. So I'm sorry. What was the question, Brian? I've totally lost it.
Anything stand out from those negotiations that didn't align with what you were seeing? Any insights that we gather?
No, I mean, what I hear is a bunch of folks who are looking for some friends who are unwilling to commit. I think it tends to be very cagey and high-level play in 1901, looking to see how the board shapes because people want to be reactive without being the target, and that's sort of what I think that they probably sensed there. Also, can we shout out to how high the quality of our sideline reporters are? They could not have gotten better people. I mean, awesome.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to be watching in this one is that fleet in the Black Sea is the very interesting thing to me. What does it mean? Where is it going to go? Do we learn anything by these adjustments? Keith, we'll go to you in 1902. So I'm going to let you call out these adjustments and especially anything that stands out.
Yeah, the Army Sevastopol makes it seem like the Turkish attack is on. And Fleet London had to happen, so I guess Fleet Brest had to happen. So that makes sense there. It just depends on if they're going to continue to be at war, if that's just precautionary measure. Yep, they're bouncing. All right, spring 1902, bouncing the English Channel. Looks like Bradley is going full north and protecting Burgundy with a bounce. Meanwhile, McAllis is taking Belgium and moving into Helgoland. So it does look like that the FG is taking on Eddie. Jake convoys back to Apulia, trying to protect him. Oh, no, that's Nikolai convoys back to Apulia. Jake takes Romania and Galicia. So there is an AT going on. Meanwhile, the Armenia move is blocked. You want to fall? In the fall, Bradley takes the Channel. McAllis attempts to take North Sea. It is defended, but Rubin takes Norway from Eddie. Meanwhile, Ukraine is walked into by Jake. Romania continues to be held, and Dan shuffles around to ensure that fleet will not pressure him any longer. Nikolai pivots to Adriatic, which allows him to put more pressure on Trieste. I think he's seeing the writing on the wall that there is an AT, and he needs to do something about it.
So that's what I was going to ask. This is for the group, but Darcy, I'm going to throw it to you. When you're in this situation, you see an AT and you're Italy, and it looks like they are working well against Russia and have some potential movement like we're seeing here. What's your thought? Like, do you tend to try and just say, hey, I want to be part of it? Or do you try to join in and make something happen in Austria?
I mean, I think you have to try and make something happen, especially if you can be confident that if there's an FG on the other side, then you can be confident, hopefully, that Russia can pick up a build out of Norway, which can slow down the AT a little bit, just enough so that you can get involved against Austria. Because if an AT forms and they've built this trust, and people know that Jake and Dan have a good history of working together, Nicola, like, trying to add on to that is not going to be a winning formula for a top board. Very little Italy's come out of an AT East successful topping the board. So you have to sort of flip on the AT narrative and push hard for for some sort of board balance, especially if an FG is going to be focused on England and you're not going to get help in the center of the board.
All right, well, let's go to our sideline.
I just
We didn't see the adjudication, but you guys got Black Sea right, and the AR, the big talk of spring 1902.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk of an unbreakable AR. Dan went from being Nicola's my worst enemy to Nicola's my only savior. And when the orders were read out in the spring and Jake took Romania with Dan's help, Dan did a leap for joy. He was ecstatic. And the unbreakable AR didn't last very long.
No, it didn't. Jake that turn had deals with both Dan and Ruben. The one with Ruben took a very long time to conclude some very obvious set of orders, and I got the impression that was frustrating Jake a bit.
I think another factor might have been Nicola wanted to convoy his army back and play a little safe, and I think Jake wanted a little more tempo in going against Dan, and he decided to make a move.
Meanwhile, the North is kind of straightforward. Everyone is basically anti-English, and Eddie is scrambling, but not getting any traction.
All right, but then the AR turns into the AT as we go to fall 1902.
It does. And everyone's talking about an AT, and you have Nicola is asking for Greece to prove that there's not an AT. Jake does not seem on board.
Yeah, in contrast to the negotiations between Jake and Ruben, the Ruben-Michalis negotiations were conducted in record time. Ruben's getting Norway, and Michalis is off to the North Sea.
Okay, what do we expect to see at all in 03 or beyond?
I think the West will be a continuation.
The West feels like it's got a plan, and then I don't know how the East is going to react to that.
That's exactly right. Okay, we'll see you in 1903.
Yeah, that is the question. What is the East going to do to respond when you've got a strong alliance coming out on one side of the board and your side has not resolved yet? You've got a clock that starts ticking before you run out of opportunities to respond to that. Keith, what did you learn from that sideline? Anything that you're expecting to see coming forward?
It sounds like Jake is playing the way he usually plays and not the way we've seen him play in this tournament, where he is high tempo and he likes to play very honest trust. And I think that he tried to throw his lot in with what he thought was right, but I think Dan is actually playing to what he likes to do. He doesn't like to play it slow, and he doesn't like to balance things out. He just wants to move as fast as possible. And I think that the AT is going to be solid. I don't think it's ambiguous to me at all. And I think his preferences are actually leading it.
Adam, Darcy, anything else to add?
I was going to say that I wonder whether or not this AT is of Jake or Dan's making as much as it is of Ruben's making. It seems like he pissed off Dan by going to the Black Sea, and then pissed off Jake with a super long, complicated negotiation where he couldn't commit to what Jake wanted to do. And that seemed like the birth of the AT, not actually like what Jake was trying to make an AT happen, or Dan, probably just anybody at this point. But Ruben needing some friends, now he's got an FG that's super strong as well, and he pissed off the only other person in the north who doesn't particularly have an ally, which is Eddie Birsan, who might have been able to work with him by taking Norway as well. So, looking at Ruben's game here, I'm worried for him if we do think that a top board is people coalescing around a winner in 5 or 6 game years amongst the people who are viable. He doesn't have anyone at this point who would be backing him, so to speak, or maybe looking to, even if he does manage to keep his dot count up.
All right, winner of 02. Darcy, going to you next. So anything stand out with these adjustments?
Fleet Barrett staying on the board and Fleet London being taken off is suggesting that Eddie is going to offer himself as a Janissary for the FG.
Mm-hmm. Do we think that's...
Which is further evidenced through an Army Berlin build as well.
Do you think that's something that the FG was aware of, or do you think this is a diplomatic play?
I mean, I think it probably is something they're aware of. I think it was probably talked about in after the negotiations between Michalis and Ruben, where if Eddie's offering anything and just like hoping anything will land, then I think Michalis would have bitten his hand off for that deal.
And Keith, do you think Bradley goes for that, or do you think he's just taken? He's looking at the English home centers as something that looks really nice.
Yeah, I don't know if taking down Russia faster is going to help Bradley's game. I would probably take the English centers. I think he might too.
I was going to say, I think the question is, what does Eddie agree to give up if he's a Janissary? And if he's giving something up, is he giving it up to the person he's helping, who's Michalis, right? It's great for Michalis' position, but I would have asked for like Yorkshire convoy to Norway or something like that. But this didn't, obviously not what happened.
All right, so we see Bradley taking full advantage of Fleet London being taken off the board by convoying into Wales and moving up into Irish. This is a great start for my prediction pick, Bradley, on this board. He's going to have a foothold in this game, and he's going to have a say going into the mid to late game. We see Michalis make it into North Sea as Eddie retreats up to the convoy area around Norway and St. Petersburg. I expect him to be on 2 at the end of this turn in Norway and Eddie. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Jake and Nicola fighting as Jake forces Tyrolia. So now there's going to be a defensive battle around Venice. At the same time, we see Black Sea get blown up with Dan forcing Black Sea. Ukraine is forced into a retreat to Galicia. However, Sev will still fall in fall.
I do just want to throw out there, one of the really interesting things that the sideline reporter said was that Nicola was asking for Greece to show that this wasn't an AT. And I'm betting that Jake, who we know is a strong tempo player, as Keith mentioned, was listening to Nicola's asks and hearing him try to turn this AT into some kind of triple or friendly balance of power situation, what Nicholas would have wanted. And at this point, Jake is just going, screw you. I've got an ally. I'm making progress. I'm going to put you on the back foot, and you can go shove it, because you can't do anything to me from this position, and I don't really want to listen to you trying to convince me otherwise for a little while. I sort of think that is Jake's MO. I think that this is going to end up being a better situation long term for Dan, who's going to have more diplomatic opportunities and options than Jake, who looks to me like he's making a bit of a rash decision here to split his forces against the I and the R at the same time.
In fall, we see Liverpool and London get taken, one for France, one for Germany. Meanwhile, we see that Eddie's attempt at janissarying is unsuccessful as Sweden is not tapped. Instead, Denmark is backfilling North Sea, which is interesting in terms of what it will look like post-England dead. Meanwhile, we do see Sev finally fall, and we do see Greece gets taken. I'm not sure if that's by consent. I don't think it will be, but that is a huge positive for Nicola if he wants to remain viable in this game. It now opens up potential for Dan to flip on Jake in the next year, especially after Sev's being taken. We also see Michalis move into Bohemia and Munich, wanting to get a little bit involved down there. It seems likely that there is an FGR alliance at the moment, so we'll have to see how the East reacts to this.
This is a classic Michalis move. This is how he made me love Germany. is because I'm an Eastern player, and he said, go to Bohemia. You're containing the alliance over there with one unit, and it allows you to have leverage on the east, on the west, because if they stab you, that's the unit you disband. But not that England's a threat, but he's doing it to put some brakes on the alliance structure over there.
But I think we should also note that the McCallus-Rubin relationship here is super strong, because he could have kept Eddie in the game and kept him friendly, even taking London by tapping Sweden here, but did not do so.
Which I imagine when you look at the AT strength, like that's a good balance. I think Rubin offers more value to McCallus than Eddie does. And if he's still pressured, don't know if he will still be, but by the time that England's taken, then he's got people he could work against Rubin jointly together. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
I really like the way McCallus is playing this board. I think that he's got lots of friends, lots of growth opportunities, lots of choices, much more so than almost anybody else on this board at the moment.
I think Dan is in a very strong position as well here, though.
Yeah, Dan's very strong, and then we've got some players saying, "Hey, is this like a dream scenario for Bradley?" Also, so we got quite a few different players that have a good shot at the moment, and a couple that looks like their shot at the World Championship is already likely over.
I don't think this is a dream scenario for Bradley when there's a McCallus with all this room sitting in the Germany right next door. I don't think that can be anyone's dream scenario.
All right, let's check in with our sideline after 1903.
Spring 1903. What do we got sideline?
What I saw a lot was really a continuation of the board state. Austria and Turkey are trying to work out, well, really how are they going to deal with the FG with a little R. What did you see, Katie?
Yeah, basically the same. Eddie's disbands kind of told the story, and then he walked around telling everyone, we'll see how Germany reacts to France getting all of my dots. That's the spring, and then what you said in the east with what's going to happen in the east.
All right, as we move into fall, Eddie's moves have set up alarm bells, I guess, as France has a lot of position.
France does have a lot of position, but the agreement is that Germany is going to get London and walk into the North Sea, which means that Rubin is left with his guess in Scandinavia rather than Germany making sure that Rubin keeps Norway. Dan said something interesting. My number one priority is for Nicola to go west. My number two priority is for Nicola to go west. And there's now this idea that Nicola might get Greece in order to go west, working with an IAT.
That is the agreement. That is all I heard basically from the east. Dan's trying to work with Rubin to fight Germany, but Rubin doesn't seem to want to bite. And then I heard the conversation between McCallus and Bradley, and they were very jovial. They were just getting along. Everything seemed friendly. They're talking builds. They're talking, Bradley's supposed to sport McCallus into London. We haven't seen the board yet, but if that happens, then I don't know. They were kind of just gloating almost. I think a quote was, these world champions are washed and overrated, and some Darcy Morris references were made.
They know they're in a good position.
They're in a good position.
Happy about it.
And it doesn't seem that many people are doing much about it. So
the only other thing I have to add here is poor Jake in the middle of Austria. He's like, I don't want to attack Germany because that'll help France. He goes, and I've got Dan Lester to the right of me and Nicola to the left of me. He's like, I don't want to have anyone behind me. And then Dan goes, this was all your plan. You can't be complaining. This is your vision, Jake. All right.
You take Austria, that's kind of what you get sometimes.
All right. Best of luck. We'll see you in 04.
All right. Well, we got an answer to one of the questions I had about Greece. So if that's actually true, then I think it's going to be, these builds will be telling. What stood out to you, Darcy?
I think it's quite telling that Bradley and McCallus just joking around and quite jovial. I think it tells the story of the board at the moment. You have Dan, who's in a good position, but he's still focused so much on what the board's saying and everything. You got Nicola, who's demanding things. You got Jake, who's stressed out. You have Ruben, who's forced into certain types of deals. You have Eddie, who's dead, and you have Bradley and McCallus, who aren't even really talking strategy. They're talking about overrated jokes and stuff like that. So it sort of tells you the sort of mindset of where the board's at the moment, and it's just showing that the FG is really dominating sort of the how the game's playing out at the moment.
I understand that alone for Greece, but do you think Nikolai goes west to balance the FG?
No.
I think if he was, he would have gone Adriatic to Ionian last season. But the fact that he didn't makes it a bit dodgy.
Yep.
What is one fleet in Rome going to get?
And now he's going to be demanding Fleet Albania gets disbanded as well, which can only be good for Nicola.
Right. I think that's a dangerous set of a dangerous scenario for Jake Mannix.
Fleet Berlin, Fleet Brest. Interesting.
All right.
Can we talk about Fleet Berlin for a minute? I know we're on a top board, so I wouldn't mind slowing it down.
We're good.
Look, anything you build in Berlin is going to be aggressive against the Russian. I like this idea that you see a big France and you want to have long-term balance against him by keeping some sort of parity or control up there. But if you're McCallus, how do you make a build and keep Ruben on side? Is this it? Because it goes to the Baltic and suddenly you're pressuring those dots that you were saving for Ruben last year. Or I guess you built an army and then you drop down and you say, I'm coming to help you against Austria. Like what's the thinking here behind Fleet Berlin?
I mean, it means that you can organize a bounce in Baltic, which he could have been afraid of having that happen, especially with the fact that England's disbanding a lot. So there is the threat of Baltic, which no longer exists. But I mean, covering Denmark is not going to be easy without giving up so much room to Bradley. So it does raise a lot of questions. It does answer one. Does it answer? But it raises quite a few more. So
it just seems to me as though that if your relationship with Bradley is defined by how much space there is, that fleet of Brest is not helping, right? He's got 3 fleets in the north now, and has no look like he's going south. So you got to start asking him some hard questions about what's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's to play it slow going down to Italy. I can't place it in Marseille because then they'll know that I'm coming for them. So they place it in Brest instead.
I mean, Marseille goes to Spain. You hold for a year. You think about it while Nicola considers different things. I don't know.
Is there any benefit to not building in Kiel instead? This seems like more optimal. Like, you're not threatening England anymore. Is Kiel a threat to France?
I mean, it's an escalation. If I'm Bradley, I don't want to see a lot more fleets from Germany.
I think if you're hard committing to the FG, Berlin is better because Hahn can move to Kiel. But I don't think that he's hard committing to vacate Belgium that way.
All right. Well, spring of 1904, Adam, we are back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking at Bradley's moves first and foremost to see where the tempo is going here. And I'm wondering whether they've agreed that Bradley's getting London and McCallus is getting Eddie, and that's the sort of next most sensible set of maneuvers. Berlin does go to the Baltic. It doesn't get bounced. interesting. I'm really fascinated by that. Meanwhile, Nicola has thrown in with McCallus and supporting Piedmont up to Tyrolia, but does do the move Adriatic to Ionian in an effort to get his fleet out of there. So it seems like there's a little bit of give to Jake and a little bit of take. I'm wondering if these negotiations are just extremely tough and tense, and that Jake, who is a strong personality with very strong opinions about what needs to happen, and Nicola has this method of negotiating sometimes where he's like he doesn't say anything. He just kind of like shrugs at you. I don't know. Anyways, I see Brian, you're gonna laugh. He's like, like, and then there's like a lack of commitment. I'm wondering whether that negotiation style is creating this push and pull. I will say that the Albania to Trieste cover and the destruction of Tyrolia, that loss of that army, that Jake may or may never either rebuild or open up a space to build because of all of the pressure around his home centers. For me, this likely ends Jake's run at the top of this board. I know it doesn't look that detrimental, but this is so terrible for him. Ruben, gets back to Ukraine, has the support from McCallus. Despite the fact that he's going to the Baltic, Bohemia supports Galicia remains an extremely vital unit towards holding that AT up. Bulgaria also ordered to Greece and Khan to the Aegean. So that really also has me thinking, what does Dan Lester think the relationship will be with Nicola moving forward? And I think that this piece of relationship management in the East, the inability of Nicola and Jake to really get on the same page, Dan setting up against Nicola, and Dan and Jake really remaining lockstep is going to define. My guess is that Jake is going to start shifting more and more towards a janissary for Dan and allowing Dan to grow rather than prioritizing his own growth. As we head towards 1905, 1906, as it starts to settle on him how bad his position really is. So fall, let's go back to the West. Looks exactly like I said. Looks like a swap for London and Eddie. Support back to Denmark. I think McCallus did a great job here of sneaking that third fleet on the board in a way that Bradley couldn't get mad about, but gives him a lot of options moving forward. Good job, Eddie, playing a game. Darcy was right. You were dead out of the gate, apparently, with McCallus and Bradley being these two good friends who work well together next to each other. I was wrong. I always love playing with you, and I think everybody knows that you're a true legend. So thank you for playing on the top board. In the East, we have what looks to me to be an arranged bounce in the Western Med. I think if I'm Nicola and I'm actually trying to make headway, I'm not going to Western Med. I think he wants to be in Trinian. And quite honestly, I think Bradley Grace also wants to be in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So I think they're both happy to have that happen. Given that, it looks like Trieste tried to open up for a build, but because Turkey stabs Jake Mannix for Romania, he's not going to get that rebuild. And I think probably Dan Lester is happy to see that. I don't know if I love it, only because I think that it would have been good to keep Jake on side. But again, with so much pressure around his home centers, it was hard to see him doing much as a guy who really wants to be growing in tempo and getting away. I could see him getting more and more frustrated and more upset about the nature of his situation, to the point at which Dan was like, I gotta do this. I think that the problem he's going to run into is that he's going to run out of friends pretty quickly. Ruben is not a kind of guy who's going to be happy to have Dan sitting in Sevastopol for a long time. I think that he's going to come back and ask for it. That's just Ruben's style. I think that Nicola, he's like, I'm in Greece, I'm holding Greece, and I don't see a situation where I'm going to be happy to give it up. Jake's going to be real sad to have that fleet in Albania. It's going to be hanging out with nothing to do. It'd be really interesting to watch how that those Eastern relationships unfold as well. But I like Dan's position a lot here coming out of 1904.
I mean, yeah, I think Dan takes the stab here because he sees a resolved West, and he's already 2 centers behind an FG relationship. And Ruben's not going to get off that Moscow-Ukraine-Galicia line, right? Jake's going nowhere. Nicola's going nowhere, right? Like he needs to make sure that he's within distance of the FG going into the next stage of the game. And I mean, I think he's probably pitching. I mean, look, Aegean support holding Greece. He's pitching an IT here. And it's just about whether or not Nicolas is going to take it. I mean, I think Nicolas will, because I
Nicolas
don't
has
see
to.
Nicolas' growth path outside of Trieste.
But how does he run headlong into Bradley, who's going to be building another fleet here, most likely? Right? I mean, that's a suicide mission in and of itself, and it's not a path for Nicolas to top the board.
Yeah,
I
Nicolas.
mean,
He has to
Ryan.
go against Austria. They have to work together here. There's just no chance. And then where does Bradley go from here? The thing that stands out to me is Marseille hold. If he's really going to be going against Italy, why wouldn't you at least try to move off of that and try and build a fleet? You're at the point now, you've got all of those English centers. Where is that build from London going to go from here? There's
Fleet
a lot
Press,
of tension.
I mean, it has to be Fleet Press.
Right. All that does, though, is continue building tension against Michalis. So, I don't think everything's healthy in that relationship right now. And I think that Nicolas got to be gambling that they're going to fight each other, and he just needs to get some Austrian centers while he can to go do something with it.
Yeah.
Michalis has an interesting build here again, right? No, he's not, because he's up Eddie down London. Mm-hmm.
I don't blame Dan for stabbing here, because Jake had the option to actually cut all of the supports instead of just supporting Vienna, which I think would have made Ukraine successful. But by not doing that, now they're kind of bottled in. So that's his only growth path.
Jake has made a few pretty tactical errors here. Giving up Greece was one of them.
Yep.
I think losing Rum, or cutting things, losing Ukraine a couple seasons ago was one. I think he had a few missteps. Sorry, Jake.
All right. Well, this was probably the most interesting of the turns we've seen so far from a negotiation standpoint, in my perspective. So let's see what our sideline has to say.
1904 sideline, and it seems like this game is already kind of in the mid game as Eddie is nearly out.
Yeah, Eddie's on one dot. We just saw a misorder in disbands, allegedly a misorder. So what happened was Jake wrote disband fleet Trieste. He didn't have a fleet in Trieste, it was Albania, and it was determined that his army in Trieste was disbanded. So the plan to give the Austrian fleet up and turn it to a French fleet, an Italian fleet, didn't exactly work. Now there's all kinds of pressure at Nicola to move west. He's trying to be slow on that and destroy that Austrian fleet, but I think the main thing I heard in the fall was, will Nicola actually move west?
There's a lot of pressure for Nicola to move west, but in the spring at least it seemed clear to me that Nicola's plan was to get everyone to kill Jake. Sort of maybe suspected that there's a bit of an opening there with the misorder. Another thing I'll mention is that Michalis' fleet Berlin, it was apparently the only way in which Michalis could get a fleet build allowed from Bradley. Ruben is not particularly happy with it, but it's off in the Baltic, and we'll see. It's promised to go to Denmark in the fall.
I don't have a lot more about the spring, so I'm ready to talk about the fall.
You go ahead.
You want to talk about the spring?
No.
Okay. In the fall, the first conversation I heard was Ruben and Dan, and Ruben is pitching hard at Dan. Ruben says he needs to be a counter to Germany. They need to carve up Austrian dots. They don't need Jake. Sounds like the same thing that Nicola was saying in the spring. The word on the board is nobody needs Jake. Should everyone just move to stop the FG and get Austrian centers while they can?
Interestingly, part of the who is killing Jake actually involves Germany. What is Michalis' army in Bohemia going to do? And I actually don't know. Ruben was pushing hard for it to support him into Vienna, but we haven't seen the orders yet, so I don't know. Meanwhile, France and Germany, they're still happy with each other. They've got their plan. It's to kill who they perceive as a wild card in England. That's completed now, or it should be completed at the end of this turn. And then they're setting up their alliance so to try to minimize tension between the two of them. And then the real game will be afoot.
The only thing I would add from the West is Bradley came up to me just privately and said, my entire plan right now is to try and get Ruben to be able to stab Michalis. That way, Michalis will launch his vengeance on Ruben, and then I will win. Meanwhile, McAllis is really trying to curry favor with Nicola to put him in a position to put pressure on Bradley. So they're both scheming against each other in the West. They just don't want to do it directly. That's the fascinating
That's
part.
very clear. They're trying to work against each other through their third parties.
Yeah, standard stuff.
I love that.
Juicy. All right. So we'll go to Adam. I think this was yours. What stood out to you?
The piece around Bohemia supporting Gliese to Vienna, because Ruben clearly thought in that moveset that he was getting Vienna. And I'm wondering, if McAuliffe is going to Nicola and saying, look, I want to do everything I can for you to make this easy for you. What can I do for you? I'm wondering if Nicola's interest is to have Gliese to go to Vienna or not to have Gliese go to Vienna. And I'm thinking that it would have been send Tyroli to Vienna or to have some support attack into Trieste. But Nicola isn't the kind of player who wants to come out that hard that fast. He wants to see those other bigger powers tangle it up first, right? I mean, he might have said to McAllis, slow it down. I'm happy for it to be slowed down. And I really, man, I wish I could get into the head of Nicolas Sahuguet because he's such a good diplomacy player. But I think he's the one who I would want to most understand sort of where his head is at. And my guess is that he's focused too much on Dan and Jake's relationship and was waiting to see that convoy to Romania before he was willing to commit to any Trieste-Vienna movement.
And I don't think we can stress enough how fast this resolution in the West is. Like that is dictating this game and how the rest of this game is going to play out because it's resolved so quickly. Our sideline reporters said at the beginning, hey, it's like we're already like well into the mid game at this point. It's just 1904. There's a lot of game left as far as game years go, and something's going to have to change here. Sidelines saying, hey, everybody's willing to be patient and let somebody else make a move. How long is that going to last? That's to me the big thing that came out of this set of sideline reports.
So yeah, I think that the interesting thing for me was that if Bradley is hoping that Ruben goes against McAuliffe, and McAuliffe is hoping that Nicola goes against Bradley, if the question is which one of those players is more likely to put pressure, not even to move, but just to put pressure. And I think that the answer there is, what is Dan doing, right? How is he, if he pressures Ruben, then there's no pressure on McAuliffe. If Dan pressures Nicola, then there's no pressure on Bradley. And Dan knows this. And so his choice about how he moves forward, how he pressures, and how he maintains relationships with Russia and Italy is going to define whether or not France and Germany are going to be able to get the upper hand by using their third parties to pressure and make a balance of power shift.
All right. Winner of 1904. Keith, we'll go to you.
Got a pro-Italian build in Constantinople and another fleet from Bradley. Don't know if that's going for Germany or going south. Most likely anti-German, but we'll see. Bradley shifts up into Wales, ensuring that he's maintaining those builds. McAllis tries to go to York. I don't know if that's I guess that's not a range bounce. So I'm assuming with the bounce in Burgundy, it is now an FG war. So that's interesting. A lot of nothing in the east, where everything's tapping and holding. I'm not sure what to think about that. Maybe there was a lot of negotiations going on and no one knew what was going on. Yeah.
Could also be that central clock. Like that is a lot of pressure in a game like this.
I think that there's also a lot of slow negotiators in the East, right? Ruben takes up a lot of time when you talk to him. Nicola takes up a lot of time when you talk to him. Dan takes up a lot of time when you talk to him. And you put that all together, and I think that they probably just are using up the time.
All right, we've got Jason Gray saying, hey, this is all arranged. Maybe they are trying to just do a little kabuki, see if they can get one of those others to make a move, saying, hey, see, we're moving against each other too. It's a possibility. If you made me bet today, though, I think maybe that's real.
That's
I
dangerous.
was wondering whether or not there was an arranged bounce in Clyde, and Bradley was trying to get the jump by allowing Eddie out of Clyde and then trying to slip London into Yorkshire. And McCallus tried to sniff it out by blocking the Yorkshire move.
I don't know, if I was Bradley and I really wanted to mess with him, and it was arranged, I might have just let him into York and told Ruben to slide into Denmark.
This looks more like theater now, though.
All right, going into the fall, Sevastopol falls. We have Serbia going down, so I don't know if that's a one-for-one arrangement. It doesn't look like it. Sevastopol is disbanding. Aegean is retreating into east. We have a bounce in west again that looks friendly. Another bounce in Burgundy. It looks like they are moving back away. So maybe they try to get a jump on each other, and now they're just going backwards. Ruben seems to be pivoting away from McCallus, so I'm not too sure where McCallus is going now, or if he's just playing patiently, because it seems like he's in a good position with a good relationship with everybody.
I think we have to point out here that it looks like Russia, Turkey are finally back on the same page. And that opens up Ruben for a northern build, which will really screw with McCallus's sort of calculations around his growth potential. And I think this is really good for both Ruben and Dan going further into the mid to late game. Keeping the center count at around 7 centers for the board top means that they're both still in it, and they have Vienna, Budapest, and Greece in front of them for potential builds. And this is potentially the sort of thing that happens when Nicola refuses to make a move on Austria and doesn't want to go west. It allows two other people in the east to sort of formulate an alliance together, and this is the result.
Right, winner of 1905. Can't wait to hear from our sideline on this one. Really
I will say, Darcy, if you were right about that being arranged, then it's Fleet Smyrna. If you're wrong about it being arranged,
it's Fleet Smyrna. They Galicia tapped Budapest. Galicia tapped Budapest, and they self-bounced in Rum instead of supporting Sev to Rum or Black Sea support holding Sev. I'm pretty sure this is arranged.
Because he needs Fleet Smyrna. So
if it's Fleet Smyrna and something in St. Petersburg, you're right. But yeah. I'm not convinced until I see the moves. Just knowing the players, I don't think that Dan wanted to give up Sev, and I think that Ruben could have just gone for it.
I'm starting. I think I'm starting on years.
Of the game as we enter 1905, almost halfway done. What about the spring?
Yeah, it is a cagey part of the game. Dan has just stabbed Jake, which is changing things in the east. And now he's working the room, trying to manage his relationships, make sure Ruben's on side, trying to get Jake to be not unhappy with the relationship, trying to make sure that Nicola's on board with the plan to still kill Jake. Will he succeed? Well, the moves in the spring seem to think that he only got Ruben on board. Well, there would be a few strange moves that spring from Dan. He was writing his moves very late, seemed a bit rushed.
Yeah, in the spring I heard a conversation between Ruben and Nicola. Unfortunately, it was majority in French, so I missed most of it. But Nicola was translating a little bit and said, something has to change for us to win this game. We need to take out Jake. We need to take out Dan. But right now, Jake will help with Dan. So Nicola is trying hard to get Ruben to work against Dan also. So far, no success.
Yeah, it seems like they can't agree on who to go after first, because Ruben wants to go after Jake and Nicola wants to take out Dan.
Right, the classic wintergreen.
It's turned into an AI versus RT in the south, which probably none of the four of them actually want, but that's what they've got while the west is in stasis.
Yeah, the spring moves. McCallus did not do what was agreed upon between him and Bradley, but they talked it out. Everything seemed pretty copacetic. They were still playing nice. I don't think there's going to be all-out war, at least not right now. And then I heard Bradley make a comment at the table. I think some people are getting really frustrated with my patience. They want me to play like I did 3 years ago and just be aggressive and leave myself open for a stab, and it's just not happening.
It's a beautiful quote there.
Yeah, as we enter the fall, the only thing is that the entire time Nicola, at least for Dan, had been advocating for the elimination of Jake, and of course Nicola doesn't do that, and Dan goes, what is the plan? Like, what do you want to do? You said attack Jake, but you don't want to attack Jake. Nicola goes, the plan is to get to 8 or 9 and win. However that happens, it happens.
But there was definitely some frustration there between Nicola and Dan in the fall. That conversation, they were not on the same page. Dan was very frustrated with Nicola.
Yeah.
As we go into the fall, as we have anything more to add for fall, as we talk about the fall moves.
Well, I don't know what the fall moves are going to be. In particular, Serbia fall.
It's the battle for what happens next, right? That's it.
That's it.
Right. Thank you. We'll catch you back in 1906.
All right, Keith, what did we learn?
Sounds like the East is definitely devolved in the balance of power, where the people who are working together want to work with somebody else first. and it's weird. It's like you're stuck with the person you want to kill second. And Germany and France are just hanging out. So it's interesting. It's nobody wants to really make the play that will help another person, and it's kind of a stalemate almost.
Well, it is an interesting point in the game. We've got a fast resolving West. We've got chaos in the East, and we have not played Who Do You Like? So
before we play that game, though, right? Can
Yeah.
we say that it was a fast resolving West, but then what did they do? They sat around and did nothing with their fast resolving West.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think this is an interesting point to ask this question, because somebody's got to do something to win this game. You can't win at tied on 7
That's
as
not
much
true.
as
That's not
McCallus.
true at all. Currently, McCallus is winning.
We'll see. I guess if they can maintain the chaos for long enough, that is a way to do it. But I agree with Nicola. We need to be at least 8 in order to make this happen. So Keith, I'm going to go to you, or no, Adam, I'm going to go to you first. Who do you like?
I'm torn between answering McCallus and Dan Lester, and I really want to know if that was arranged and what the builds are going to be. If Darcy is right, and there's a fleet in Smyrna and a fleet in Sevastopol, and a fleet in St. Petersburg, or an army in Warsaw, I like Dan's position. Otherwise, McCallus.
Okay. Making you pick one.
You're gonna make me pick one?
Mm-hmm.
Dan. I'll go with the arranged theory that Darcy had and say Dan.
Okay. Keith?
I really like McCallus's position. I think Bohemia, he's used it to, help Russia. He's used it to help Austria. He can pump the brakes with one unit and still have control of the North if he needs it. So I think he's in a good position, and I would vote for him for sure.
Darcy?
I'm going to go with Bradley. I don't think 7 is enough to win this, and I don't see McCallus being able to keep hold of Eddie or Belgium without significant unit use towards keeping them, which opens the door for Ruben to come behind. And I don't think McCallus is going to be able to balance both Ruben and Bradley. Again, this is a bit contingent on Ruben looking more towards Budapest, Vienna, and then like maybe a German dot or 2 as his win conditions.
And I don't think it's likely, but we have seen some Italies be able to hang on and snag this thing at the end, so I wouldn't count Nicola out either. So this is another one that we've got a lot of players. Any one of these players is talented enough to win. I don't think all of them have equal opportunities, but there's still a lot of game to be played left as we go into winter of 1905. Darcy, you were right. Nostradamus over here. Why don't you call out these adjustments? What does it mean as we go into 06?
So St. Pete North Coast does come down from Ruben, and we do see Fleet Smyrna. And Albania finally comes off the board. I think Jake's kicking himself it didn't come off a year or two earlier, but it comes off now. And I think it's RT versus FG on this board now.
And who plays spoiler or kingmaker?
I think McCallus. All right, so we see in the East, we start with seeing Romania gets taken by agreement from Turkey as Austria takes Serbia from Dan. However, Dan does manage to piff Aegean, so Dan should be able to grab Greece in 4. It's now going to be whether or not Ruben keeps hold of Romania or can walk into Budapest potentially in 4. Elsewhere in the West, we see Michalis making his move on Bradley by moving Norwegian to Clyde, moves Holland to Ruhr, Denmark to North, meaning he has no stab on Ruben anymore. And Ruben backfills Norwegian, moves into Barents. So Ruben getting everything to go the way he would want it to be going this turn. Bradley tries to cover North Atlantic, suggesting that he did know that this was coming, and moves London to Yorkshire. So Bradley definitely knew that something was up, and he's managed to sniff it out. However, he will be losing Burgundy next turn, so it's now an issue around can Bradley hold off, and will Ruben find a stab on Michalis at the right moment.
Yeah, suddenly looking like there's some life for Ruben as well. We had Chris Kelly calling that out before we saw these adjustments. So good on him for seeing that vision. Fall 1906.
All right, so Romania remains Russian, which is another good job from Ruben. But there's no disband for Dan as he does take Greece, and it is piffed, as well as retaking Serbia. Meanwhile, Ruben also gives Michalis Vienna. So Jake is now down to one singular dot, with Nicola taking Trieste as a result of losing Greece. He had to take a dot there. And Ionian won't be open, but Ionian will be under threat in the near future. Meanwhile, in the West, we see Ruben gets pushed into North Atlantic Ocean and moves Norway into Finland, Barents into Norway, just gaining better unit positioning as Bradley moves back into London, moves down into Paris, doesn't really bother trying to defend Burgundy, moves Brest to Picardy and into English Channel to try and get play around Belgium. But it's now going to be a battle of tactics for Michalis, and he will have a ticking time bomb that is Ruben behind him. So will Michalis be able to outrun the eventual Ruben move that will have to come if Ruben wants to win this game?
I didn't have RG on my bingo cards, but I'm excited to see it.
Well played by Ruben this season, and clever positioning of his pieces. I think to set himself up well for a time-limited game.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hear from our sideline.
We're going to the 1906 sideline, and things are happening.
Things are happening. I don't have a lot to say about the spring. I mostly was caught in one conversation. A lot of conversations didn't go anywhere. it was another French conversation between Ruben and Nicola, and Nicola says, if you want to win, we have to kill Dan, and Ruben says, we don't need Jake. They're still at an impasse. They're not yet able to work something out. In the fall, maybe that changes.
There's a lot, actually, people talking about Dan, and Dan actually says at one point, I can't believe I'm so influential on this fucking board as a, like, relatively small turkey. He talks a lot with Jake. Originally, there's a concrete proposal where Dan will take out Greece and take out the Aegean Sea, but then it degenerates into sort of rehashing old things. There were some more significant conversations elsewhere on the board. Ruben has a fleet in the north coast, and that is significant because now there is a German-Russian plan to work against Bradley, which is executed as planned efficiently in the spring. The fleets are going to come around the north of England. Meanwhile, it's worth mentioning we see in the spring moves that Ruben has supported himself into Romania as well. Dan Lester is 100% okay with that move happening.
Yeah, and then when the moves go through, I think some of the East was so focused on what was going on, they didn't notice the German stab. At one point, Jake goes, well, we're just waiting for a stab to happen. And Bradley says, it's just happened. He's stabbing me. So from Bradley's point of view, this is a GR coming right at him, and he's scrambling a bit. You know, he's on the back foot. He's on the back foot. He's trying to find a friend, but most people seem too worried about their own problems to help out Bradley.
Yeah, they certainly, eventually, they've worked out that there's a GR. They were sort of all in the East thinking about their own little piece of the world. Nicola comes to Dan Lester with an interesting idea. Suddenly they start seeing Ruben as a big threat. The pitch was that Dan is going to take Greece back. Nicola's going to take Trieste with Jake's consent. Jake will end up with Budapest and Serbia. They're expecting Ruben to put Michalis into Vienna. And it's going to be them potentially against a GR, but it's also not clear whether Dan's just going to keep trying to roll this juggernaut with Ruben. We haven't seen the orders yet, so
let's go see.
I don't know who your money's on.
I love this comment from Michael Gallagher. This is a ridiculously complex board. I love it. Completely agree. This could go so many different directions. Darcy, I think this one was yours. What stood out to you from that set of negotiations?
I mean, it's just showing the strength of every player on this board. Like, we've been focusing on Michalis and Bradley quickly rolling Eddie, focused on Nicola walking a tightrope between the East and the West, watching Dan manage to flip into a good position. We saw Jake with his high-tempo early game, and now we get to see Ruben's strength as a diplomacy player really come to the forefront. So I think it's been a great show of what exactly got these guys to the top board, and now them utilizing their abilities to the fullest and seeing which set can come out on top.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Nicolas Sahuge putting down 2 adjustments. All right, let's take a look at these. And Adam, we're going to get you to do this winter and 1907.
The Army Moscow is interesting. It doesn't commit in any individual direction, and it provides a lot of defense. It provides a lot of defense based on where the negotiations go. I think Nicolas' builds are pretty self-explanatory, and I think Michalis' situation also similar, self-explanatory. So, okay, so I think that we were hearing a lot of negotiations from the sideline between Nicola and Dan, and it's clear that conversation has paid out dividends, in which Dan Lester makes a support attack into Rum. I cannot imagine for the life of me that was expected or arranged. And it looks like Nicola was moving into Vienna to try and counteract Michalis. So really this focus that the Turk and the Italian have, that the Germany-Russia relationship is the most dangerous thing on the board. I have to imagine that is a huge, huge sigh of relief for Bradley Grace, thinking about how this is all going to go. An attempt to convoy Belgium to London that would have ended Bradley's game is foiled by a conservative set of defensive moves.
It's risky.
It was risky. I mean, the set of moves he did, the support Liverpool, support London, could have gone very differently.
North Atlantic went to Mid Atlantic, it would have been bad.
Yeah, but I mean, he went Picardy to Brest to cover that next season, but yeah, I mean, just look, it was a good guess set by Bradley, and I think that now that the Eastern situation has changed, maybe he'll get some reprieve as other pieces might go in different directions. So this is a pretty big change, and a big change in the relationship status as well. I mean, you can see things even like Naples didn't support Ionian to hold. Naples moved to the Trinian Sea. In the fall, now goes to Mao, but Brest was there to cover. Ruben was a season too late. Interestingly, Ruben also tries to convoy Norway to Edinburgh, which McCullough steps out with a self-bounce. So that was pretty interesting. McCullough continues to push forward another army into France. So McCullough's friends looking a little thin on the ground as Galicia supports Tyrolia to Vienna. Looks like neither France nor Russia are McCullough's friends. This makes me a little nervous for McCullough's position long term, as he is now only surrounded by enemies. Jake lives by everybody around him supporting him and him supporting other people. But Dan Lester is going up one.
He takes the lead.
Sorry?
He takes the lead on tiebreak.
Galicia holds Vienna, right?
Yeah, Galicia holds Vienna.
Yeah.
So I don't know why.
Vienna retreated. No, because it's Budapest supported Tyrolia to Vienna as well.
Yeah.
So it's Budapest, Trieste supporting Tyrolia in, and Galicia supporting Vienna to hold just the one.
Yeah, so I don't think McCullough is surrounded all by enemies. I think he still has Russia on side. I'm just not sure exactly what the Eddie move was. Yeah, that convoy, I'm not sure exactly what that was diplomatically, but
this is a tough pull here for McCullough. I think it's probably Bohemia, but that is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And North Atlantic has to be coming off here for Ruben, I think, which gives Bradley a lot of space, which he'll be loving.
You think it's North Atlantic? I would have said I thought it was one of the armies in the south.
No, because Dan's getting another build here, and Nicola seems to be on side with Dan at the moment. I don't think you can afford to be disbanding a Galicia or something. I think it has to be North Atlantic.
I agree that I don't think he can afford to remove it, but I wonder if he removes North Atlantic, what is his growth potential here for the rest of the game?
His growth potential is waiting for Nicola and Dan to come to him, asking for pitches against the other, and then profiting off that.
Maybe.
Well, let's see if the negotiations give us any insight, and then we'll revisit that question.
Okay, we're sideline 1907. We got a Bradley management issue. What's going on, Peter and Katie?
Well, actually, before the Bradley management issue, we had a little bit of a break before this turn, and when they started again, they were still all kind of in leisure mode. They were still sitting at the board. Before we get to the Bradley management issue, just talking about what was happening in the south, Nicola and Dan have agreed that it's time to move on the German-Russian alliance. Dan is going to go after Romania, Nicola is going to go after Vienna, Jake is consistently most unhappy with Russia, he's going to cut Galicia, but Nicola leaks the plan to McCullough, or at least the part of the plan to McCullough that means that McCullough can keep Vienna. Interesting choice. Nicola's trying to make sure he's still in everyone's good side. But yeah, Bradley is the talk of the town. There's talk about, is Bradley going to throw to McCullough if Ruben keeps coming after him? And the question is, what happens if Ruben goes to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean? Bradley is clear that he's not covering the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and Ruben is not allowed to go there because otherwise all of Bradley's mutants come back and McCullough gets massive.
Yeah, the German-Russian conversations are kind of interesting. McCallus is telling Ruben he'll support him into all kinds of centers, and then, of course, none of these are guaranteed. It could be tapped, it could be this. But they're getting along really well at the moment. And at the same time, McCallus is talking with other folks, specifically Dan, about how, Ruben getting big is a help. It's what got them back into the game, but also a threat. And so there's a lot of talk about how can they take something off of Ruben. Notably, McCallus is not participating in the moves on that, just the negotiations.
Why don't we go to the phone?
Dan is walking around telling everyone he is perfectly happy as a turkey on 8. It's better than he should have gotten because he was stuck in turkey, he didn't get a choice, and 8 is as good as he's going to get. He's not being ambitious.
And it's that many more than he thought he was going to get at the start of the game.
And I'm sure that is a great line he's telling himself even, but we'll see.
Yeah, Germany and Russia are still working together. I finally first caught them talk about the idea of actually convoying an army into England to actually break the position that Bradley sort of set up there. But it's not happening this turn as far as I know, maybe spring next turn. But Ruben's got a disband coming, we presume. We haven't seen the orders, but based on Romania coming off, he's likely to have to pull something. I'm not sure what it's going to be.
There's been a lot of discussion about Vienna this turn. McCallus trying to get Nikola to do a guaranteed move that takes out Budapest instead of McCallus losing Vienna. That doesn't work, so he goes to Jake and asks Jake, hey, what do you want out of this game? You're more likely to survive if all the colors around you are different. And Jake says, well, I just don't want Russia to win. So McCallus instantly switches and says, well, me losing Vienna just means Russia will win. I don't really get the logic there, but it works on Jake. And Jake goes back to Nikola and says, I can't do this. I don't want to help Russian win. And then Nikola says, what are you talking about? It's only good for me. So I think in the end, we're going to see Nikola and Vienna after all that trouble.
We shall see. Thank you very much, Sideliners.
And yes, thank you to our sideliners. Absolutely add so much depth to all of our coverage. We're so grateful to have those. Adam, did you anything of note?
Man, there's some great lines there, but I love the way McCallus does his diplomacy, in which he'll walk around and say, oh, well, if this happens, then it's so and so thing, or if this happens, then this other thing will happen. And he says it with so much authority and kind of in this like casual blasé way that you believe him as this like authority of tactics. And I find that to be sort of like his method of steering people. It's really good and clearly working on Jake. And I thought that was my favorite piece of that sideline reporting.
All right, winner of 07. These were some
Army Rome.
All right.
Yeah, not a fleet.
All right, Darcy, you had a strong reaction, so I'm going to go to you. What's
I mean, Army Rome is so non-committal to like any growth, really. Like you're aiming at what, like Budapest, and that's it. Like I feel like you need to be aiming for like a quick snipe at Marseille or Spain if you're Nicola, if you're trying to win, right? Like you can move to Piedmont and Lyon here and potentially grab that. If you have another fleet to back up in a West Med, you have Spain and Marseille at the end of this year. Sure, McCallus is going up as well, but I mean, you need to focus on your own growth. And you're at 6, potentially getting 7 out of Budapest. And then what are you doing after that? Like, it just seems like it's not taking – it's looking more at trying to win this game on 8 centers than to like go for the higher potential growth. I mean, I also don't like Army Norway coming off because that just gives McCallus so much space behind.
That's what I would have pulled, because you can always just pull your fleets back if you need to.
Yeah, but then you may as well just got rid of North Atlantic.
Yeah, I like the fleets.
What year, can we remind everyone, does this game end?
Yep.
End in 1910.
1910.
So we have 6 moves left. And I think that the point around this army is not just what does it pressure, but how far can it get in 6 moves, right? A fleet is 3 moves from a dot, whether it's in Naples or Rome. An army is 4. I mean, I guess it's technically 3 away from
Envoy
Marseille,
to Albania, and it potentially gets Serbia.
That's what I was reading. As I'm reading that army. If I were Dan Lester, I would be furious.
I mean, me and Chris thought of the same thing at the same time.
Thought about that.
I mean, yeah, but like, surely Dan's also good enough to look at Army Venice and be like, what is that doing outside of potentially grabbing Serbia or Greece? Like, I don't know. I mean, Nicolas is 10 times the player I am, but like, it still befuddles me, the build there. But anyway.
Well, we shall see. And Keith, it is your turn for the call as we go into spring of 1908. We've got a 1, 2, 3 player tie at 7 centers, with Dan Lester currently holding that tiebreaker. We've only got a couple of turns left. It's anybody's game. Talk us through spring of 1908.
All right, looks like Bradley tries to do an arranged bounce in Gascony, and McAuliffe sniffs that out and gives some malicious support. We have McAuliffe rearranging his fleets, trying to pressure the continent since the island is no longer viable. Rubin's pulling back where his army was to ensure he doesn't get stabbed or dotted later, and holding North Atlantic to see if there's any opportunities. A lot of nothing in the east. No convoys, just a bounce in Tyrolia. Slight positioning in Armenia.
We've seen a lot of great moves this game. I think this unwanted support might be one of my favorites that I've seen. That is so good.
In the fall, Bradley convoys to Picardy. He's seeing that McAuliffe has shifted, and he is going to shift to do the same thing. Rubin has come into the Irish Sea. I don't know if I like that move. It kind of surrounds him. You might be able to meet up in the channel with McAuliffe later, but it's kind of stranded at the moment. Let's see. And nothing happens in the east at all. Just bounces.
I mean, this is... I just don't understand what Nicola or Ruben...
Where they're going to go.
I mean, I can understand Ruben, what Nicola's doing here. Dan's got such a defensible 7 dots here. McAuliffe is backing that he can tactically beat Bradley to a singular dot to take the top. And Bradley, I guess, is trying to snipe a dot somewhere in the last year or so. So I understand that. And Ruben has to defend against Dan. But I'm just not like... with the only person with unit flexibility on this board is Nicola. And he's not doing anything with it. I guess he goes a final year stab for Marseille, so McAuliffe can't grab him. But doesn't McAuliffe still have the tiebreak over Nicola anyway? He does. Mm-hmm. Like, he needs to beat out McAuliffe definitively. I'm just not... Again, he's 10 times the player I am, but I'm just confused.
You think a bit easier to stab for Marseille before Bradley pivoted back?
I think that there's some relationship here as well, right? Because I think that we heard from the sideline reporter that Bradley has been threatening to throw to McAuliffe, saying, if you move to Mao, I will do this. What do you think he said to Nicola that we don't know about? If you move to Lyon or West, if you move to so-and-so, I will give McAuliffe all my dots. I find Bradley credible in that, right? I believe that Bradley would find a McAuliffe top here a palatable ending to this game. And so how do you make that move if you believe that McAuliffe goes up 2 as a result?
I understand that, but I also think Bradley's lost London here. If you look at the tactics of it, I think he's lost London. Right? No, I don't think it. I don't think it is. If you play it right, because Belgium can tap Channel.
And Irish can tap too.
And Irish can tap Wales.
So how does McAuliffe growing help Ruben, and why does Ruben want that to happen?
Well, I mean,
because if I'm Bradley, I go to Ruben and say, "Don't tap Wales. You don't want McAuliffe to put another army down."
Yeah, but Ruben also, it's going into the last 4 moves here, right? Ruben is stuck on a line against Dan, who has no reason to move away from Ruben because Dan's currently winning, right? Like Ruben's window of winning the game is closing, and McCullers hasn't stabbed him. If nothing changes in this next year, and Dan doesn't move away from Ruben, then I don't see why Ruben doesn't
Darcy,
just...
I agree with you, but I will say this. I've been in the final turns of a top board with Ruben where he believes he can still win. And the utter desperation that will come across Ruben in the last 4 moves will not be a man who says, I need to sort of do this and this and this. It is someone who will do and promise anything because he is so thirsty for the title that he will go out of his way to do something that is crazy. And I don't think, look, I could be wrong. I don't think he tapped Wales so that McCullers puts down a unit. I think that Bradley's Wales support is safe. That's my prediction, but I could be wrong.
Before we see that, we've got a sideline to go to, but a really interesting question here. I think it is worth the time investment. Someone says, if you do this, I throw. What's the best way to handle that generally? Anybody?
I mean, it's so situation dependent. It depends on the person, depends on the position, depends on the stakes, right? Like, okay, let's say it's, if we're talking about Bradley right now, like Adam said, it's credible. It's a WDC top board, right? If it's for the final round for a tournament win and it's like a guaranteed tournament win, then the threat is most likely credible if there's someone that has been under pressure for the majority of the game. If someone's been under pressure for the majority of the game, they are more likely to be credible in their throw threat because they're frustrated and angry at the people that have put them under pressure all game. If they haven't been put under pressure all game and it's more just a like out of the blue sort of thing, then it's potentially less credible. So you have to sort of gauge that player's credibility, their history, their reputation. But in situations like this, it is most likely credible that it is a throw that they will throw.
Look, I will say that there is a tipping point for every player where when they don't believe that they can win anymore, they will go to their second best choice results. Given the nature of this play, I believe Bradley's second best after himself is probably McCullers. And so I think that makes the throw more credible. Look, I've thrown on top boards. I think that every single WDC top board that I've ever played on, 4 of them, there has been a throw of some sort or another. Bender's solo, Goff's third win. People throw dots because they want their second. They want a say, at least in the outcome, if it's not going to be them. And I think that you have to understand what is people's desire at this point, right? Jake just doesn't want Ruben to win, right? Dan, I think he's trying to win, but otherwise doesn't really seem to have a second best choice. Doesn't really seem like he has any agency in that choice at all. I don't see Nicola not the kind of player who would ever throw. I think Ruben's still trying to make it himself and will do so at any cost. He wouldn't threaten to throw. McCullers would threaten to throw, but I don't think he probably has in this board, given the situation. But I think Bradley is totally credible, and I think you have to respond to it. You have to respect it as well.
Yeah. I think. Go ahead, Keith.
On a top board format where there's only one winner, you really have to take throws seriously. It's not like it's going to ruin their score or anything. It's all or nothing. If you've ruined their game, you've lost. So the person that's been attacking me the entire time that I'm defending against, I'm not upset with them anymore because you're the one that dotted me from behind and ruined my entire game. So I would say Bradley's going to throw if he gets messed with.
Yeah. Tournament diplomacy is a variant, and it is a fun variant for many, many people. but similar to the game of Survivor, where you're competing against the very players who at the end of the game are going to decide whether or not you win. That is the definition of a top board format. And I would argue any tournament game, really, if you're honest. It's going to come down to, am I able to convince the other players on this board that I am, at this moment at the game, the right person to win this game? And you avoid the throw, first of all, by checking, is it credible? Because many people will threaten a throw when they really don't have the power to influence the outcome. In this case, Bradley absolutely has the power to influence that outcome and has motive to do so. So I think that is a very credible threat. Then the next thing is, okay, well, how do I make sure that Bradley doesn't throw to, like, will they throw to me or will they throw to the person who I don't want to win? How do I avoid that? And that's where the beauty of this game comes in. It's a human game at the end of the day, and we're moving pieces around and we're negotiating for hours on end to try and convince someone else that we are the most appropriate victor or candidate to win this game. And that's just one of the things that makes this thing so beautiful.
Do we have an understanding over who Jake would be more likely to be okay with taking his last dot? Because that could also determine and basically end it if it's Dan that he's willing and okay with throwing it to. Like,
I think the implication is that it's Nicola because he's the one he gave Vienna to.
Yeah.
But and Dan was the one who stabbed him for Romania way back when. But I that's conjecture.
Well, let's see if our 1908 sideline helps answer that question, because I do think that's a very important thing as we start getting to the close of this game.
1908 sideline, take it away, Star Reporter.
Yeah, it's a tense part of the game, but I really don't have a lot to report on. There were a couple conversations happening one at a time, and hopefully Peter grabbed most of those. I will say the only thing I really heard about, a bunch of people talking about how they wanted third place because the trophy is cool.
That's interesting. I didn't hear anything about that until the fall.
Nobody wants to win.
Started in the spring.
7-7-6.
Last time we did see a convoy into Edinburgh by Ruben, which was attempted. No one seemed to know anything about this. This was a stab, or it was not clear if it was a stab. It was certainly not agreed, even though Michalis bounced it. Ruben was trying to justify it by saying, oh, they needed an army there to break the English position, which is kind of true, but also means that Michalis would go down another build. So maybe not the most friendly alliance move that you could possibly do. There was a very long conversation between Germany and Russia, which took up most of their time in the spring. Michalis had a plan. He really wanted Ruben to move Norwegian to Clyde. And there are two possible purposes for this move. One is because it is the strongest move against France. The other one is because it sets up the 2-dot stab for Sweden and Norway. I don't know which one Michalis had on his mind.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Maybe he was going to choose which one, but Ruben could not be solved. And you saw he eventually covered Norway. The other thing I'll mention about the spring turns is that the Tyrolia bounce was agreed. Nicola and Michalis are consistently discussing what's going on. Nicola is leaking moves to Michalis. He did that in the fall as well. There's supposedly we're going to see an attempt on Galicia, and I think that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, we'll see. Everyone seemed to not want to do anything, and then all of a sudden Dan goes to Jake and says, isn't it more fun to do something than to do nothing? And Jake says, yeah. So there's an attempt on Galicia. It sounds like it was forced, but I'm not going to... If you think it's blocked, maybe it'll be blocked. I don't know. But Dan's certainly trying. He's not really happy with third place. He's going to play for the win.
Nicola did say to a couple of people he wanted third place, and Dan was like, yeah, sure, I'll believe that. And Michalis just called him out on it immediately. No, you're here to win. Yep. And Michalis is right about that thing.
Of course.
The other thing here, things are getting very, very tense with the players. There's an entire peanut gallery that we can see. It's just going on and on and on, and it's unbelievable. And Ruben is on a final warning for writing orders late. We will see what happens.
So maybe some NMR is coming.
Yeah, it is that point of the game. You've been playing for the entire weekend. We're coming down to the final turns, and it's starting to get to the point where some players are starting to think, I don't have a shot at winning this anymore. Frustration can come out, and dealing with those emotions is also a big part of the game. And it's a human game at the end of the day, and those emotions are a big part of it. Spring of 1909. Darcy, I believe this one's yours.
Yep. London is taken, which is the headline of this turn by far. So London is convoyed into as Bradley does an interesting set of moves to move to Norwegian from North Atlantic, so then has to cover Liverpool with Wales, meaning that London was guaranteed to fall. McCallus is kicked out of Burgundy, but he's just moving to Picardy instead. I think this may be the turn McCallus might have it. Unless Dan can get a centre out of the East. The East, meanwhile, is a whole lot of nothing. There's an attempt on Romania, an attempt on Sev. Both fail. Budapest tried to hold Galicia instead of supporting Galicia to Romania. Whether or not that actually does anything, I don't think it changes anything anyway. And Nicola may be finally getting ready to move on Bradley. We will have to see. But Rome to Tuscany gives me that vibe. But yeah, I mean, I think it's McCallus if he keeps hold of all 8 of those dots.
What did Belgium write?
Belgium supported Irish to channel.
But Irish went to Mount.
Yes.
Yeah.
As pointed out in the comments, Munich can now be taken, which I actually don't think is possible. That's not true. Oh no, Belgium. There's a guess on Belgium, I think.
I guess Tyrolia could be cut.
Yes, Tyrolia can be cut. I think there's a guess on Belgium. In fall, we see nothing works in the north. And there is a duo attempt on Budapest, both of which fail as it's braced. And Jake survives. It looks a lot like McCallus is just going to win this final year outside of some miraculous shift. But yeah, I think McCallus has tactically beaten Bradley, and that might be World Championship.
And manage that relationship with Ruben. Like that's been clutch. All right, winner of 1909. Let's hear our sideline.
1909, and people are scrambling.
Yeah, it's a tight position. We got 5 players sort of still in with a chance here. They're a bit tired. It's very tight. Not really sure. A lot of caginess going on. First thing I actually heard was we talked a little bit about a leaking of a plan last turn, and that was the first thing I talked about. Did the plan get leaked, or was McCallus just being cocky about getting a good guess right? Yeah, so one of the maybe more significant things I actually noticed that turn is that coming towards the end, McCallus got Jake to no longer work with the IT. Now, it turns out that they ended up not attacking Galicia anyway for some reason, which I didn't catch. But McCallus convinced Jake that a Russian retreat from Galicia was not in McCallus's interest, and that Jake seemed to be okay with helping McCallus rather than his alliance partners in the south.
I think Jake is maybe not expecting to survive in this game at all, and he's really just playing anti-Russia, is my read on that.
Do you have anything else?
Just a conversation between Dan and McCallus where Dan was asking, are you going to stab Ruben? Like, don't you want to win this game? And McCallus thinks he can break Bradley and grow that way instead of stabbing Ruben. And as we've seen in the spring orders, that's starting to happen.
There's a bit of a push in the fall as to where Dan's fleets are actually going to go. People are talking about them now. Nikola seems like he didn't agree with the move to the Aegean. He wants Dan to go back. This is part of a conversation where Nikola says something about maximizing the chances of other people to make mistakes. And I really got the impression that the other people that he was talking to was actually the other person in his conversation.
Yeah.
But other people like McCallus is like, those fleets have to be there, have to be putting pressure on now because Bradley might put Nikola into some dots. I didn't catch conversations between Bradley and Nikola. Did you get anything there?
I didn't. No. Do you have anything else?
That's unfortunate.
Sorry. No, nothing between Bradley and Nikola.
No. The point of that conversation was to make McCallus paranoid about Munich that they had.
Oh.
Nikola said, I don't care. We're not doing anything with Munich. I just want McCallus to be very paranoid because I know that's what he will think.
Thanks, Ed. And I actually did catch that conversation. I just forgot about it. The other thing is in the north, both McCallus and Bradley are getting really frustrated with Ruben. Bradley wants to know why Ruben's not playing to win. Ruben's making a case that he is, but Bradley just doesn't buy it. He's frustrated. McCallus is frustrated because Ruben's not doing the agreed moves, and he says at one point, do you think you can win this game still? And Ruben says no. And McCallus says, well, could you stop messing up my chances to win this game? And so it sounds like Ruben is, he's saying all the right things to McCallus. He's saying he's back on side. He's going to do everything as ordered, and
we'll have to see because we don't know what Ruben's going to do. I don't think anyone on this board actually knows what Ruben's going to do.
He in Leicester, so he's still scrambling no matter what he's saying.
Yeah, he's asking for support to Budapest, and Dan agreed to it. Dan straight up agreed to it.
Nikola has also told people that he's attacking Budapest himself. So
maybe a brace.
We'll see what happens.
Or whatever.
All right, that's 1909. We'll be back in spring, after spring 1910.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. We're coming down to crunch time. All right, let's go ahead and get to winner of 1909. And Adam, this one goes back to you.
Norwegian? Okay.
I mean, Norwegian is an interesting pull. I'm not sure it's the pull I would have made.
I mean, all pulls here suck.
All pulls here suck, but I think if it's me, I keep taking guesses around Brest, and I pull one of the armies in.
No, I mean, you're trying to get Belgium, though, no?
Maybe. I guess there's a chance here you piff the army, and then you have a unit up. But being able to tap North Sea is as good
exactly.
taking guesses on Belgium, and Norwegian also pressures Eddie. So I guess from my perspective, I think of the ability to tap North Sea as similarly, but okay. I mean, he's not going for Belgium. He's pulling back to say I'm on 6 and I'm not going to win the game. I mean,
McCallus has won.
Bradley has folded his cards. Ruben has folded his cards. Nikola has folded his. I mean, what's he doing that's gonna change the dot count? And I mean, I guess the question is anyone in the East going to agree that either Nikola or Dan should win because they have tiebreaker over and throw the dots? And I think probably no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, McCallus is going up Sweden here, which means the only real person that can actually do it is Dan. So it's if Nikola wants to throw to Dan, because McCallus has the tiebreak over Nikola.
And I don't think that he does. I think that he's happy with McCallus' victory, knowing how Nikola feels about. I mean, look, Nikola, Dan, and McCallus are all friends. Let's be really clear. They'll have big history, but there is a general sense that McCallus is an amazing player who deserves a WDC win. And I don't think that either the former champions are going to conspire to give Dan a second win over McCallus, who has played in a fantastic game. It just doesn't seem likely.
Oh, and I think McCallus can force Sweden.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that it's over.
It's
they could still arrange something, but
yeah, it would have to be significant. It's more than one dot. Is what
Oh,
I'm
it's
saying.
Budapest and Trieste or Budapest and Sev or something. It's possible. It's not hard.
They're not going to though.
They're not going to though. That's correct.
Well, we've got one final sideline report before we see what happens in the fall.
Okay, we're going spring 1910, and we know the moves for spring 19. Last sideline report. Thank you, both of our reporters. Tell us what happened.
So there's a long conversation between Ruben and McCallus about if Ruben is getting Liverpool, and it sort of the main takeaway from that was Ruben offered Norway if McCallus needs it to win. Ruben agreed. They shook on it, ironclad promise, and then Ruben makes a comment like, "Oh, you could also move up to Denmark to take Sweden." So McCallus has some stuff in the bag. We saw the orders. Seems like he's getting it. He had one quick check with Nicola and said, "Hey, you're not going to throw to Dan, right? If it comes to it." And Nicola just said, "No."
It looks like the Ruben McCallus conversation really was the key conversation in that turn. There was also a plan with Jake making sure that Budapest supported Galicia so it didn't go anywhere, which otherwise, if Galicia had fallen, then there's a tap on Ukraine and Dan can take Sevastopol. Because Jake said to Dan he doesn't want to help Dan win, Jake's not going to be part of that and so decided to support Galicia. Dan's plan seemed to be mainly around taking Sevastopol as his 8th center, seeing that McCallus had 8 pretty much guaranteed. Well, I mean, probably not actually guaranteed, but you know what I mean. And Nicola, it sounded like he was angling to try to find a way where he could send a couple of units west to pick up something there, pick up Budapest for a surprise final victory. But his moves in the end were very conservative, supporting of Ionian to hold. So that seems that he gave up his chances.
Yeah, Bradley told him he was going to move to Gascony to protect everything, so he knew he wasn't going to walk into anything there. Bradley also had a conversation with McCallus where he said, "Look, you don't help him take Liverpool, I won't come after you." Seems like everyone in the north is fine with McCallus winning, and I don't know if somebody in the south can get somebody else to throw. So.
Yeah, we feel like this last turn might be a victory parade.
I think it might. I think it might.
All right.
I like how Jake's pretty much just pumped the brakes and it's like, no one's winning over here. 1 dot. Oh, he's gone. Vienna goes into Budapest. Nicola goes up 1. That is the East. Germany slides into Tyrolia and covers Edinburgh, takes Sweden. Bradley holds everything, knowing that the writing's on the wall.
Good game, McCallus. Yeah, hard fought, well won, really well deserved.
Really well played by McCallus, but Nicola never did a roll of the dice, it seems, in that final stage when it seemed like he was the only one with momentum. It's like he waited for McCallus to crack Bradley tactically, and just never made a move for it. I mean, it's a result of McCallus putting that unit in Bohemia and saying, "No, you're all going to sit there." And the way he managed to negotiate, it seemed like everyone struggled to negotiate with Ruben, and McCallus was really the only one that could consistently get through to Ruben diplomatically, and that was genuinely what won him the game is him managing to take Sweden and get that guaranteed, and then that the final year was pretty meaningless. Bradley.
I think that there was a moment though also when Dan and Ruben both built, right, that North Coast Fleet St. Petersburg and that fleet in the South Coast in Smyrna. And when Ruben built North Coast St. Petersburg to work with McCallus instead of South Coast St. Petersburg and running in on McCallus, right, that is a victory of diplomacy for McCallus, right? Yep. And the fleet in St. Smyrna really never went anywhere because he already owned Greece, right? Dan didn't really manage to profit from from the RT particularly nearly as much as McCallus did, which is kind of a weird thing, because that Fleet and Irish ended up being what broke Bradley's position open, right? So like I agree with you, but also I think that, you know, it's a diplomatic victory as much as it was anything else.
I mean, I think the other thing is potentially Dan's reaction to the Russian spike when they had that really good 1906. I think the reaction to that, into then going after Romania and after Sev and stuff again, potentially you let Ruben take that lead or have that one over you, because then Michalis has to contend with that. But rather, Dan took the dot from Romania when he saw that Russia had gotten the lead, or not the lead, but gotten the really nice position. And instead of pushing forward with Russia around Vienna and Budapest, and then stabbing later on Ruben when Ruben's working against Michalis, because those two are trying to fight for the victory, Dan snapped the RT relationship, and then it led to this giant stalemate in the East. So I mean, it's another wonder over that.
I'm not sure though if I blame Dan as much as I blame Nikola, who said, I'm going to hammer my pieces into the center of the Balkans, and I'm never going to do anything else all game long besides build armies and contain the Turk. You know, like I think Dan's position was a little bit limited, and I don't think that he ever really had quite the amount of purchase to get further into the Italian position than he could have. Maybe if he hadn't gone back to Rum, it would have been possible, but I don't remember a turn where that would have been possible.
I mean, yeah, it's a speculation in terms of if he'd worked with Russia. Russia then has 3 units in Vienna, Budapest, Romania, and you try and break it when he has to defend against Michalis. Like that sort of thing. And Bradley was still in the game at that point as well. So, I mean, it's a guess, but it's better. I feel like it's better to take that risk than the stalemate that you get with working with a Nikola who refused to move anywhere for the majority of the game.
Well, Michalis Kamaridis, Brit with a Greek heritage, traveled across Europe to the city of Athena, of wisdom and of warfare, and that is exactly what he delivered. We saw a complete game from Michalis Kamaridis. We saw tactics, we saw fantastic strategy, great reads of the board, and most importantly, we saw diplomacy that was the key to this game. Just calling out some things from chat. We've got getting the Russian fleet over the top. Was that the key? And we've got that relationship was the key to the game. Having the fleet went to North Atlantic, even if the move didn't do much tactically, allowed Michalis to be able to win. And then I really like this one. Kudos to the players for such a well-balanced game that one fleet made the difference. The other thing that I want to really call out, I didn't call it out during the flow of the game, but Michalis, what really struck me is how much time Peter and Katie were talking about Michalis talking with Jake Mannix. Like, he was putting so much effort into the other side of the board, where like that one unit and the chaos that one unit kept having in Budapest, especially, like that really helped keep things imbalanced over, or maybe balanced, in the East. And that was another way that, like, how many players would just focus in on, I've got to get my tactics right up in the North, I've got to spend all this effort over here. And you've heard from many players how long the negotiations with Ruben were, like, but to still make the time to work with those small powers, that can be such a big difference. And that's just a testament to his capacity to have the mental capacity to be able to have that kind of conversation, and then B, to have the vision to see how that's important. So such a well-rounded game by Michalis, and congratulations on being the first World DipCon and DBNI champion. Also, I want to do some thank yous. First of all, I want to thank Spiros and Jamal for a very well organized tournament. That was a beautiful, beautiful setting. We do have more interviews coming up, and I believe we have one with the winner that we will be posting at a later date. No promises on timeline, but I'm hoping I'll be able to get those out and uploaded tomorrow, definitely this week. And then I want to thank our sideline reporters, Ed first for just bringing in all of the interviews and stuff that we've been able to post throughout the broadcast and the preliminary rounds. And then to Katie and Peter, I love having them on the sidelines. There's so much talent in having somebody that understands the game well and is able to not just repeat, but to understand and to translate and to distill what is the most important. That's such a valuable skill. And I want to thank Adam and Keith and Darcy for all of your help on this broadcast. And to close things out, I want to read out some of the awards that we have. Best England went to Brandon Austin, Best France to Ruben Sanchez, Best Austrian to Danae Stamataki, Best Germany Phil Johns, Best Italy Michalis Kamaridis, Best Russia Jake Mannix, Best Turkey Claire Bradbury. The World Champion Shame Cubis Award went to Alex Medelis. The Ajax Award to Dominic Stevens. Leonidas went to the astronaut that was attacked, or to astronaut who was attacked straight away by an FGR, but from the start, but they lasted the whole way until 1905. Archimedes, Andrew Goff for negotiating a center back from a locked triple to tie the top. Dionysus, Craig Purcell, Icarus to Adam Silverman went from 8 to 0. And the Sicilian Expedition, the entirety of round 2, board 4 for doing pretty much nothing and drawing in 1904. For our standings, we have for the final top boards, Tiano Sun finished in 8th place, winning board 2. Phil Johns finished in 15th, winning board 3. Adam Silverman finished in 23rd. Karthik Konath finished in 30th. And then either Shane Armstrong or Emmett Wainwright, we don't have the Paris method split. One of those two won for 37th place. And the final winner was Bernard Andrioli in 45th. So well done to all of our players. 106 of you showing up for what appeared to be a fantastic World DipCon. I do want to give a couple plugs before we go, but I've been talking a lot. Anything y'all want to say to close things out?
Yeah, so down under we have the Sydney Cup, which is on the first weekend of July. Come and have a go. I assume there's links to the Discord channels in the subscription. If you just at Darcy Morris on Discord, I can give you all the details for that. Should be a bunch of fun. It's the second time the Sydney Cup's run since its revival. It should be quite a good time.
All right, I'm going to add, we've got a promo here.
Yeah, Wainwright.
Yeah.
To Athens.
For Spiros.
For Spiros.
Yeah.
As the sun is setting on the Aegean,
Beautiful.
the sun will be rising in Denver, Colorado. Tell us about what's coming. Give us the preview for the next great tournament.
So, DipCon in Denver this year. We're going to be hosting 4 rounds of play. One with a drop, one will be a drop round. You'll get in ideally Thursday night, come to a welcome dinner. We'll do karaoke afterward, just a bar scene, like that kind of thing. Then on Friday, got the first round, 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. It's going to be July 30th to August 2nd. Yeah, hope you can come out to make to be the next DipCon champion.
North American champion.
Yes.
In Denver. Look, I've been many times.
It's a really fun event with a lot of players who love to play diplomacy. It's fantastic, and you'll be running the tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. There'll be a group of us, Manus and Gabe and Russell, and then a couple of others on the organizing committee. We've got a great local group. We've had we've had pretty regular monthly games. Great, local scene. It'll be a good time.
Tell us about your experiences here in Athens. Tell people how fun it is traveling, even if it's internationally, even if it's Denver. Did you enjoy yourself?
I mean, so I've traveled to quite a few tournaments this year. I've really, been getting out there to try to spread the word about DipCon, right, and get people to come out. But it's been a great year going to a ton of different tournaments, seeing how different groups play, different clubs play, just getting to meet new people and experience more of the hobby, right? And so I've loved going to all these tournaments. And so, if you haven't been out to Denver yet, you definitely should. And if you have been out, then you should come back. So,
all right, well said, Emmett. See you soon.
Thanks, Ed. See you soon.
All right, and if you enjoyed that, you would like to be part of the next World DipCon. It is in Chicago. I and Brandon and Sabi and Chris and Kevin, the Weasels, will all be hosting that, and we hope to see you all there September 23rd through 26th. We will have a link in the description of this broadcast. We also have it on screen right here. Really looking forward to that. And I believe, Darcy, the 2028 was announced for Melbourne. Is that correct?
Yes, Melbourne. That will be, I think the dates are 25th to 27th of February. It's going to be held, I think, at the MCG, the cricket ground. Should be a pretty epic tournament, and I know the people in Melbourne, like Goffey and Zoe and Rob Hillier, will put on an amazing show. I might even be living there by then, so maybe I'll be able to host a few people for accommodation. But no, try and save up the money to come down under. It's going to be a ton of fun.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching. Thank you especially to those who were able to join us in Dip Chat. Always such a great part of the show. If you enjoyed what you liked, please give it a thumbs up, like, subscribe, and I will just wish you all a wonderful, wonderful time until we are able to meet again. And I hope that you all stay safe and stab well. Good night, everyone.